Hey, welcome back to Métropole Grid. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's May 27th, 2025. It's a Tuesday afternoon. Hopefully you did well. I know a lot of folks besides Canada had a long weekend last weekend, or just like yesterday. Hopefully that was good for you. And we're back on a Tuesday afternoon to play some Netrunner, to hang out, and hopefully have a good enough time. Hi, Chad. Hi, Andre Gyro. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're well. Hey, Mr. Weddy. Hey, hey. Hopefully you're doing good. Hey, Tuesday, folks. Lazy, how you doing? Boss is clearly playing some triple red team Arasana. Right? Right? No. I'm gonna play some Jinteki, I think. I think I was gonna either play Atea or play some, probably some PTU to start. Pronunciation guide on that. Forgot what it was. Gonna look back at it. I looked it up, and NTN means like stringed, or like something wound with multiple chords in it, which, you know, makes sense. Cinnamon Wahoo, Red Crim? Unfortunately not. As much as I don't even know what Red Crim would be. I do think there's part of me that just wants to play like Tag Me Anarch. And just like play Katurga Breakouts to bring back Transfer of Wealths. And I think, oh, that's going to be a really fun deck that I'm going to play out of Phoenix and just full send it with 17 Influence. Transfer of Wealth, bring it back with Katurga, Transfer of Wealth. And then you run into the obvious issues here. One of them being, well, then you have a tag and that's a problem. So what do you do with that? And then obviously you end up saying, oh, well, then I should just play Seb. And then you end up playing the good Seb tag decks, which like I probably should do on the channel. They've been really, really fun. And they're really good right now. I think maybe people are struggling to play against it. I think I'm catching strays. I got roasted a bit on the last Neon Static podcast from TMKF Netrunner from Not Yeti, saying, when people asked, how do you beat Seb? I said, put ice on HQ and archives. And okay, that doesn't solve it, but I mean, that's how you start, right? Good, Atea. What could possibly go wrong? Let me go rewatch the Alphabet Series vid. That deck was okay. I feel like that was okay. No shot you would ever catch strays, actually. How's it going? Also, Jerkasses, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hey, hopefully y'all are well. Actually, did the podcast go up yet? I think I was hearing Sokka say that he listened to the first episode of the podcast, but I'm assuming that's the episode of the podcast that you destroyed. The secret first episode, the testing episode. Hey, Kat, how you doing? I don't know if you heard from D after, what was it, like Sunday night. I trust they're well. Shouting out also, Ysengar, it's finally happened. The Elevation Runner Side definitive tier list is up as of 4 hours ago, 7 this morning. Okay, hold on, we don't have to watch this. But it is exactly what what everyone's been asking for. An advertisement for Cheez-Its. I don't even think we have Cheez-Its in Canada. I don't think you actually can sell this to a Canadian. We don't have Cheez-Its in Canada, I don't think. Hey, Damian, how's it going? It's a Christmas special. We have one in the vault. Okay, so the runner tier list is up. It's on Jeff's channel. You can find it at Ysengar. It's linked into the tier list as well. It'll be linked at the end of the stream for sure, but it's finally up. It's 2.5 hours talking about all the runner cards from Elevation. It's a really interesting set, and our distribution is like, I think it makes a fair bit of sense once you think about it, but it is definitely something we haven't seen before. They figured out it was their headphones. Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense. It's actually Tuesday. Joel, how you doing? Ciao from Italy. Marco, ciao. How's it going? How do you beat Seb? Big picture with Synapse, he says, without having lost the only time he played against Seb. How do you beat Seb? Okay, so Seb is going to be hard to beat. There's no way around it. I do need to also shout out TMKF Netrunner. They've been doing streams. Not yet. If you hear this, what you really need to do is you need to go and edit your front page so your live is up here, because people don't see it if they log into the channel. So you go back here and then you see the streams. And so a bunch of these have been streams. Like the last one I watched was like with Freedan and Kikai, and they've been doing streams on the weekends. It's one of these, right? No, it's not. I wonder where it went. I think it's this one. Anyways, they're playing games, and so you're gonna watch Kikai and a bunch of the EA Sports people play some of those lists and play Seb, and it's really good fun. These are nice streams. I think they usually happen on the weekends for sure. What I would say about Seb is the big thing right now in Seb is Transfer of Wealth. So Transfer of Wealth, if this goes across, it's a 9 credit swing, and then Seb gets value from taking the tag as well. So it feels like more than a 9 credit swing, and it obviously is. So against Seb, you definitely want to ice HQ. It's your first priority server. After that point, I haven't seen it. I feel like all the games that I watch against TMKF Netrunner, people are not doing it, but please ice archives. It seems like, and I think specifically this weekend, Kikai was talking about privileged access, not wanting to wait till threat 3 that much, because while threat 3 is really good because you can recur a program, the version of the deck that he was currently trying didn't have Gourmand in it, so it was like less necessary. But this is the other really powerful card. This card is absurd. This gives you 2 or 3 installs for a single click and allows you to recur your cards, which means Ice Destruction comes back deck or any of the utility cards or your econ cards, just put a piece of ice on archives. A lot of the sub decks are not great at running a lot of servers all at once. I think a lot of the modern versions are on Banhar. Of course they are. It's a connection. They're running 2 Banhars and then either on Audrey and or Botulus or some combination thereof. But as soon as you put 1 ice on archives, they can't just praxis. They have to kind of structure their whole turn around it. Or if they praxis to Banhar archives, then it's harder for them to charge the remote server. So priority ice is obviously HQ. My second ice would be on archives, even in the early game. Clearly you need some ice to push out on the remote server. If you tech your deck against Botulus and Banhar and that sort of stuff, which I think naturally is happening in the meta, that helps a heck of a lot. I think Kessleroid is unfortunately overperforming as something that's really frustrating for this deck to deal with, and it's only one influence. I've seen this in weird places. But I think those are my 2 big starting points. And I think my last starting point is do trash the upgrades, or sorry, the resources, right? Like if they float a tag, you can trash the Banhar. It's going to cost you. And admittedly, trashing this is only as good as you can make archives unrunnable. But if you trash Banhar for a card from your hand and 2 credits and archives is open, like that is just silly because they're going to praxis it back. So as long as you can make praxis not super easy, you can definitely trash their stuff. I was really interested to hear that as a response to the Pravdivos deck that the EA Sports players were also playing, is that it seemed like, and I don't want to put words in Kikai's mouth, but Kikai was actually moving away from Amanuensis and trying out other consoles because it seemed like the idea of floating a single tag is getting harder and harder in the modern meta, as much as the deck that did really well at the Summer Showdown, the sort of Pravdivos deck, really punishes you for floating a single tag. So the knee-jerk reaction is not to play Amanuensis. My guess is when the meta settles down, we can probably go back to Amanuensis, but for now it looks like the sub decks aren't trying to float a tag, which does restrict a bit of their play patterns a bit. But if your corp deck can't threaten a tag, obviously, like, good luck with that idea. Great banter into runner tier list today. Thank you, Lazy. I've seen Cheez-Its in Canada. There's no shot. Oh, apparently we have Cheez-It Canada. Deliciously cheese products. Okay, yeah, I guess we do. I didn't think we did. I didn't see them. Hey, Droid, just got home from camping over the weekend, and I have so much excellent Netrunner content catch up on now. It was a really good weekend of Netrunner as well. This weekend, we did a stream with Pat, but we streamed Neuroscape TCG, which is not Netrunner. It's a TCG that is, I think, probably, maybe it's this last day of Kickstarter right now. I'm not sure. It was actually a really cool stream. I want to say it, and I've said this many times before, that it is a TCG. It's a collectible card game, and that is a non-starter for many people, myself included. I don't like TCGs. It's very expensive. I like to get the cards that I know I'm going to get when I buy a product, and obviously that's not the case. And the comments and the response to that, a lot of people agree with that, which, like, I think that's going to be a hard thing showing a TCG in front of a community of LCG players, because it challenges that as much as I do think we think the TCG model is obviously a bit predatory, it feels. All that being said, the demo decks that we played were really fun. Those are pre-constructed, and we had some really tight games. I think every game we played came down to 1 health, and I do think the demo deck product of that game makes some amount of sense. And there's some cool things going on in that game. The Neuroscape people like responded to the YouTube comments, and they were like pretty humble and straightforward, being like, yeah, this is difficult to sell to LCG players, but we're glad you take a shot. But it was really fun. It was actually quite cool. I enjoyed that. But this weekend, there's a whole bunch of Netrunner tournaments. There was a Toronto NPC. I think there was a couple mega cities. There's one mega city in Australia, I'm pretty sure, this weekend. So we're going to catch up on some of those results for sure. As a relatively new player, I always forget I can trash resources. IGA for Cheez-Its. Yeah, you can trash resources. It's important. The problem is if Seb floats a tag, which is why you're trashing resources, it is a fair bit harder because of the bottom text. But all that being said, you probably should on more sports states. Is it the post-Summer Showdown review of the runner tier list? No, it's pre-Summer Showdown, Pat. How's it going? So pre-Summer Showdown, we recorded the thing with Jeff. It was like literally 12 hours before the Summer Showdown. And I think I'm not going to spoil it. I recommend you to watch it. I would say the Summer Showdown actually doesn't challenge too much, but there's certain things that are challenged already by the Summer Showdown. But I don't think we did a terrible job. Time will tell. Hey, what's going on? Project Condy, how you doing? Hey, Tron. Hey, Metropole. Good day for some stream. I'm hoping so. Cool. What was I going to say? I forget. That's fine. Internet celebrity and narrative director at Null Signal Games, Patrick Sklar. He just has that, you know, that ability to derail chat. It gives me a good time for a coffee break, though. Much too hot to enjoy. Hope everyone's doing well. I hope you're doing well too, Matt. So this weekend, there's a whole bunch of tournaments. We're going to check some ABR stuff because you see here on the right, people are already posting stuff from, I think I saw NPC Toronto, the Canberra Mega City. I'm saying that correctly, right? So I want to check some of the early results of stuff. People, I hope, are claiming their deck lists so we can see a bit behind what's going on. Getting ready for work. Hey, enjoy work. The implication is the chat was on the rails before Pat showed up. A highly tightened railed chat. Getting too hot for hot coffee, but it's nice to have sunshine. Zen, how's it going? I feel like I haven't had enough time outside this weekend for how nice the weather is. We planted our backyard, like our back balcony, garden, and we have got some nice chairs, and I just haven't spent any time out there. Usually in the evenings even, once it gets a bit too late for like insects, I'm out there like playing the Steam Deck and enjoying nature as much as that's nature. And I just really have whiffed on it so far this summer. It feels like every weekend has been busy, but I'm not so of an outdoor person. The Gyro, number 4, Patrick Appreciator. How's it going, Jai? Hey, oh, Mr. Metropole, took a 2-hour nap after work, and now I'm awake at midnight. What's your plan? You're gonna ride it out? Or are you just gonna like go back to bed? I like waking up and going back to bed. It's a really fun strat. Hey, Dad. You know I contractually have to tell you to go sleepy, right? Eep. Number 1 to 3 and Patrick? I mean, I don't even know where I rank on that. All right, let's look at some results from this weekend. Always Be Running is a bit messed up. You don't see icons for any of the new identities, I don't think, so you're gonna see a lot of X's here. So let's look at some notable events. Let's check Startup for sure, but there was the Canberra Megacity, had 40 players. That's pretty sick. That's a pretty big event. Toronto NPC was also the same day. It was 18 players, so a bit smaller. There was a casual tournament kit in Seattle. And then I think that's mostly it that matters for this weekend. And by matters, I mean that I'll pull up. There's a lot of other great stuff going on. Yeah, that's fine. All right, Australia, Canberra. I'm not sure what part of Australia it is. Australia is really quite big. My guess is the south. And so we had 49 players, 39 players, just short of 40 players. I just want to check. Sometimes these stats are wrong. Looks like these are right because sometimes it doesn't register and it says like broken. But in terms of the distribution, if we go by factions, yeah, that's actually kind of surprising. I'm assuming Criminal would be the most represented, but it looks like people are playing a lot of Anarch. I think on every event I've seen so far, Shaper has been the smaller wedge, but then when you go to the top cut, Shaper is still well represented. Yeah, Shaper's wedge gets bigger at the top cut. This is something that I've consistently seen over every tournament for the last couple of weeks, is Shaper is the least represented, and then when it's the top cut, it's still not the most represented, but it gets a bigger wedge as well. So it seems like the players who are playing Shaper are either Shaper diehards or they know something very clever because they are converting really quite well. Otherwise, the distribution doesn't change that much. It's top 8, I think. Yeah, only top 8, so not top 16. So yeah, that makes sense. If we look to IDs really quickly on the runner side, what are we looking at here? So Sable, followed by Hosh, followed by Maggie. Actually surprising that Maggie's the third represented identity. Looks like there's only 2 Shapers, Maggie and 1 Captain Padma. That's pretty funny. Nobody's playing Lat or Dow or one of the other options are. I'm not even sure at this point. And then we have Seb, Phoenix, Moosey Hot, and Barry and Baz. I think this is like the thing, and I know Josh put out his deck list calling it out, but like Moosey Hot, how much Moosey Hot is going to show up compared to Sable? It feels like modernly, if you want to play good stuff Criminal, you'll just play Sable, and so Moosey Hot hasn't been having a huge impact. I do think Moosey Hot had some conversions at the top cut last weekend at the Summer Showdown. Was it just last weekend already? And then Baz really hasn't been doing anything. So let's see if the top cut changes that. Yeah, it's only Sable. So Sable just seems to be quite good, whether you're playing reg stuff or deep dive. I'm not super surprised about this. The top cut now is only Hosh and Seb on the Anarch side, and that's makes sense, I guess. Now, Oko still a third of the field. I think, again, Summer Showdown, it was about a third of the field. No, it was about a fifth of the field. There was like 3 players out of 150, so a fifth of the field. So this is even bigger, followed by LEO and then Nebula, no surprise. I'm assuming this is Op. Oh, it's Wiki, followed by Nuvim. Wow, not even Op showing up. Only 1 player in Op is kind of surprising, as much as I don't know the local meta. So that distribution is not absurd. It just seems like HB, Leo's the only ID that's seeing any play right now, is my guess. Poetry's not really doing anything. PD is showing up the least in any meta I've seen in such a long time. There's like 1 PD player. And then if you go to the top cut, how different is this? Oko still converting, not as well. We have 1 RH player, 2 Nebulas, a Prov, probably the same Prov deck would be my guess. We have an LEO and we have a PD, which is pretty great fun. So that's kind of neat, but I don't think anything's too surprising here. I want to see more decks than I want to see this. They know something clever, aka Stone Chip exists. Yeah, or even just like Lily Pad exists, which seems to be good enough. Jazz half asleep, then it's probably the perfect time to ask him why he should just ban Auko and bring back Mati instead. Is that even a consideration? Can we just bring back Mati, actually? Canberra is the east coast north of Sydney. It's the capital. I knew it was the capital. I think most people assume Sydney is the capital. I just don't know what part of Australia it is. Australia is also way bigger than I think most people think it is. All right, let's look at some of these lists. A bunch of them say the word murder or grinder, so I think we know which way it goes. This list is actually called Space Lion, and that is the thread in the Stare Bears, the LEO list. I renamed it to Space Lions, and I'm glad that somebody else used that title as well. It's a sick title. Shout out to myself. It looks like this is just the Sable Sable deep dive deck that like 3 days in Sokka posted. I think a lot of people just played this. Like this list was played card for card at the top cut at a Summer Showdown. I really don't like the name of this one, but yeah, this is seems to be pretty performance, and I don't think anyone has said anything really great about this deck besides it's kind of ugly Netrunner. And I think we should actually spend some time playing this because I don't know how much interaction it requires from your opponent. I think some people are scared that you can deep dive turn 2 or turn 3. I think that's the truth. How much your opponent forces you to deal with on the table, I think that's the big thing. Like, can Aoko keep you busy? How hard is it to deep dive against damage? That's a big question for sure. But I think fundamentally with Sable getting down like a Swift and then getting down the mark, you have a 6-click turn, which means you can not untrivially win in a single turn. If you have 2 deep dives in hand, right? Like you run 3 centrals and then you have 3 clicks to do 2 deep dives, which means you should be able to access 3 cards, and that should usually win a game. And I think that's a bit cursed. It feels like corps have slowed down. The tools to stop deep dive are shallower and more widely distributed. There was a lot of LEO at the event. But yeah, there's just a lot of ways to cheat through things for sure. And so this list looks very powerful as much as I haven't exactly seen it. 2 Sebs following it up there. Oh, shout out to Vale, by the way. James Adams and Soam. And then it looks like we got some Maggies, another same list, the Deep Depression list, and then another Deep Dive Sable. It looks like nearly half the top cut was Deep Dive Sable, which is pretty wild. King Making Nebula, I wonder if this is also just... No, it doesn't look like it's straight Sokka's. It looks very close to Sokka's. I would say this is very close to Sokka's. I don't know the card for card, but it looks like Sokka just posted deck lists on like the first weekend, and people are just bringing those to tournaments and doing quite well. So apologies, Eltarn, if you changed this. I made it really like, you know, tuned it to the meta. I wouldn't be able to tell from a distance. But yeah, this just looks the same. Looks the same for sure. Matisse on my list, if they ever unbanned, brought this card back, I would consider quitting Netrunner cards. What a miserable idea. Correct. I find your takes on what's miserable and what's not miserable to be like so different than most people that's quite entertaining. How you doing, by the way? I think Matisse is like kind of neat. It's kind of neat for sure. I feel like modernly with Benhar and some of the other tools you have access to, Matisse would feel a lot less good than it did back in the day. Apparently it's south of Sydney. I take Aoko is going to be the R+ of net damage cards. It feels like that. It's like any net damage gives you value, so you're kind of incentivized to do any net damage. What's really funny is that it's not once per turn, it's as much as you can, and that obviously scales a bit differently, but who knows. Anansi's bad, gone, hug back to Matimi. It's not only that, like Anansi's gone, border control is gone. Like I don't even know what you're worried about face checking into. Deep Dive is my least favorite card to play against. I would put it in that same camp. It's like when your opponent is on 2 points and you know they're on a deep dive criminal list, like your margins are so narrow and your ability to counterplay feels so narrow. And it feels like the way that you beat it is by building like ice placements that seem so cursed. Where like I've seen board states where the right play when you're playing LEO against deep dive is to put like 5 ice on R&D, no ice on archives. Because like spreading your ice out doesn't mean that much, but forcing them to run through that 5 ice server twice because of LEO, that starts to make sense. So I can't even tell. Run Cortex Lock GG, the good ending. I mean, install Desperado first click run. I think that'll happen. That's kind of up to you though. Played a ton of Mati in an unbanned event. It was really fun. A little oppressive, but not too bad. Yeah, I don't know. I like Mati. I actually enjoyed playing against Mati when I had a good deck. Like, I think that was one of the big issues with Mati, from what I remember, is that if you played like your, you know, tier 3 deck that you know, built yourself, and then you played on JNet against the Mati deck, you couldn't interact. Because you weren't able to deal with an Anansi on turn 1, defending any asset, let alone any upgrade, let alone any agenda. And those were non-games because you just couldn't interact. But the games in which your deck was actually at quality, at par of Mati Mukundo, I think those were fascinating games because it was a bit of a chess match there. I like that a fair bit. Same with Ag Infusion, as much as I'm happy Ag Infusion is gone. Sometimes it just feels a bit like a chess match. Skunkworks didn't work with Mati, would actually potentially be fine. Oh my god, yeah. I totally forget because that currently is just eternal, is that Managarm does work with Mati in a super, super cursed way. Yeah, I think Mati could never come back, obviously, with this interaction. Yeah. I get the deep dive hate, but it seems like there's guardrails, or did not play against with enough? Did I not just play against with enough? What do you think the guardrails are, Weddy? I'm not sure I'm not sure I know what the guardrails are, I'll be honest. I would love to compare notes on what you consider NPE. Everyone has their own rules. Unban Kayambe Grid, it's just like Managarm. I think this is like a consideration of a card you can unban. Wayland has like maybe one defensive upgrade at this point, and obviously that's something that would breathe life into certain, archetypes. Maybe they'll just never have one, and that's their thing. But for what it's worth, I'm actually really glad that this card doesn't exist. You just get free advancements. F that. Like, for real, free advancements, and this is not unique, that I just don't care about that. Obviously, this text is like really good, but just free advancements, I don't think that's great for the game. Like, Lacosta is fine, ish. It's still very powerful, but free advancements on ice is literally the worst. I'm really glad that Isaac has the text that limits that Isaac can only put advancement on a card that has no advancement counters. Like, imagine Isaac could just be like logjam forever. Oh my god. Want to run the server, win Caprice 4 times this turn? I mean, I'll win it once. Is the solution simply banning deep dive? Because I find the archetype interesting, just not this oppressive. I don't know. Probably, yeah. Probably. It's really, really hard. It's maybe you have to ban this now and at some point in the future when corporations have better tools they can feel able to interact with. Maybe then you can unban it. My guess is yes. I don't know. I think this sentence comes up a lot in my mind where it's like, I feel like Netrunner is good when it's about accessing cards and, touching agendas and doing all that sort of stuff. And, jokes to those who run and win on the deep dive runs. Of course that happens. But this card basically, once you're on, game point or even less than game point, if you're playing Sable, if you stole a 2-pointer early, you don't have to play Netrunner functionally, I don't think. You just need to like get enough bypass tools down and then you just run 3 central servers and you probably win off the deep dive. And if that deep dive whips, have a second deep dive in your hand. And the fundamental ideas of how this game works about locking R&D, pressuring HQ, all this sort of stuff where I think where we find the game to be interesting and allows natural counterplay and forces them to spend credits to break ice, which gives you breathing room if they whiff, all that sort of stuff just goes out the window. The game no longer becomes about accessing cards. And for what it's worth, like this is the thing that I don't understand. And this is weird duality baked into Netrunner players. Is that when everybody says, oh, we're having a new alternate win condition to Netrunner, people get really excited. And then it's something like Deep Dive or J Chinyo, which is like, anytime that the card doesn't focus on accessing cards, oh my god, do I never like them. I don't think I've seen an alternate win condition like this that I've ever liked. Same with Apocalypse, as much as, I wonder Apocalypse right now, how it would be. Probably be pretty good. But all these cards to me are like, man, I don't think I've ever enjoyed any of these cards. We're just like, okay, it's not about touching cards anymore. It's about doing something else. And then the game, it feels like the cool parts of the game kind of fall apart a bit in my mind. Yeah, weird. Very, very weird. But I just don't care for this. I feel like I've never cared for any of the alternate win conditions in the game. They've always felt strange. I would sign a petition for a deep dive ban right now. Yeah, I want to be very clear too. There's a lot of conversation about banning stuff because the meta is, interesting right now. Clearly certain things are working in the meta, certain things are not working in the meta. If you ask me, I don't think I would want a ban list tomorrow. I don't think I would want a ban list even next month. I feel like if anything, I would want a ban list going in maybe into Continentals, which I feel like is in a couple of months from now. But for now, I think it's way too young. And if we say deep dive is cracked and needs to be banned tomorrow, I think that's a bit of a silly take. I think there's just so much exploration left in the meta. I think there are structural problems that you could like academically talk about, but I want to be very clear. If we talk about banning and we talk about like, oh, the results last week were weird. They are weird, but that doesn't mean that they're beyond fixing naturally. Yeah, I like Lacosta's free advancements. They don't go on ice. That seems way more fun. Baz versus Matisse sounds like an epic anime battle. That would be so fun. That'd be really, really fun. As a new person, pulling 3 runs on Centrals is feasible, but gets harder and harder as the game goes on. And the second you see a single deep dive, you know what you're against. Well, so I'd argue that people deep dive, like, I'm guessing, and I have no experience, but with this deck, I do think the deep dives, you want to set up a double deep dive turn. So you probably, when you're playing against this, it's not so much that you see the first deep dive, is that you actually go the first couple turns and you see no influence. But the way I see this, right, if they're set up, they put down a backstitching, they put down a Melandra Gem, they have a modicum of credits and they put down their breaker. They just like Estabrado 2 Centrals and they're good. Right? Like it's really hard to stop that. You have to still res your ice. And even if they pressure you to res your ice, you might not have enough money to play the game. Because right now it seems like the big issue is that there's so much central pressure in the game and corporations are struggling to deal with their centrals at the same time as having a cogent remote server play. That at least is ice based. That's why we're generally playing assets. I just think it's still really tricky. I think this deck doesn't have a lot of money in it. I think the versions that are on 2 deep dive and then use that influence for a bit more card draw and a bit more money, maybe those are fine. Maybe it'll come down to that you don't need the deep dive as soon as possible. But like the high rolls of this deck are very, very silly. Like if you can get your Swift down on turn 1, that's all you functionally need to have a 6-click turn. All you need to do is find your Swift. And then say on turn 1 you get your Swift down, and then next turn you have a run event, you have an Estebrado, they only ice up 1 central, you can win the game. You just need to have a double deep dive hand, which doesn't happen all the time. But that's why I think this, yeah, you play Lilo, you play Blueberry Diesel, and you try and get there. Transport Monopoly looking better and better. Yeah, I've seen that. I know Tuno published a list with it. I'm not sure if that does enough. I don't think I'd be happy if Transport Monopoly is the answer to problems like this, because I don't know. It just doesn't feel like the kind of agenda I'd be excited about. But yeah, it is one of the few ways you can deal with this in a world where you don't have a lot of ways to deal with this. Crim is OP, let's ban the 5 influence Shaper card. But like for real, show me a Shaper deep dive deck that's doing something in the meta. Actually, that's not true. D won the event with it. That's pretty good. Dichinio's so much more fair than deep dive though. It's so much slower. And I think that's the coolest thing. The Dichinio text is unique and you can only do 1 per turn. Or 1 per turn. So you know the game is going to be of a certain length, and to that case, right, like still touching cards doesn't matter, and that, you know, doesn't sit well with me. But you're right that they can't win in turn 2, which like deep dive can just do. It also means that, I don't know, maybe they have to play the game more, maybe they don't, I can't tell. Certified borehole hater, yeah, for sure. Do you feel like deep dive is maybe overtuned? But I think deep dive is the canary of the bigger issue in my mind of how trivial running is right now. Yeah, but I think deep dive when it came out, you could still argue wasn't my favorite card, but now with the corp change, I do think it hits way different. Borehole's my best alternate win con, changed my view. I mean, losing to a card that's just sitting in the remote server is not great, but hey, Lucille, Keeling is actually the best and most fun alternate win condition. She should be unbanned. Oh, I hard disagree with that. I find like Keeling is super suffocating, and losing to a card in the remote server is like, it's not fun. This is the thing that I don't understand. It's like, I think you want your assets to do cool things, but having an asset that slowly suffocates the runner because they can't get in and deal with it, like, admittedly as a corporation, you could have scored agendas there, but then I feel like those tools should just allow us to score agendas better, right? It's kind of like Plutus, but not consistent. It's kind of like Holloman, but obviously way cheaper. But the idea is that they want to have cards that matter in the remote server, just let them help score agendas. I don't know. It's different to me. I wonder if people would be more upset if there was a Keeling type effect that just allowed you to score agendas. They're like, oh shit, if I don't run that, I lose in 2 turns. But when it's like suffocating your hand size, the fact that D-res, re-res triggers work with this, not that it was a big part of Keeling's power back in the day. I don't know. I really don't think this is great. Unban Drago. Hey Warlock, despite your personal dislikes for your cards, what decks would you bring to a tournament if you were to play one tomorrow? Oh, if I was to play one tomorrow, okay, there's 2 answers to this. Play one tomorrow and I have time to test. I would probably play Seb, except I would put a fair bit of testing time into it because I don't have enough reps to know the lines and understanding like what mulliganing is. How good is a friend of a friend on turn 1? How do I play certain matchups? I do think playing like Anarch aggro, I think that is the thing that I enjoy doing. So probably if I had time, I'd play Seb. And if I didn't have time, I would probably play Phoenix, but I wouldn't have the highest expectations. I feel like if I wanted to like have the highest chance of winning the event, I'd probably just play good stuff Sable. I wouldn't play deep dive Sable. I would just play Reg Crim because I know how to play Reg Crim at a high enough level that I would feel comfortable, and it seems to be doing well in the meta. On the corp side, I would probably play LEO, and at the end of the tournament not be convinced it was the right choice. I just feel like every time that I played LEO, I felt like I have interesting decisions. You have to get a bit lucky. I feel like I don't think I've settled on a good LEO deck on the spend of influence and right use of assets that has made me thought like, oh, this is the best LEO deck right now. But I think once we hit that best LEO deck, I have no doubt this will be the effect that I'm most excited to have on my corp identity. As much as it might not be as good as some of the other options. I think Alco is really fun to play as, unfortunately, as the corp side, but I don't want to bring that to a tournament because I think people are tech to it. I don't want to play Nebula at all. I wish it would disappear, honestly. I feel like that text box is really not great. And so that doesn't leave me with that many options. Yeah. That's how I would say, but it comes down to practice. Like if I had more time to practice, I would actually consider like playing some weird HB combo stuff as well if I had time to practice. I do think there's some cool stuff in there. I do think top down is absurd. Can't believe Crisium Grid was a load bearing card all along. I don't even know if it was like strictly Crisium Grid. I think actually the Rashida lines up there a fair bit cranked. Like just giving the corporation more threats in the remote server you have to deal with, giving them more acceleration for card drawn credits means they can ice centrals a bit better. I think that matters a lot. Obviously border control matters, but like border controlling centrals doesn't really beat deep dive Sable specifically. I do think like less people are playing Mana Garment and Anoetic right now because HB doesn't make sense, and like Scoring Corpse are kind of struggling and they're not playing that sort of like defensive suite. So for what it's worth, this is like one of your best options against deep dive. So there's a reason to consider that. Didn't even consider double deep dive turn. Super interesting. No, you just win. Hey, Weddy, lunch break over. I'll catch the VOD. Okay, sorry. So you'll hear this after the VOD. But the idea is like, if you have, you know, you run, you get a Sable click, you get a Swift click, you have a last click left. So you do double deep dive, single deep dive. And I think that's a lot of people don't do that. They see one deep dive and they go. But it's up to you to judge the matchup to be like, I think they can't ice up more than I can get my second deep dive. And then you can just win from there. Healing was never the problem. Ag was, yeah, sort of. I don't know. That's honestly Plutus. It's not exactly Plutus though. Like, if you leave Plutus alone, you don't lose the game. You only lose the game if you leave Plutus alone and the corporation hasn't played or removed from the game every single petty cache and they're running 3-2s, which is like such a small subsection of HB decks, or sorry, Wayland decks. I feel like Plutus is really, really strange unless they build their whole deck around Plutus, which I know I have when I played Zwicky, or I'm playing like a red level clearance and a bunch of other click gainer effects. So then it's an issue. But a lot of Plutus decks, it's like, oh, they're just playing hedge fund and it's good in Nuvang, but you don't lose the game. It's not like a San City Grid where if they played 3-2s that you just lose in 3 turns. Like it actually requires a lot more to line up. It's more fun though. Reprint Lady Liberty. Like honestly, this set would be kind of sick if it had a Lady Liberty in it. This set has like no, okay, besides Plutus, it doesn't have a lot of strong cards that encourage you to score agendas. Funny enough, this doesn't actually score agendas, but you know what I mean? I feel like this set was just missing one very powerful tool that would push people forward, right? Like maybe it just needed a border control. Maybe it just needed one card like that. I think it would actually highly shift the tone. If there was just a border control in this set, I think it would actually land a fair bit differently. Deep dive was fine, but it's now so easy to get extra clicks. You should have to play awkward jank to get your extra clicks, but right now you can just play good cards. I would argue that that part of the card pool hasn't changed, right? Like the deep dive deck doesn't really have that much new to it, barring that has more card draw. But it's like Swift has been around forever. Sable's been around forever, you know, relatively. Can I sell you a Nuvum? Yeah, I think you can, Jai. I'm really worried that we're going to have to end up playing Nuvang sometime in the next couple of weeks because it does seem fine. It seems actually relatively good. I know I've said this before, but from what I'm seeing is like, what's it called? Measured Response is not seeing play as a tempo card. It is seeing play as an inevitability engine in like Wayland Mid-Glacier, where it's like, oh, at some point you won't be able to run through my ice enough that Measured Response will end the game and I will just have more money than you. And I shouldn't be surprised. Threat Force a really big number. But I do think Nuvang actually looks kind of good right now. Petty Cash is like, I don't know if it's as good as Subliminal, but like Subliminal generally shouldn't be firing in against the Nuvang list. It's so important. So this is like so much gas with Nuvang. It is a single click for what is it, like 8 credits? That's absurd. Plutus is really cool. Not that all the lists are on Plutus because this fires before you mandatory draw, so you can kind of scry your mandatory draw. That's pretty good. Don't play Nuvang. The streams are so toxic. I mean, they might be. It might not be good, like what I'm excited about. And I always tilt out for Nuvang because it's super inconsistent. Hey, Izzy, how's it going? Or at least it feels more inconsistent. I need a shout out, unfortunately, Logjam feels like one of the best ice in the meta right now. Like real talk, this ice is amazing in the meta right now, and that it's not great. I really hate that. This thing has 3 subroutines. It's good enough into Banhar. It's good into Botulus. It's reasonable into Crew. This ice is actually like worth importing places. This card seems very good. I've been really vibing with Tuno's Nuvang list, and I had a really wild game where I transformed Monopoly to Boomerang Transfer, and later SDS shot a Matryoshka with 4 hosted dolls felt like bullying. I would say that's bullying for sure. That was definitely bullying. Like only half of that sentence is bullying, but even both together are like hyper bullying. Lockmanos, I don't know if I said hi. Hey Sven, I can't stop playing Leo, help. No, I can't help you. That's sick. I think Leo's really fun. I think there's going to be really good Leo decks. I just don't know if anyone's found the exact brew yet. It does have a very bad early game, and that's the hardest part. Is like the early game, if you get past it, you're doing okay. But I do constantly feel like I'm a bit on the back foot, where it's like a runner who's more aggressive and knows exactly where to put the knife in can take me apart. And I'm just hoping that they don't know where to put the knife in. And so far, I've gotten away with it. I've been trying to proxy System Gateway, but can't find the card pool as a set anywhere. Is there a solution? System Gateway? What do you mean? Like on Netrunner DB or on a proxy website? Because you can find the whole System Gateway on Netrunner DB. If you go to like Proxy Nexus or Lucy's proxy thing, I think you have to enter the cards manually. Plutus X Regenesis to FA is wild. Lars, I haven't seen it. I know that it works, but I haven't seen a deck do it just yet. I think I've seen more like outcode lists on Holloman than Plutus, but I know it does work. I find Leo really frustrating just because of how hard it is to beat Braun. Having to go through 4 of them in a turn is rough, but the solution probably just happen to win before that happens. Yeah, I do think like you are really wanting to be aggressive against Leo because the later the game goes on, the better this ability gets. Because they're, you know, if it's hard for you to run 2 of the 3 servers and then they stop one of those runs, you can't run the other server. So it gets a lot harder when it adds up. Obviously, trashing a Braun on turn 2 doesn't make sense, but trashing a Braun on the final turn, that sort of like piece that you reach in LEO is really, really nice if you can get to the late game and get that lockout. Healing was a problem. It's gross in PD2. It'd be really gross in Alco. The only corp I really enjoy playing is the NBN corp that advances cards on successful runs. Prov? I would... Yeah, I think a lot of people have strong opinions about Prov, as do I. And I feel like the Streamflow Overrider Prov deck being a good deck right now is it's a bit alarming, but we'll find out. Hey Alec, how you doing? Chad, he's going down the Nuving rabbit hole. I mean, like, you see cool Nuving decks getting posted, and people are saying, like, oh, this is worth doing. And they're players that I respect their opinions, and they've definitely put together lists that line up a bit more with my expectations. Like, I know Jai's been playing it. Tuna posted this version, and it looks like fine. It has Escape Net in it, so, you know, there's, like, it'll be healthy for one side of the table. 11 agendas of, like, mixed sweet. Ice is okay. I don't know, it seems fine. This one is a Plutus deck, so this one probably does have more of a win condition. So sad to see a promising young kid trapped in a cycle. Somebody called it Logjam is OP as hell. It seems really, really good. The Nuvang relapse streams are goated. Let's go, CBs. Hey, Weaver, I played my first tournament ever core format and won my built to last with a double measured bang, bang, bang. Yo, congrats. I'm more excited that you went out to a tournament than you won. I'll be honest. Winning a game or an event is obviously sick, but like just getting over that first hurdle where you realize like, oh, I can go out and meet people and have a good time doing this. That is so much more important. It seems like you had a good time. I'm glad you went out. I hate resing Logjam if it'll be 3 or less strength. We already have Maskarovka. So like 3 strength Logjam is not amazing, but 3 strength Logjam with 3 subroutines is not the worst in the meta right now, right? Like if the face check fires, obviously you're resing it for 4 credits at that point. But if this is 3 strength, I don't think it's terrible in the modern meta. Like 3 strength kind of sucks. 4 strength, obviously better. Bigger number is clearly better. Once you get to 7, it's not always being immediately deleted, but I don't know. I think a 3 strength barrier is better than it used to be a month ago, very easily. I don't know what strength you're happy to res this, but if I res this for 4, and even if it's 2 strength, then you can maybe advance it later with a tree line. Like, I still think there's something to it. This ice is actually really quite good. Actually created the Dudedwa meta and advanced ice is too strong. Someone de-res my Logjam the other day and learned a tragic lesson. I know I've done that before. I just had to do it. And then eventually I think we conceded that game. Hey Spider, sorry I'm late. What did I miss so far? Not too much. We're just looking at a couple events that were this weekend and talking about things that are going on right now. How are you doing? El Signal also just have a PDF for print and play proxies right on their site. Yeah, that's actually the best answer Joel is saying. So if we go to Null Signal Games, I haven't done this in a while because I don't print and play. I don't have a printer. But if you go to products and then you go to system gateway, and then there should be print and play somewhere, right? Right? Oh, DECKLISTS. Okay, wait, how do you, is it in a store? How do you get this? How do I get this? Print to play. Should have searched it. And so, hey, what do you want? And then you have this, and this should just be, this is all you need. Then you're good to go. And this should be formatted for A4 paper, which I believe is the American standard. And then you're off to the races. So you can find it there. I should have just done a Control F. But if you're looking to print all system gateway, Null Signal Games provides it. This is not like the highest. Oh, it's actually not the worst resolution, but this is not like the clarity you'll get if you get the cards professionally printed. But this is definitely good enough to play for sure. Yeah, huge. If you like acid spam poetry, super fun. Daojin, can I talk about the deck that you posted on our Discord, because I can't believe that you're trying to sell that. Oh my god. Poetry looks awful. Every poetry game I've played has either been absolutely feast or famine. I feel like I'm making no good decisions. I have nothing good to say about it. I know you put together a list and it's here's all the HB assets and then 3 measured response. Like we've literally got to it where it's like, oh, this is my snare HB deck. Oh, it's good, isn't it? Because people are going to die to measured response. Of course they are. You're playing poetry. They don't care about hand size. If this is the way to make HB good, like throw me into the river. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make sense. And then the replays, like, I don't want to roast people, but the replays that you also post as like proof that the deck works make no sense. Like, you post a replay where your opponent decides to trash none of your assets. They're like running centrals to touch Zaya credits, and when like the table has, you know, auto campaigns and like uniced wait, like it's not a sample. It's not something that I look at that to be like, oh yeah, this is a good deck. No, I'd be like, Jaina Casual has all sorts of play patterns. Anyway, sorry. I watched some of the replays. I'm like, I can't believe that this is considered evidence for anything. Don't roast Jaina at randos. No, but it's fine. It's not roasting. It's just like the proof of concept. This is the thing that gets challenged, that like I have to like talk myself down of like, there's a lot of discussion in some of the deck threads to be like, this deck works. I think that term comes up a bit. And then it's a replay of, you know, JNet casual game, which has a huge range. And I think for myself, when I want to say that something works, just so we're clear here, this is not gatekeeping. I want something that will work against a competitive minded player who's playing a tier 1 deck. That is my requirement for what works. And that is a hard bar to pass. That is for sure. Whether you just want something that you can bring to JNet casual, or you can bring to your local night and have fun, that is a totally different thing. And if it's triple measured response poetry and that is casual friendly, fine. Yeah, of course it is. Like, I can't fight against that, but it gets me sometimes. So I watch the replays, I'm like, I've learned nothing besides if your opponent ignores your entire board state, the deck does something. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Mild and non-opinion takes on Proved. Letting Elio get to the game point feels like a loss. Yeah, it's pretty hard. I've lost on some pretty painstaking singles. I was playing against Diogen. He's like ripping the last 3-pointer in the final run. And it's like, that happens. But yeah, it does feel good if you get to the late game. Hey, Randall. Dichinho hard countered Elio confirmed? I mean, it's both ways. It's kind of hard. Been meaning to add pre-made collections of Proxy NRO and I haven't got around to it. Oh, cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. Hey, Alan. For a really long time, it feels like scoring to win does not work at all, except for FA and Leo. As a corp, I only won by kill or FA over 80% of the time. In my opinion, there are too many runner tricks. I think that's a pretty common opinion right now. I do think that this like remains. We will see, you know, a balance list change in the next month or so. I think right now it's a bit early, but that does seem to be the pattern that we're looking at right now. It does seem like in tournaments, the majority of corporations are not trying to score out. Actually, really quickly, let's look at the ABR for Canberra. This is startup. Hold on, I closed the last one. But if we look at some of the, if we look at, what's the Australian flag look like again? It's a nice one. Like, how many of the corporations, is this it? Yeah, this is it. How many of the corporations in the top cut are actually scoring out? And it's probably not as bad if you want to use the word. So King Making is fast advance. Baseline's scoring out. RH is probably scoring out. Prov is probably kill combo. This is probably kill scoring. And then this is kill. So it's not as bad if you want to term that compared to what we saw last weekend. So I wouldn't say it's 0%, but it definitely doesn't seem as easy as you'd want it to be. And I do agree. A big issue is that the amount of pressure that runners can put on that don't really require strict credits, that challenge ice, that does feel like it's overwhelming corporations. And I feel like in a world maybe prior where we had more card draw and more credits and more fluidity with things like Rashida and that sort of stuff, that we were better at stacking 2-3 ice quicker so that Banhar wasn't tearing us apart or botchless or all that sort of stuff. So yeah, there's definitely some truth there. But I don't think it's totally lost yet. And I think over the next month or so, we'll find out. But it's definitely heard. The winning list in Canberra mostly wants to score. I mean, yeah, but like it's a scoring Oko deck. So I don't think a lot of people will look at this and be like, oh, I still have to deal with the bladderworts and the FUT. So you're right. It's a tempo Jinteki deck, but I don't think that's, I think it's more academic than it actually does feel like that. But yeah, this one will score out more than it will kill. That's for sure. Hey, Jonald. And the fourth place, both types. Fourth place too? Same idea, right? A list like this. Playing 23-point Nuvang. Oh boy. That's 59, I guess. 3 strength is a pretty significant breakpoint in post-cleaver world. Exactly, I agree. I think Essa's disruption would work well in the meta. I've seen like no Essa. I'm not sure why. I've never been a big Essa player though. Why would play Essa apply better the pressure than Ryu? Because Essa doesn't have to run. The way that I see is like Essa can just set up and do disruption by like, you know, playing Zur cards, like running hot and getting down ghost tongues and stuff like that. At the end of the day, though, is how does Essa run? And is Essa going to run with the same ways that all the other decks run, like Banhar and all that sort of stuff? Would that be better to play Phoenix? I can't tell. I honestly don't think Phoenix is as burst disruptive as Essa is. Like Sabotage off of, an install into Chastushka hits way harder than Phoenix does. And I've seen Chastushka in some Phoenix decks, but not all Phoenix decks. So I can't tell. But I'll be honest, I've seen like no ESA. So I do think ESA lost a bit with rotation, but I haven't seen anyone step up to the plate to try and solve that challenge. Maskarov is right there. Yeah, but you can continue to advance your logjam. No, I hear you. I like, it's very, very good, but I just think the card is better than it looks. Hey, board. I would ask on Rio when ESA applies pressure regardless of what the corp does. This is the Phoenix problem, is say that people say, hey, I think something that would fix the meta is if we ban Banhar. What happens to Phoenix? Like, if you ban Banhar, you're functionally banning Phoenix, right? Like, you're just saying hopefully the new set comes with a new Banhar like, but if you ban Banhar, you are probably killing Phoenix. I can't tell why you'd ever play Phoenix if there's no Banhar right now. It is just a nonsense ability text at this point. Like, I get a bit nervous when card abilities are so highly tied to a specific card. I think we kind of saw this with, you know, Endurance and Pudma. As much as I'd argue there's reasons still to play Pudma, at least to have fun. But like that sort of interaction, it worries me. It's kind of like in Marvel Champions or in Arkham Horror, where this is like an identity and this is their identity card. The problem is if you ban the identity card, you functionally ban the identity. So I don't know. If he dies, he dies. Quoted Drago. Hey, Warlock. Hey, Roshni, how you doing? The card should all be the card should be the same resolution as bot cards. Get out, Axir. Wait, that's sick. Just notice that one PDF is one copy per and another is a play set of cards. Oh, that's cool too. My dad offered to print cards for me next time he's in office because my printer doesn't work. Oh yeah, yeah. If you can get those printed somewhere else on someone else's dime and they're nice color printer, like do it up for sure. Power to you. Knowing Baz can't get through logjam without Boomerang, yeah, it's pretty good. I think Boomerang is still present. I don't think it takes up as much of my mind space as Botulus or Banhar. But yeah, being Boomerang is good. A4 is European metric. Letter is US can. Shit, I don't know anything about paper. I'm really behind on chat, excuse me. Hey, Antoine, I got here and I hear Andre rant about a Daoujin deck. Nothing ever changes. Hopefully you're well. Yo, we have the coolest event this weekend. Shout out to Eddie and the Montreal Meta. This is the second time this has happened and I missed the first one. But Eddie's just having like a bunch of people over. It's like a pretty big GNK. It's like 16 plus people and it's just over at his place and he's making vegan nachos and it's just like an excuse to hang out and have a cool afternoon. I think there's actually like some exclusive prize support, which his kids did some alt arts of some cards. Like there's a Docklands pass. And they're just like in the alt art pool. Anyways, it's gonna be super charming this weekend. I'm very, very excited to hang out with some friends and play some Netrunner and have some nachos, probably have something to drink. ESA is still good, but Breakers is the question that needs answering in their deck. Yeah, the Breakers solution got a bit more difficult with that Lamb, I imagine. Not Daoujin's fault that Jane on average isn't a competitive level player. No, sure, but that's the thing. It's just like, I just want to be very clear. If I'm ever defensive about whether something works or not, it's just to understand that different parties have different expressions or different definitions of the word "this deck works." For me, "this deck works" means like I would consider, you know, competing with this, or I think this can do something against like a tier 1 sub deck, which I think the triple measure response poetry deck can't. 0%. But or like against a good Sable, right? Like a run-based Sable. Like I would say 0% win rate, nearing 0. But yeah, if you want to bring something that can have fun and JNet casual, it's just a different bar. And that's not like it's a bad bar. A lot of people like are on JNet. JNet casual is the average play level. That's great. This is, again, not going to be gatekeeping. Roast me. But it's just like, yeah, it's fine. You know what I mean, hopefully. This is the part of why I don't post my list, because I can't beat people in my meta with them. Yeah, but your meta is also like kind of cooked. Like that's a pretty rough meta to try and beat anyone in. Begamot's great with ESA. I'm not sure what else you do. Yeah, Begamot's really, really good. Begamot is actually one of the few cards that answers some of the bigger barriers in the game relatively well. I would love to start a community here because there seems to be no one playing Netrunner, no events in such a day drive area. How do you some sort of advice on how to find people? Spider, what I would advise, 2 things. Firstly, hit up the communities and like green level clearance and stuff like that to ask, are there people around my area? It's very likely that there is at least 1 or 2 other people in your area, depending how big your area is, that falls into the same camp where they would love to come out and interact and get involved in local play and events, but they don't also think there's anyone there. So it's usually a lot of people in like silos who live near enough each other, but obviously no one's making that first move. So firstly, I would check online. If you have like a Facebook group or any sort of like local social media group that is targeted towards board games or card games, always make a post in there and be like, hey, I play Netrunner. I'm interested to do a meetup Tuesday nights at a place. See if there's any interest. You only need one other person usually, and then things start growing. The other thing to do is like talk to a FLGS, like your local game store, if you have one, and basically just say like, hey, I'm a Netrunner player. This is what Netrunner looks like modernly. Would you mind putting up this poster that maybe has a QR code to a Discord server you spin up, or an email address, or a Slack channel, whatever you want to do. And basically just say, if you ever hear anyone talking about Netrunner or asking about Netrunner, give them my contact information, and then that's another way to start. It takes legwork. It's like canvassing. It definitely takes work, but it's the sort of thing that spins up. If you want to find more information, I would recommend, if I'm not mistaken, listening to some of the earlier Neon Static podcasts, because the early Neon Static was actually focused on community building in the New Hampshire area, and they did a really great job about that. I, for what it's worth, don't do a huge amount of community building. We luckily have a lot of Netrunner players here and a lot of other people organizing the, you know, local tournament scene. Most of my stuff is more like the channel sort of stuff, so I'm not an expert on the local side, but from what I heard in New Hampshire, that was the huge success. It was like putting up posters with a QR code and just said like, hey, you want to play Netrunner? I'll teach you for free. Hit me up. And then people see that and be like, oh, I've heard of Netrunner. That's a great game. And they go from there. Is the question how ESSA runs or why ESSA runs? Sorry, Jolie lost me. I can't describe how badly I miss border control when I get hit by a Chistushka. Yep, that was used to be how you played around it. You just don't have those angles to play around it. Just do it, ban Hoshiko. It's not that hard. I don't think it'll have a huge change meteor. I think if you ban Hoshiko, it just ends up like people start playing Topon, but I don't think it has an overall... Okay, it'll have an impact on Anarchs, but I do think like you're still going to have issues with Banhar and Seb, and you're still going to have those sort of constrictions. I do think Hoshiko is definitely... might have run her course this year. We'll see. And honestly, if we can bring back DreamNet, because Hoshiko's banned, I wonder what that does to all the asset matchups. Like if you're worried about Oko getting you, click compressed on cards, if you just start to play DreamNet unironically and like everybody who can, that actually gives a reason to run. This is something that like I know I've been talking about in a lot of tier lists. The problem with Shaper right now, and problem is maybe not the word, a weird wrinkle about Shaper right now is Shaper has like no reason to run modernly. And that's why you end up seeing these Shaper lists that like hit turn 6, turn 7. They haven't made a single run because they're just sitting up with their Lilypad engines, their Madani engines, because they don't have a reason to run. Spoiler to the tier list, Jeff doesn't think Knick-Knack is a very good card, and I'm kind of in that camp as well. It feels like an engine piece that's not necessary, not consistent. So like out of the whole Shaper card pool, besides running to win the game, there is no reason to run. And I do think to some extent that is actually a wrinkle of moving Dirty Laundry to be a criminal card. Is like the neutral reason that you could play this in your Onicom deck, and like Onicom Shaper doesn't seem to be super consistent because we lost so many good events in the last rotation and ban list. Like Shaper just doesn't run anymore. DreamNet maybe moves the needle. I'd be very surprised if it's enough to make Shaper want to run, but these sort of things actually do add up. Like not having Dirty Laundry means there's no neutral run event that you want to play. Maybe you play buy events. I don't think so. That means Onicom is less playable, and these sort of things snowball a bit. Don't worry, Phoenix is still a shred. I think the world is a bit cursed when Andre says it's okay to just advance your logjam. If he thinks dirtily advanceable ice that can go infinity is okay, I think to exist. I mean, like I'm not saying they're triple advancing it. I'll advance it once if it hits a breakpoint. That's all I'm saying. Why would you keep a problematic card for the sake of one newly printed ID? I don't think you should. I'm just saying it's going to be a bummer. How's it going? Sorry. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that you should throw or not throw the bath and the baby. I'm not sure. You're washing a baby. Just do it right. But I mean, it's just going to feel bad is all I'm saying. If you do end up doing one, it probably will be better overall for the game if you think Banhar has to go. Hey, Keith Morning from Calgary. How you doing? Doesn't Phoenix fire with Banner? Yeah, Esteban, Phoenix fires with Banner, but that does not an identity make. This card doesn't even see consistent play in Phoenix decks, and maybe this is how what you end up doing. But yikes! All I say, that doesn't seem great. We did an Elevation Gateway tournament, and it was filled with Lou and built to last. Like Core, I still haven't played Core. I want to play Core. I mean, that makes sense. On GLC, not yet, because I assume there won't be many Germans there. Of course there's Germans on GLC Clockwork. We have a German local Discord server where I could not find players near me too. You definitely will have German players on GLC. Of course you will. But yeah, I would reckon, like, I don't know. I'd recommend getting involved in local online Discords and other boards like that. But you definitely can find people. You probably have to travel a bit at the end of the day. Germany is relatively big, but at least public transport is a bit better in Europe than here. The London Core tournament had a lot of Wayland, but runners were pretty varied. It was pretty split between Swicky. People put Pharos on every ID. Yeah, I believe it. Hey, Paul. Happy Runner Card Opinions Day. It finally came out. Shout out to Jeff. Did some good editing, too. R plus is legal in core. Do y'all not use a startup ban list? I don't think you used a startup ban list in core. Speaking of local Netrunner communities, we finally have a server for the Central North Carolina meta. We've had a few people from GLC join, which has been hype. Sick. I've been to North Carolina once, I'm pretty sure. I have no doubt that there's a bunch of cool Netrunner players in North Carolina. I think North Carolina has a fair few like cool universities and stuff. There has to be like Netrunner players out there. I want to reach out to my game store to do this, but I'm not sure anyone would be interested. Well, like, at the end of the day, reaching out costs you very little, so I'd still recommend it. If the store says no, thanks, or no, I don't want to do that, like, at least you tried. I'll say that. But, you know, asking if you can put up a poster, stuff like that. At the end of the day, like, if it just brings people in the store to sit around and hang out, it's somewhat in the store's interest. Ban Hoshiko, unban DreamNet, unleash Nova. Putting up such posters is a good idea, but since the game is officially dead, I don't see any store would be interested in supporting or selling product. But they can, and they should. They definitely should. There is a hub. I don't know the link, but like stores can buy directly from NSG and sell product. Like they can and they should. They can sell Netrunner products. There's currently an issue where like if a store had Netrunner product in America right now, if you are a card game store in the States and you have Elevation, that is a valuable product that will actually sell for some money because Elevation is between print runs, right? Like people actually can't get enough Netrunner currently, at least in the States. In Canada, I don't know. I have my Elevation. I haven't tried to buy a second copy, but I don't know. I think stores can and should sell it. I think the retail paths are a bit easier than they have been in a while. Please bring DreamNet back and kill Zenith chip in the process. We haven't seen the return of Skunk Void, but it's a good way to score out fast. Yeah, exactly, Doujin. I'm surprised that people are not playing more Skunk Void. I just like PD doesn't seem to do it. And so in LEO, I was doing it for a bit and people were like, no, you should play Isaac. And I'm not sold, but we'll get there. You know, it's another way to make Shaper run more, be Pudma, install Cacophony. I did that and I still only ran on like turn 6. Severin, Nignac feels like spec work 4 and 6 if you want that. I think that was my argument, and I think from what I've seen so far, the answer is just don't play spec work 4 and 6. You're better off just playing 3 spec works because you don't have enough targets to need spec work 4 and 6. That again is from my understanding, is that you probably don't need your 4th and 6th spec work. That is an ugly card in your opening hand. Because if you open up, say that you open up with a Knick-Knack, and then you open up with what's it called? The leaf. Coalescence. Like, do you want to install your Knick-Knack, install your Coalescence just to run? It's like probably not good because you spent 2 to gain 2 to draw a card. It's like you could have just drawn a card. The run is worth something, but in Shaper, the run is only as good as you can make the run, which is like just a run. So there's issues there for sure. It just seems like a lot of decks don't want 4 and 6. What I did hear, which I did think made me a bit more interested about Knick-Knack, this came up on the last Neon Static podcast that had Not Yeti on it, is that we're talking about a flexible Shaper rig that like in the early game drops a conduit, which I wouldn't recommend doing because you're locking down all your economy and all your pressure into a single server. And then on turn 2, if they just put an ice on R&D, like you're not in a good spot to grab your breaker if this puts you low into credits. But then the point is you can play this sort of like really fluid rig where then you install your Knick-Knack and then you run somewhere else, hopefully, and sell your conduit. That's actually kind of cool. A lot of times you'll end up trashing your conduit or trashing some of your extra programs if you are, you know, playing Simulchip anyways. But the idea that you can install an expensive breaker, get some value, and push yourself in a different direction, I think those are the sort of decks that Knick-Knack starts to make a bit more sense because you actually get more value from Knick-Knacking a conduit, arguably, than spec work. I think that's kind of cool. If you see that sort of mulch-like flexible program engine, I do think there's a chance there if you're playing Knick-Knack and then you're playing like Gauss and the other one, Euler, and then you build a rig around that. I think there's a chance that Knick-Knack has a home in there. But just like the good stuff Reg Shaper that's setting up by playing, you know, Coalescences and playing Fermenters, I do feel like you don't need the 4th to 6th copy. Is DreamNet good with Hosh because it keeps her flipped and makes your card draw free? Oh, yeah. It's you keep flipped and you get the credit back. So your ID becomes just draw 2 cards a turn, right? Because on the flip side of Hosh, you're digital. So this just says draw a card and gain a credit, which means if Hosh stays flipped, it just says every turn draw 2 cards functionally, as long as you're running. And if you're not running, well, you lose this value, but then the next turn you run, you get, like, it's just good. It's just very, very good. This used to not be banned. These came out together in the same pack, right? Got to run some local learn to play events and build that local scene. Yeah, learn to play events are a good start too. A lot of people want to come out. Team KF, I heard my name. It was a good podcast, as much as you roasted me. But it was really good. Also, congratulations. Not Yeti has a new title. It's a producer title at NSG, which is absolutely sick. Again, I know Eric said this as well, but for all the people getting involved in No Single Games, especially if you're in chat and you're part of NSG already, your work makes this possible, right? So people volunteering their time is incredibly appreciated. The only deck I've seen banner played in is a Mercury deck, which is really funny to me. Yep, those came out together. I think people assumed that would happen. I don't think I see a lot of Mercury decks, but there should have been a card that punishes runners for not breaking ice like Anansi. Yeah, we have a bunch of those. We have VSA. This is pretty good. We have, I wish I could search VSA. That'd be sick to add. Virtual Service Agent. We have Samasamun that punishes you for not breaking the subroutines. We have Hammer. Well, sort of like there's still a lot of cards that punish you for that. Whether you want to argue there should be more, yeah, maybe. Even for what it's worth, just having ice that has more subroutines, like the incidental subroutine on something like Doom Scroll is relevant in the Banhart meta. So, yeah, I think maybe we could see one or two more. I don't know, but I do think NSG has done a great job pushing ice that is interesting into some of these bypass and trick tools. How to find people interested in my problem? I already posted on a searching for board game player website, but Hanover. Okay. If anyone's in Hanover, hit up Clockwork Spider in the comments. Does anyone know if there's a scene in Indianapolis? Our local store sells product plus buying sleeves or other games. Yeah. Wait, I don't know what I said not true to. Got to hold out for Gen Con around here. Yeah, there's a lot of people in Indianapolis for that. Hey, Blaze Blue. I just print my own cards on 350 MSG and have a corner cutter and guillotine. I don't think any store will want to sell a product people can just make for free. I disagree, and I know stores that stock things, right? Like 401 Games stocks Netrunner stuff. They are selling product from my understanding, so Elevation is out. Their price is even better, as much as they... Oh no, they're sold out. Like, this is what I mean. The people are selling out. Why would they want to? Because it doesn't require the effort of doing it yourself. It comes in a box. It's on a store shelf. A lot of people, like, don't want to take the effort to proxy. So if you're... Cost me $5, but it costs you time. I think you cannot underestimate how many people want to go to a board game store and grab a shiny thing off of a shelf. This stuff sells, like very easily does sell. And it also comes packaged. It comes with the cards that give you all the reminder text and a bit of the narrative and stuff. Like, I think you are actually on the opposite side, that I don't think, like, if I could tell you that for $5 you could have an entire Netrunner collection, but you have to put in the work to do it yourself and sleeve it and proxy it, and then you won't think it's official when you go to an event to play against people that have, like, you know, the real printed cards, those people are actually in the minority. I think the minority of people will take the effort to proxy. It's a problem. I think a lot of people think proxying isn't real, which like sucks. But if you could tell people that for 5 times the cost you could buy the product, a lot of people will do that, obviously money willing. So it's I think actually the opposite from my experience. A lot of people will pay money for the thing if they can, even if it's so cheap to free to not do it. Play Skunk, but not Void and Leo. Void is too expensive for a deck whose whole economy is Regolith and Tranquility. But Void is cheap, right? I can make a full set of NSG Netrunner for $50. But like, people are going to stores and buying super expensive stuff. Like, I think you'll be surprised to find the opposite. I'm not certain about Indianapolis, but I know there's one in South Bend that posted in GLC. I'm down in Bloomington. We don't have a scene. I was mostly being facetious, but it is a good enough time of year to introduce people to the new game. I don't think NSG is at Gen Con this year. I'm not sure if they are. I think, is PAX East really soon? I'm pretty sure Bushi's at PAX East, which might be like very, very soon. There's always good stuff you can pick up at convention. Oh, next year. Okay, so that probably happened. March. I don't know why I thought it was PAX East. I bet you can find someone who would sit down to learn a game at Gen Con. My meta and I've done local learn to play and offer the printing service for $50 with all NSG. Problem I have is Netrunner's intimidating to play when you're playing against people who know what they are doing versus someone who doesn't. Yep, there's a lot of card games where, you know, the discrepancy in knowledge can really, you know, not make it more easy. For what it's worth, I do think Netrunner is one of the games that a newer player can accidentally win, which is always kind of exciting. But yeah, obviously there's some issues there. And I think learn to play events and mentorships and stuff like that helps a heck of a lot. The NRO dynamic search algorithm is something I really need to port and PR into an NRB because you can search VSA and it just works. That's kind of sick. Our store sold out of Elevation, had to buy a second run. Yeah, there you go. There are already bookstores that stock books that you can also buy print on demand. Yeah, sure. For 5 times less cost, I can make cards that look no different. Blaze Blue, I hear you, and if you're doing a good job, that's great. I just think that is by far the minority of people. So many people, if they have a decision between paying nothing and proxying and paying some amount of money to get the real cards, they'll tend for the latter. As long as money is not like we're talking about people who have expendable income for like board game stuff, who are like into that sort of hobby space. Obviously that's like not everyone, but if you know what I mean. We need equipment in order to make really nice proxies. I just laser printed and use the magic cards. Hey Tom, how's it going? Shout out to Spielbound for stocking products and doing pre-orders for us. Proxying is wonderful and I've done it a bunch, but the sit and cut experience is really tough sometimes. My wrists wear out quickly. PAX East did happen. I was there doing demos. So Kato, when was it? I guess it was just recently, right? How was it? How were the demos? Hey Vixby, I've proxied everything for years now. It's not that difficult. I find it interesting to do, but I love print and play games. Cool. Very cool. If I could make the proxies for so cheap, I would consider it, but it's impossible for cheaper than retail price plus the time to cut and such. Happy to have pushed multiple stores to stock products, but now I struggle to find ways to spend money at the store to support them, somehow including sleeves, the lowest hanging fruit. Yeah, I do feel that sort of guilt sometimes. Like we go to a store locally, L'Expedition, and we do our Tuesday night GNKs or local hangouts there. There's one this evening. I'm not sure if I'll be making it, maybe. But they are open late anyways. They're always open past their time because they have Flesh and Blood tournaments, and they usually have a Magic tournament or a Pokemon tournament or some other sort of like more conventional TCG that they are making money off of because the margins off selling that sort of stuff is much better. We're there basically giving them no money. And we take up table space, not that they're full, but we make the store seem fuller. We're not a problem. We use their restroom, hopefully, respectfully. But that actually does make me guilty. That is, I go into that store and I don't buy anything and I leave. And I keep coming back and hoping that at some point they won't say like, this doesn't make sense, don't come back. I don't know what to do about that. Like they don't stock Netrunner product. I don't know if we've talked to them about that. But like every once in a while, I'll go to the front and ask for like a Flesh and Blood pack for $5 so I can have my partner open it because that's like $5. It feels like that's my entry ticket. And I don't feel bad about that. And then I get to open a pack, which like we'll talk about TCGs before, but like, you know what I mean? Like I do feel guilt and I don't know what to do about it. I haven't felt comfortable hanging out in a Netrunner space that is not like, that's a board game store without feeling like I owe somebody something. And I don't know what to do with that. Happy I can proxy when I need to, but I bought 2 copies of System Gateway so I don't have to proxy common cards. Yeah, I'm at the point where I'd buy my second elevation. If I can find one. I have a CNC machine and it just does it all for me. Well, yeah, there you go. That'll help for sure. For you, it's a hobby. Like that's a fun thing to do. For a lot of other people, it's a chore. It was fun. It happened second weekend of May. Taught so many new people the game and everyone I taught seemed really interested in getting into it. Do you have like a Discord that you sell people to and then like you have a huge influx of people coming in? Now you've picked me a bad excuse to buy MTG packs to feed my Final Fantasy addiction next month. Those are like expensive packs, aren't they? But you know what I mean? It's like, I kind of want to do, like, I feel like I don't know. It's hard. In a retail space, I'm not comfortable hanging out, not spending money. Like, it's at the point where someone says, do you want to come into a store and just look around and then leave? I feel guilty leaving, where I'd be like, thanks, bye, I didn't see anything. Like, I don't feel like I should take up the space in the store, which is clearly, like, silly. Even if it's not, like, board game stuff. Anywho, really quickly, this is Startup. P2 Whoa, this is a startup event attached to the Canberra mega city. And so we have Moosely Hot, Mercury, Maggie, Seb's doing well. And the top is like kind of really mixed. We have PT, Zwicky, Synapse, Nuvang, Swiftky, Bangan, a lot of Wayland. I'm imagining some of that Wayland Big Ice scales really well, but that's kind of cool. The last one I wanted to bring up, this was in Toronto. Toronto had an AMPC. It was 18 players. Yeah, 18 players. The top cut is like entirely criminal. It's only a top 4 cut. It was won by Brandon the King, but it's Sable, Moosely Hot. I think the tournament was not even super criminal overall. Oh no, it was. Never mind. But yeah, I don't think I've seen it exactly like that. Like there was just no host that was translating. I didn't even come that close. The top host was not even in top half as much as host was the most represented identity. Very, very strange. I'm not sure what's going on in Toronto there. This is former team. This is Josh, and Josh has been like plugging some IDs that haven't been grabbing into mass acceptance. So the last meta, former team was just playing Nuvang all the time. And was very, very putting DECKLISTS saying like, this is one of the best things you can do. I don't know if I ever agreed on this. And currently, for better or for worse, former team is latching onto Bangan and has done pretty well with this deck for what it's worth. I think the modern version has changed some cards, so the Orbital Superiors are coming out, but is saying that this Bangan deck is worth playing. That's kind of neat. I'll probably try it at some point. I'm still, have my Bangan issues and my Bangan reservations. And then this deck is like just ripping on Moosely Hot for no reason. But basically saying if you want to play good stuff criminal, play Sable, which I honestly don't think a lot of people are contesting that opinion, but it's just good stuff, Sable, so it's fine. What's the plan for today? We're going to be playing some Jinteki. I think we've actually caught up. So once I just catch up on chat, we're going to be trying to build some like PT10. I think I'm actually going to try by playing Not Yeti's list first, which I'm pretty sure Not Yeti says is not the best thing to play right now. But there was a PT10 list that had a lot of reasons to advance cards every turn. I want to do that. was really happy that our local board game cafe recently introduced charging for table space since we only ever brought our own board games. I feel you. Back in the day of FFG reign, we used to play at the Randolph Pub Ludique, and they didn't charge us cover because we didn't have to use one of their animators who would teach us the games, but everyone would, buy food or dinner. So I would go and then I would have at least a beer. And, it's bar cost beer, so it's not the cheapest beer you could buy, but I felt good about that. That'd be like, oh, this is my, $8 a month or whatever. I was in college or a week. And that was the hobby thing. And I felt better about taking up space there, as much as I know they could have made more money off someone coming in who's buying food and drinks and using the animators. So at least we went on Mondays where it wasn't busy. We had postcards with links and pushed both GLC and a local New England Discord if they were locals. Oh, super sick. I'm happy our store sells drinks and snacks, so I can at least give them a few bucks. Yeah, that is a good idea. I think that's a smart way to run it. Also a coffee shop with food. Oh man, we spent plenty of money without needing to buy cards. I think I would like that. I think I'd like that a fair bit. Hey, Arg, is streaming your main occupation? Yeah, right now, content creation is the main occupation here. We do the Metropole Grid and do streaming and video stuff and all this sort of stuff. I do have a side channel where I've been doing a bit of Marvel Champions over the last little while. Classically, I worked in video. I was working in live stream and video for the video game industry. I left that a couple years ago, and this has mostly been it. It's been entirely possible because all the Patreons and people supporting the channel, which is incredibly appreciated. But it's been a ride for sure. We play in a pub, it's the same thing. Yeah, Path continues to be the best venue. Path is like, Kyle, the tunnels underneath, right? Like the food court. We ban out Wayland's best ice and add a rule just to target their agenda density, and they're still one of the best decks. I mean, that sounds right. All right. That was just a bunch of coffee grounds. The problem is if you make Chesva coffee, you get the slightest sludge at the bottom, which you really don't want to drink because it's bad. Yeah, the Path, I think we have a Path too in Montreal. I think it's called that, but it's like a series of underground tunnels in Toronto that connects a whole bunch of businesses and a whole bunch of food places, and then a lot of the transport stuff. So like Union Station is attached to the Path. And so there's been a lot of G&Ks and events that are just in the Path tunnels. And so there's some really nice food courts down there in the Path. This is the Path logo. And that's where Toronto's been jamming their games. They'll find a food court space and just hang out. And the Path is monstrous. Like, a really cool thing about Canada, both Montreal and Toronto, is that there's massive underground infrastructure just because at some point in the winter, which is a sizable portion of the year, you'd rather not go upstairs if you can avoid it. And so there's huge sections of just interconnected hallways. And they're like interesting hallways. It's not just like, wall. So there's a lot of retail spaces and a lot of good food places. It's not different at all in Montreal. And I think Montreal used to have the longest underground connected walkways in all of the world. Probably still do, but like straight up just underground city. Yeah, Toronto's cool. It's a cool place. I haven't been to Toronto. I've been to Toronto this summer. I usually will try and visit a couple times because my family lives in Ontario. It's where I grew up. I'm going to try and make it down for mega cities, and I want to make it down as well. It's like 2 weekends after for the Z-Bags Suburban Wasteland tournament, which is always a great time. Our favorite local board game cafe is a full pizza kitchen, which is very tasty. Way to support the space. Live and a runner definitive list to watch. How to make time. Oh, live and a runner definitive list. Yeah, 3x speed, both of them. Let's go. I recently learned that there's a board gaming group that independently found the Path to be a good venue. Absolutely peak gaming spot. That is sick. What is Chesva coffee? So if you know, there's a Netrunner card called Chesva. And it's one of my favorite cards because it just reminds me of my family. Chesva is this sort of like Turkish pot, I think classically Turkish. That is, you add water and you add this like really fine ground coffee and you mix it, add a bit of sugar if you want, and you make coffee. A lot of people from that part of Europe use it. So the Turks, the Bosnians, the Greeks, they all have different names for it. In Greek, it's like a blinky or something they call it in Greek. I'm used to the sort of like Turkish or Bosnian Chesva coffee. And so this is how I make coffee, not inconsistently. I don't have ground beans for this. You can ground your own beans. You have to grind them really fine. But generally you get this served in this nice Chesva, and on the side you pour your coffee out. Usually have some sugar cubes on the side. Classically it comes with a cigarette if you grew up when my parents grew up. But this is how my mom would make coffee every day since I was a kid for her and my dad. Still, this is how they make coffee every day. So this has always like been a real nice soft spot. But yeah, you don't drink the bottom. Try to avoid the bottom. It's terrible. Since you already have your secondary channel, is there a chance to see some Fab content there, playing with Pat, for example? Maybe. I don't think Pat likes Fab that much. I'm excited to go to the pre-release this weekend. The set looks really hype, but I just don't participate in Fab unless it's like the demo decks. The problem is like their armory decks are now still pretty expensive, where it's like if I want to buy a Flesh and Blood armory deck, right? Like, hold on, really quick side tangent. Flesh and Blood armory deck. Let's say Gravy Bones, the new one. Like the MSRP on these decks is like $70. Okay, 50 American. So 50 US for an armory deck, which is a pre-constructed deck. That turns out to be like 70 Canadian. I can buy a whole ass board game for 70 Canadian plus. So the price point on these don't make a lot of sense to me. But these are pre-constructed, classic constructed decks. And the other pre-constructed deck that you can play for Flesh and Blood is Blitz deck. And I don't like the Blitz format so much. Those decks are a lot cheaper. They're like $15. But you only play to half the life points. The deck is not as big. So I don't think you'd make as many interesting decisions. But this is 50 American, which is like, you can buy a whole damn board game for that cost. So you haven't like made that jump yet to pick up any of these, as much as these are probably fun. But yeah, it's expensive. I think I'm the only NYC organizer that wants to try to support at least one local game shop. The meta tends to prefer free venues, which is fair, yeah. Thought Toronto was named after Toronto. Actually, we drink Turkish coffee in Serbia all the time. Good stuff. Where are your parents from? My mom grew up in Ljubljana. My father grew up on the west side and around Nova Gorica, around Ajdovština. They technically met in North America. They knew each other in Slovenia, but they both immigrated in the 80s. For different reasons, and then they started like dating across North America, and then they got married in Alberta. But most of my family is still in Slovenia. I haven't gone back since before COVID, but my Slovenian understanding, govori malo, I understand fully. It was my first language technically, but I don't use it much unless I'm talking with my parents, which I don't do enough. But yeah, they are full. I'm the first generation Canadian, if that's what it comes down to. Also worth noting that Chesva is an immersion brewer, like a French press, and generally high temp, extracting an espresso-esque drink. Yeah, it can be strong. It can be quite strong. It's nice though. It's like actually a really nice kind of coffee. You have to watch it though. You put this on the stove, you can't walk away. Like if I do my AeroPress, I can set it up and walk away and not mess it up too bad. If this thing boils over, you have a huge problem very quickly. Flesh and Blood is a super fun game, but it is not cheap. One of the most expensive TCGs to play even casually. Yeah, it's not cheap and keeps me out of constructed entirely because the decks are very expensive. As much as I do actually have like Command and Conquers, I have Art of Wars, those are banned. I have a Tunic, I have my E-Strikes. I opened a copy of that Defense 4 block from the last set, but I sold it to pay for my pre-release ticket. So I do actually have some staples, but the game is very, very expensive. That's for sure. Thanks for the answer. Yeah. I'm not too familiar about all of Serbia. I've been to parts of Serbia to visit, mostly on the coast, but Serbia is also absolutely lovely. My parents all speak like Serbo-Croatian, so they spend a lot of their time growing up. Obviously, it was Yugoslavia back then, right? Wait, why the last T isn't pronounced. 50 for a pre-built should be illegal, easy as. Well, the thing is, like, it's hard because like the price I think has to mimic the secondary market because there's cards in those pre-builts that are exclusive to the pre-builts, which kind of sucks. And so if you bought the deck and then sold it, I think Magic has the same quirk. And if you could sell it for more than the cards inside, like I don't know what to do with it, but like 50 US for a pre-built it's an affordable entryway if you want to bring that to your tournament and have a legal classic constructed deck. And then people recommend you to spend hundreds and hundreds of more dollars to upgrade that to be a competitive classic constructed deck. So it's good in some ways, but obviously like we just talked about how $5 for the whole Netrunner collection. It's like just a totally different world that I'm glad that I'm not part of. Price should not mimic the secondary market. Fake investors can kick rocks. No, I totally agree with you. Like I think that's a scary thing is when people are involved in a game for investment's sake, not the game's sake. It's like, the fuck are we doing? All right, this is Not Yeti's list. This is a PT list. Not Yeti talked about this recently on the last Neon Static podcast. The short of the long is that we want to fire this ability every single turn. This says basically when our turn ends and if there are 3 or fewer cards in HQ, we have to pay the credit to advance a card. The card just has to be unrezzed, but it can be anything. So it can be ice, it can be agenda, it can be an upgrade, as much as the latter won't happen. And so while Not Yeti saying that this deck was actually really quite fun. It wasn't the best thing you could do. It was struggling against some of the central pressure, which is kind of good, not a good problem to be in, but it's built to be able to use that advancement every turn. So we want to fire this every turn as much as possible. It's on reasonable operations. These cards are cool because this works really well with low cards in hand because you don't leak too much information. Hansei gets you the hand size. I'm surprised to maybe we're not on petty cash. Maybe we shouldn't be. I'm not sure. The Ice Suite, we're spending influence on Messna Chesfo. I do think when I last built PTU and Chan, we spent influence on things like an MIC, which I think work really well in the meta, but this makes sense because it's advanceable. We're on Tree Line. I do think we could be on Logjam. I do think as soon as you res that card, obviously you have issues, but with things like Hansei, maybe it's possible to fill our archives. At least it won't be flipped up. We have the Adrian, which is our defensive upgrade. It's really hard to play Anoetic Void in this deck because you don't have cards in hand, so Adrian seems to be like the best slot you have access to. And in terms of advanceable stuff, we have Idiosyncresis, which I have yet to play. I assume it feels pretty good, and of course we have Charlotte. This deck feels a bit too honest. It can snowball, that's for sure. Our sentries being scary to face check into, that's always like the real threat. In terms of the cheap end of runs, we're on no Samek Samun, which I'm surprised. I like that card a heck of a lot. I think Botu has actually been overperforming from my limited experience into PT. We have a single Vampy. Our Agenda Suite, we're on 2 Send a Message, which feels fine if they steal it. We have Proprio and Offworld, so mostly 4/2s and a single Sericulture. This deck seems a bit too honest. I do think Not Yeti said to not ice HQ as much as you can, which like that's a bad play against Criminals and against Seb, which are probably some of the most expected decks to play against. But the basic idea is that we want to just keep jamming in the remote server and never hold agendas in hand. And in theory, if you don't hold agendas in hand, why ice HQ? But we're gonna have issues with the the reality of the matter, which is you have problems running centrals. I fully support TCGs intentionally demolishing the secondary market by randomly reprinting and banning cards. Yeah, balance being attached to the secondary market is like such a weird problem. Oh, we can just do this. I forget how much people in Netrunner don't come TCG background. Like $50 for a precon isn't out of the reel of normal and TCG. I would say Flesh and Blood has the Blitz decks, and I tend to buy those. They're just much cheaper. Yeah, the Blitz decks are good. I really wish, Joel, that someone could say, this is the Blitz deck, and here's 20 more commons and rares you could add to make the Blitz deck do its thing, but then be the cost, or sorry, be the size of a CC deck. Because Flesh and Blood used to do that. Flesh and Blood used to have pre-constructed decks you could build on singles for like $10 to $15 for the first 2 waves of heroes. And then from that point forward, they stopped doing that and they just started building Blitz decks. And I'm not good enough at Flesh and Blood to know how to take those Blitz decks and scale them up to be, instead of 40 cards, 60 cards. But I'd be super happy playing Flesh and Blood with only 60 card decks where your rare cards are the best cards in your deck. And maybe some Majestics, I don't know. But I would love to be able to buy the Blitz deck, which actually might be cheaper if you buy in singles, as much as it's more work, and then be able to upgrade it to be the full deck size. Because I feel like playing the low health points of Blitz is not super fun. I'd rather play CC. Jinteki no longer financially broke all the time. How do you trigger your ID? I don't know. It's going to be expensive. We do have a lot of operation economy. We're not on Regolith because we want a remote to be open. But if like Charlotte just keeps firing as much as we have to advance her, we could be okay. We'll find out together. I'm not 100% sure. Talked to Not Yeti about this deck and like it a lot, but I play HR over Idiosyncresis. I think HR is actually really sick in this deck because you're on low hand size. So it fills your hand and allows you to play that operation, of which we actually have 9 operations. I think I have seen some people play HR in PT, and it's kind of cool. Seems neat. Single advance Idiosyncresis seems so cringe. It felt good at BTL because I could get big 2 advancements. We're hoping Lacosta gets a second advance Tron. That being said, I also think we'll install double advance a bit more, or install advance and then Idio or PT advance. So we'll probably double advance it a bit more than it looks. All right, this is the sort of deck where we have to ice HQ, at least with 1 ice. So Moosely Hot, who's on 47 cards. Thanks, you too. Doesn't just ruin us with a diversion. If we draw an ice here, we're actually pretty happy with this hand because this has what we want. I have way too many tabs open. Where did I open this? Here. So we're on 14 ice. So actually, that's not a lot of ice. So we have a 1 in 4 chance. Threat would be sick there. That would be sick, though. They would need to add the adult heroes in the Blitz decks. Yeah, but I think you can just like pretend you have the adult heroes if you're playing against your friends. Like, it doesn't matter. The text is the same, right? Usually. Unless like only one of them has different text, I think. 2 of them. We could keep this and it could be a disaster. So what is our play here? We open with Spin Doctor. We draw an ice. We ice HQ. We hedge fund. Hopefully we advance that ice. We can just do so much worse than this. I'll keep this and say that our mandatory and Spin Doctor will find an ice. We draw an agenda. We can Hansei it. Okay, that's, I guess, what we're putting on HQ today. So if we want to get our ability, we can advance this Charlotte or the Idiosyncresis. That's not great. So we might take a turn off here. We definitely want to get this ice on HQ. We definitely want to play the hedge fund. The question is our last click, and we probably just put the spin doctor on the table. The spin doctor on the table, do we want to res it first, or do we want them to run it? PT says when your turn ends, you can advance a card. That card, it has to be a card you can advance. So it's not like we can bluff them Pierces. Not that we would. So I think we just do this. We might actually need to do, Hansei as well. Can't tell. Or like PT unked. So what does that mean? If you're taking a Blitz precon and trying to make it into your CC precon for the purpose of a kitchen table fab, just add one of each 2 of card. Though in reality, good Blitz and good CC decks attack at different angles since Blitz is a much faster and more swinging format. That's what I imagine. Like I need to find a deck. Like I need to find that balance to make an interesting deck. Okay, if we res this, we're going to be bankrupt. But also, it'll do 3 dead damage. And doing damage to runner's pretty good. We know that there's a Matryoshka in hand. This will drop us down to 2 credits. Which means we can still get out of this with Charlotte. So I'm going to res it. Saisentan could just lose the game here. This also allows us to draw a card and add a card. So that's fun. Especially because we have spin doctor control. And we have no agendas here. Scary. It could have been worse. It could have been Saisentan, which we know 1 card in hand's a program. As much as we would call. So add this to top of R&D. No, I'm happy with the Bola. We hit Laser Pointer. That's good to hit in this matchup. Oh, they could have installed that. Concerto and a Matryoshka. So they're going to access here. They can't trash too much. So they can trash that. That's pretty bad for us. Yeah, that's a very bold play. It looks like with the program, 2 programs, they might have been fine into Saisentan. But it's like, do you know if PT is playing 3 Saisentan? I can't tell. Charlotte on top wasn't awful, but I would take that 1 and 4 for sure. That's unfortunately how we get back. I'm happy if they trash this. They probably shouldn't. They did. Actually, we had good cards there. We could have shuffled those back. Why didn't we? Uh-oh. Why didn't we shuffle those back, chat? So we could do install Tattoo Bola, install Idiosyncresis. We have too many cards in hand. Yeah, we should have shuffled those cards back. I forgot we had 2 in the bin because we lost this, Charlotte. I thought we only had 1. It's okay. They don't have money, right? They also have a tag. We can't really capitalize on that. Sorry, Andrew, we misclicked. Nah, we're okay. So I should plan the rest of the turn. If we install Idiosyncresis, we can't advance the Idiosyncresis. If they force the Tattoo Bullet res and we don't get the swap, we're in a bad spot. If we put this on the table, we're not really doing much. I think we just click for 2. In theory, actually getting the Saisentan and R&D is good if they ever hit the send a message, because I don't want to free res this. Credit Idio, but we can't advance it. So just putting this on the table is not that hot. It gets cards out of our hand. I think we're more naturally need to get to Hansei. Install credit's fine. Yeah, next we want to do in Hansei install advance. Oh yeah, we'll have 6 cards in hand, so we'll see. The fact that this deck's not on Samasamun is also going to be unfortunate because we know they're on. This deck is on Matryoshkas and it's using laser pointers to deal with the Samasamun. And so if we had the Samasamun, we'd be really good into a Matryoshka deck. That's why they're playing laser pointer, is so they can beat Samasamun, which, like, unfortunately we just don't have it. We want 2 advances on this. We want 2 advances. Okay, we could trash that if we wanted to. Please stop. Install advance drops us to 2. They're on pinhole. This is 3 credits. I think we need this to fire. Unfortunately, we're not firing PT this turn. We're flooding up. Is it better just to put off-world office? We could do install. We could do credit, Hansei, install. And then we get the free advancement, tattoo fires. I think we actually have to try it. This is a play that forces us to fix our hand. And I think we need to fix our hand. Yeah, credit, install, Hansei. I like that. We could have gone for this. This looks more like a Charlotte here. I think it's pretty risky to score out behind a single ice. At least if this gets dealt with, we can get the Saisentan on table and we'll actually have some threat. Carpe Diem Archives. Okay, they're making the run. We really wanted to install the Idio. I feel like we have to take our window here. They were lucky to have the Carpe, but they don't have a lot of money. They could boomerang run this. We want to score this before these are Hermes too, but like there's some risk here. If they're on twinning, the tag is going to matter, so we'll see. With this many cards in hand, we'll see what they can do. Face checking is actually kind of reasonable with 8 cards in hand because you're not worried about Saisentan. With 2 credits, they won't be risking the remote server. They might. They now have 5. The Carpe was really good, and easily they could have got a. They didn't get the Muesli Hop, but they also could have got The dirty laundry. Yeah, face checking this makes sense. We'll see if they bite back. It'll be the rest of their turn. I also didn't want to push the IDEO, but maybe if they just clicked for credits, the IDEO hits hard. They saw that we threw this out though, so it's more likely that this is actually either a second IDEO or probably more likely an agenda. We'll see. We seem behind here. I think our hand is really quite bad. That I need to feel like I need to make a play. So if it's just a Charlotte, it fires. Matryoshka, okay, it looks like we're good. Double Matryoshka. So that breaks Empiricist for like 6 credits. Eric, how's it going? I enjoyed the podcast. I got to catch up on the meme stream last night. Hopefully you had a good weekend. I think your meme that you picked for your favorite was the one I would have picked for my favorite. So good taste. All right, threw out an Ashen. Wild. Yeah, I'm glad we're scoring at. The deck forcing to jam is actually pretty good. Yeah, it's really forcing our hand, unfortunately. We're going to need a second ice. We know there's only, 3 more Matryoshka in the deck. Our opponent here has an econ issue. We have no tag punishment. Moosely Hot whiffs again, it seems. Some really fun stuff. Sent emails out to winners today, which is fun. Oh, good. I get to compare notes on PTU. I'm just playing Not Yeti's PTU, which I was excited to hear him talk about in the latest podcast. There's the laser pointer. Oh, shit. Okay. That's cool. So this is the last laser pointer in the deck. So this just bypasses. We're not going to get D-res. The axis here is the worst part, especially if it, oh my God, if it hit the send a message, we'd be so upset. 2 tags and we can't punish it as much as they can't play twinning. So we can get 2 cards out of our hand, no problem. We'll just jam Proprio Sai, I think. We top deck another ice, that's the best case. They're really thinking through this. Oh, that's neat. So we could lose this. That's for sure. Right? Like they just need to figure out another Matryoshka. Again, we're not Samasamoon. I would love to be. Oh, okay, never mind. We're cooked. We don't have a tattoo bola swap, so they're gonna get 2 points from this. Eric, were you on Samasamoon? I feel like it's such a good card right now. If they run this, it is kind of expensive, right? This is still 4 credits. So they're gonna break it. If this was an IDEO, this would be so good because they're spending all their money and they don't get an agenda for it. Event might not be the right call. I don't think they're gonna let this afford, but we know that they didn't draw run events for the last couple turns. So they'll break 3. They break for 1. Yeah, if this was a Samasamoon or a Charlotte, would be in a good spot. But we are flooding up real bad. All right. Yeah, I know. Let's see what they do on credits. You cut the Samasamoons? Man, I love that card. This is the matchup where it's really quite good for obvious reasons. Three credits. That's good. They know exactly what it costs to run this, so I think we just want to jam 2 cards and let them know about it. So I think we'll just do this. We have to get lucky, but this is what the deck wants to do, right? You have no ice is such a cold burn. There's a bunch of those that happens that offers you like options when you don't have options to be offered, and it feels awful. Carpe Diem, okay. Hey Seek, no ice message on Jaina really rubs it in. It really quite does. Okay, there's like no agendas in R&D because we've seen all of them. They're on 6 credits. We have an Adrian. And in theory, we're on game point in like 2 turns if it's like Adrian Lacoste send a message. I don't know what the text on this card is. I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to assume it works out for us. Yeah, Adrian works relatively well into Matryoshka because running back is expensive. Okay. If they go HQ here, we're relatively upset. It's still kind of expensive, but they need to do it. Still almost all their money for 50-50. This coming after they hit R&D? Oh, I guess it was Carpe Diem. This deck is entirely dead against Deep Dive Stable. Yep. I feel like that's just Jinteki right now. Like if I want to play a Tay or a PT at least, is we can't ice up centrals while doing our cool thing. And the deck being really bad into like diversion and deep dive it's not a great time to play it, is my guess. We've eaten only one transfer so far. Click for credit. Okay. That's pretty bad for us. That means we can't score out. Yeah, that's pretty bad for us. And if they still send a message, we are so cooked, let alone they haven't found a Hermes. So this is a huge 50-50. We needed our money here. We can't duck. Okay, I think we lost the game. This has to be an agenda too, which is maybe this is a bad advancement. Because if it was a Charlotte, we would have rezzed it. If it was an Idios and Croesus, we probably would have rezzed it. So they know if they can run this. Which card is advanced? The bottom one. So like pinhole into run the remote server, we lose. At least we have a Tattoo Bola flip, so if they Tattoo Bola into Adrian, we can win. But we basically have to win the Adrian game. Last transfer absolutely ruins us. Like transfer into run remote, we lose. Yeah, the hope to fire ability every turn seems a bit hopeful. If instead of the Adrian we installed the Locosta, that might have been better because we could have ducked the Siphon. If we ducked the Siphon, we would be in an okay spot here. We could have, I think, credits scored out. No, probably not. We'd be on no credits. Getaway? No pressure, Adrian. Yeah, let's say that. All right, now we lose. Yeah, that was the worst line for us. I don't know what kind of luck generation TMKF has come across, but I do not come anywhere near firing that ID every turn. We've actually been pretty good to firing it. The issue is the way we flooded up. And I do think on Corp, you're feeling that a bit worse now in the modern meta, is if you flood up, you just aren't a well-oiled machine anymore. And I feel like you have to be a well-oiled machine to keep up with runners. But like we lost to very fair Netrunner in a way that did not feel good. But yeah, we were taken apart. A good game. We definitely flooded, which didn't help. We could have prioritized. I guess we didn't have enough ice to be able to get the send a message. Thanks for the game. But that was like kind of what I expected. I wonder if we pushed the Idios and Croesus would have been better than pushing the agenda there. I can't actually tell. Yeah, a bit. We drew all these points and what is it? This is, what turn is this? It's not that late, right? What turn is this? 7. Yeah, we flooded a bit. Hey Concord, long time no see. How you doing? Welcome to stream. Idios and Croesus would have been better. I'm not sure. I think scoring the first off roll would have been good. The problem is we had to Hansei the Idio. I think Hansei an agenda would have been wrong, but if we had a better thing to Hansei and then we could have done the Idio the next turn, have been good. Like the one turn that Edward kind of overextended with 2 credits Xing server 2, if that was an asset, we would have been in a good spot because they'd be bankrupt. Unfortunately, it was a proprio. Managing pressure versus cards was the hard part. Like a bit like with the transfer wealth forced me into a very specific direction. Yeah, the transfers were good. Transfers hit really hard. On the first transfer run, there were 3 agendas in there. You hit the 4th card. Been traveling for work, a little out of the loop, loving the elevation content. Glad you've been liking it. Thanks for the kind words. 9 points in 80 cards, a slightly above card. Yes. 9 points in 20, right? So it's a bit more than you'd expect. You'd expect to draw in 25 cards. So we drew 8 cards too many. There's just not a lot of agendas left in the deck. There is only 4 agendas in 33 cards. So that's not a great data point. We'll try it again. Thanks for game. Keeping more than one NAPD coordinates might be good in the list because it's a global defense, but it's odds with drawing things to jam. Yeah. And I think like maybe you can set up, I think NAPD coordinates is actually kind of sick with humanoid resources. I want to see what the Idios and Croesus does. But I do think that's like, I do like NAPD coordinate a fair bit. That was the first card that I added into the PT decks when I got into the new meta, as much as I don't have good results to show for it, but coordinate's a good card, especially with that imp. Yeah, lockdowns in general feel cool. Yeah, I agree. All right, Daywee, sick. So unfortunately, we're not good at Ice Essentials. Does every deck need some tag punishments to tackle transfers? Not really, I don't think. Like, I don't think you have tag punishment that really punishes single tags in Jinteki anyways without spending a lot of influence. The thing that you can do is if they play twinning or stuff like that, as much as our opponent won on straight singles, is that you challenge their resources. I don't know if our opponent didn't play any resources because they were tagged or decided they had no resources. Like, clearing the tag is actually the cost, but that matchup, I didn't catch up. Thanks, you too. But it's really hard to play the punishment that you want to. Like, maybe you can play greasings, but then you generally tempo down your greasings. Like, I don't think you hold your greasings against a criminal because they probably will clear the tag. I don't think this deck has enough ice. Oh man, that is 2 hands in a row with 0 ice. Would Urka work here? I don't know. Maybe. It's really hard to tell how often your opponent is running the remote server. Like, if you go too fast and you put your Urka on the remote server and you advance it and they don't run it, what do you do? And I think I, as a player, try and avoid that as much as possible. Jesus. How do you possibly pay peer review when this is your hand? Is it time for a weekly watch Tron faceplant his latest Daily build? I mean, he's figured out how to get it down to 45 cards, so... Like, what are you meant to do with this hand? Like, peer review, we can't play. It shows the whole damn hand. I guess we have to do this. So much for never icing HQ. Ugh. Been trying to tweak my old Ateo with the new toys. It's fun, and it's been hard to tell what works and it doesn't work. Daily turn 1. Love it. I haven't played Ateo yet. What have you been trying? I think the first thing I would try is probably Mersha, right? I'm honestly jealous of Tron brewing all this fun Daily stuff. I haven't found time to build lists and jam games. I do think this is one of my favorite identities right now in on the runner side. We have to res this. We'll see if you bounce into this for credit or whether you can break this on turn 1. It's kind of ugly. 4 strength means that's most of your propeller. This run, though, is valuable because Daily gets a card back. Like, this is double Daily flip on turn 1. It is propeller. Double Daily flip on turn 1. And this is going to steal like a send a message. Okay, nice. Idiosyncresis. Not trashing that. So that is some credits back. We topped like the hedge fund, but like, how do you play this hand? How do you play this hand? These games are providing such validation. Yeah. There's not a lot of ice in this deck. Hope? Fuck. Really? So peer review shows the whole hand. Like, we're throwing cards out. I've been playing with install swap synergies with Mitra Tattoo. Oh yeah, Mitra is the big Ateo card. It's scary to play against, but doesn't always keep the runner out since econ is an issue. All right, we're clicking away. This is 3 Deweys. It's been turn 2. We're 3 Deweys. Sharon can pop the SMC while running the IDEO if you want to. It looks like we're going to pop the SMC. We're at 4 Deweys. Double Fermenter. We have a single Mavirus in the list. Oh, Steel Propio. So that was a new run. So that was actually an okay run. We have a Vampy. Problem is if we ice up R&D, we're not icing the table. The IDEO's pretty bad against this. That's good. Issue is our ability is not going to work when we're flooded. Dewey getting dizzy. I am at a loss. I don't think this is the remote ice we want. We need to find a real end to run. Now, running archives is not very good. If you drop a program and run archives, it's just like technically the same as clicking for a credit, which maybe you want to do here. I don't think we're going to Mavirus Purge this turn. We'll Mavirus Purge next turn. I'm assuming Tron has to click the Fermenter. But Idiosyncresis doesn't do anything if Tron doesn't have money. Does PTU want KPI to shuffle away agendas? I don't know. It's hard to tell. That's a lot of influence. It's not a bad card. It's a cool card even. Okay, so 1 Fermenter's cracked, so this Mavirus is less good. This has to be Mavirus. It's Madani. Okay. That's something. Hand is still bad for all the Mavirus, right? Like, Tron could flush it out, and I don't want to give him the ability to flush it out when he wants to. I want to manage it. So here we could do Boto Idiosyncresis. We can't get cards out of our hand. We literally can't get enough cards out of our hand fast enough. If you flood, like, what do? Your ability doesn't fire. Oh my god. I feel like this is, I don't know if this is the case. I don't know if this is not a charitable take, but it feels like a whole bunch of the corporation identities from this last set have such bad fail cases. It's like I play poetry decks where poetry doesn't fire. I've played synapse deck where synapse doesn't fire. I'm now playing PT decks where PT isn't firing. Like the fail cases on identities feel so much harsher. We have a propeller, so the Boto's not even good. Summon Helheim servers, yeah. I guess we do the Idio, but we have to advance it manually. I think just Tron ducks this. I don't think he cracks a Fermenter while he has a Madani, so I think we just hold. Because I'm not assuming he cracks this right away. He could, so we could Mavirus into it. We'll feel bad if he does. But I'm assuming with the Madani, he'll just set up and greed for one more turn, and then we could do a purge. Because it's actually, but in his best interest not to click the Fermenter, because he's pretty sure this is the Idio, but to play around it. So at least we can fork him with Idio Mavirus. The problem is this Idio is like technically 3 advancements to gain 6 credits, but we also pay 3 credits. Like it's not good if it doesn't do its text. Because every advancement is very expensive. Right? Yeah, so now this is 3 advancements and 3 credits for 6 credits. Like, oofa doofa, is that bad? Oh, fuck. I mean, we hope there's no overclock. Like, we're so far behind, we have to do this. I just can't show the hand. We just can't get 3 cards on the hand because we can't do this. Oh my god, I hate this so much. So we have to res the Mavirus, so we're functionally on 9 credits. If we install Proprio, we install Idiosyncresis on the table, and then we peer review, that doesn't work. Oh my god, this is not looking good for us. Cheswa means that we're going to run Centrals more than remote server. We just have to physically advance this card, which kind of stinks. So we can hide the send a message. I think that's what we need to do. So we'll install the Proprio. We'll peer review, hide send a message, install the Idiosyncresis. So choose a card to keep private. Install the root. So put the Idiosyncresis on the table. This just turns on our ability. And then we'll advance this and get the free advancement on this. And then we'll res the Mavirus as soon as the turn starts. Nice. Okay. That will slow him down. He needs to play around this slightly, so he doesn't want to click for credits. The Mavirus is actually really good. Here he can install 1 card with DZ, but none of these cards are the answer. Funny enough, the Propeller actually deals with this. You just need technically, we can't even fire Botu that easy. Botu is also a bit of an anti-synergy when you only have 3 cards in hand, right? Like, at least it turns on your ability by having less cards in hand, but if you know what I mean, it's kind of hard. If we didn't have the Mavirus, we don't have a play. Spec work for, what was that, the Fermenter? Okay, cool. Running the Botu. So you can get through this. It's going to be all your money, which lines up well with the Idiosyncresis play. At least here we'll be able to jam the off-world next turn. This is 2 net damage. Break this for 3 cards. God, Propeller is good. I don't think Anarchs have the best Fracture anymore, and I don't even think it's close. So we're on game point. Cole is good. That ducks credits. Notice how Tron's not taking the credits because he knows this is an Idiosyncresis. So either we trash it, which just gives us 2 credits, or we let it stew. Currently, we're paying 2 credits to gain 3 credits. Oh, I don't get this card at all. We have paid a click and 2 credits to gain 3 credits. So we will just try and win. Install on server 1. We'll peer review to show the ice. Oh, in the root. Uh-oh. Oops. In theory, we should draw here. Would you rather have 2 types of ice? I think we actually rather have 2 types of ice. Fine. Dewey hasn't fired again. Spec work for Cole. Okay, we took the money off of it first. Peer reviews root clauses got me a bunch. Yeah, it forces you to do weird shit. Like hiding your ice is actually kind of valuable. The cool thing is that we drew, so you actually don't know whether it's a tree line or the message chasvo, but that's because we got lucky we drew an ice. I didn't want to hold a single send a message in hand. Pure can install ice? No, yeah, it's in the root of a server. It's a transaction, which is really good with Plutus, but yeah, it's specifically root. The text on this too is also like Hansei, where if you only have 1 card, you don't actually have a downside, or if Hansei has no cards, it has no downside. So we'll see if he takes on this idiosyncrasies. Otherwise, like, again, this was not a good use of our time or money. At least this is doing some control over Tron, but I think Tron's happy to lose 2 credits because then you don't have to spend a run and lose 2 credits. Like, it's actually better for him if we fire this. I don't get this at all. We might have actually had to fire it because we don't have a lot of money for this play. The plays to play peer review last, technically, yeah. But then we'd have to draw first, and we drew another agenda. We're in a bad spot. Chesvo, so we're going to run centrals. I think we're just going to fire the peer review because we have a money issue. And I'm not going to advance this turn. Yeah, man, I don't like this card. Okay, we got 2 points, but we didn't do the board state. We'll advance the Mesny. So now you know this is... I do think Tron's playing around this being the tree line, because that was our cool play, is that we drew it after and we advanced it, so this looks like a tree line. Ches was really good in Dayway. One of the problems with Dayway is you need to have a reason to run, and now running cheaply is pretty good. As much as this Vampirnasa with Unity, you're going to have to boost twice. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's most of our money, though, so we'll see what happens. Dayway fired a lot, and now things have slowed down. But Tron being on game point is going to be an issue. We have 2 send a message, 1 in our hand, 1 in the deck. All right. Shape return, Unity coming down. Just building, saying I'll run the next thing. Like, I don't even know if we advance this. We probably do. Because if Tron overextends and tries to steal this, you have to flicker the propeller. So what does this cost? This costs 3. Then you have to boost 4, 5, 6, 7. And this cost, you'll break it for 8, 9, 10. Yeah, like... For what it's worth, you can only break Boto tree line. If you advance the tree line, it's now 3 counters with the propeller, so you actually can't break all of this. The issue is that this is very expensive and we can't afford it. Like, if we want to get the tree line on top of this, because tree line into Boto is enough counters for propeller not to deal with, because this is what? Oh, it's 6 strength, actually. Hold on. 3. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I think we just install this click for 2. I wish we had an upgrade to make this a bit more interesting. If this fires, we're in a good spot, because we can jam and send a message after putting in ice. So PT's ability here was just a free credit. I mean, okay. Why not push send the message? We'd rather have this. I think this is more of a flexible card. And if Tron steals the send a message, we lose. But if Tron steals the sericulture, we don't lose. Oh, cool. Right? Like, that's the fork that we're playing around. This is last click, so we could, in theory, probably not draw into a Spin Doctor. Hey, Brennan! Had to take the cat to the vet. Hopefully everyone's okay. This is still a lot of money. Some of that's Chesvo money, so we'll see what happens here. The draw card, a text on this is actually a bit awkward. We can choose not to, but it allows you to break Stargate lock. So we have no Spin Doctors in sight, so if there's an agenda in the archives, we do lose next turn. Sericulture cannot deal with it. So Unity now boosts for 1 instead of 2, because we got the Principia down. 2 net, make a run. I don't know which ones are firing. How many cards to draw? Funny enough. I think we need a draw here for a Spin Doctor. Okay, we saved a Proprio. We got a Hansei. The top of the deck is Peer Review Offworld Charlotte. So we lost the Offworld, so that means the next card's a Peer Review. So what can we do here? We have too many cards in hand, which is bad for our ability. If we score out the Sericulture, we go down to 1. If Stargate and the next 2 cards sees an agenda, we lose. If we do advance, we go down to 1 credit, but we have the Sericulture counter. This is where like an NAPD Cordon would be sick. NAPD Cordon would be very good now, as much as you can simul-chip back a Coalescence for credits. You can even refresh a Chesvo on certain turns. What do we do here? This was a Charlotte. We'd break lock, which is weird. We could do install. Principia doesn't break tree line super well. It's 3 credits. We can technically cred Hansei size archives cook the Seri. I think if we cook the Seri, we lose, because if this was anything else, we would have scored it. And so run archives, run the remote server, we lose the game. Right? Styling archives doesn't really matter. Simul chip into SMC. If Tron wants to run it, Tron can run it. I think we do credit Hansei the tree line. Sysenton R&D. If you let the ID advance Seri, it looks like an Idio. Yeah, but I think we would have fired an Idio there, maybe. We've seen 2 Idios. It's just not very likely. Credit Hansei play tree line, get trigger. Yeah, tree line R&D is fine. I'm just worried that Tron's going to run this and this, which I think he is. So if we bottom out, we're just going to get back into the game with Charlotte, which I think is fine. I think we actually do have to score this out. I think we have to score this out because I think Tron's just going to run this into this. This is 2 cards on R&D. And then Charlotte gets us back in. Maybe. But clearly this is an agenda because we're pausing for so long that I feel like at this point the turn is cooked. We have to commit to it. We throw out the thing. No way scoring here is correct. Tunnel them into our Stargate. Look, I'll try. I don't like this too much. So we throw out the Sysenton. Sysenton's pretty good. Yeah, I got some. I have options. We need the money. I think so, but I think we're just gonna hope Stargate whiffs for a single turn, and then we'll recover with Charlotte and their remote server. Because Tron doesn't know that we have. No, Tron knows we have the Charlotte, so we can just push the Proprio. So I think we throw out the one that can't obviously be broken. What's the killer in this deck? I don't know, but we'll force it. Actually, no, that's... So this will be a 5 strength. So you have to do 2 boosts. Yeah, I like 2 boosts, actually. Did it again. Kind of like the 2 boost gang. Yeah, we'll try that. I just clicked the same card. Yeah, maybe Tron doesn't have enough money to contest anything here. In theory, Tron like shouldn't Stargate this turn, should Stargate next turn. And I wonder with the low credits, what if Tron would have Stargated this turn? I think with the Cheswood probably would. But now on only 3 credits, probably needs a turn and then wants to Stargate next turn where it's actually 3 fresh cards. Do we fire it another time? I think that's 5. Archives check. Already an agenda in there. Tron knows it. Purge. Okay, so top of the deck is fresh. We can get the Sericulture with a counter, which seems fine. We drop down to 5. Big tree line. Honestly, maybe. Is Tron on Hush? This is a 7 strength tree line, so you have to boost to 4 to 5, 6. It's really funny, but I think we need this to push to send a message. Man, imagine we had an NAPD cord in here. Tron's economy, it's like simul chip at this point. Simul chip at the spec work is like a pretty big burst. Oh, I checked this accidentally. I think we're at 5. It's knick-knack. Okay, we're selling the Stargate. Oh, that's cool. So it still fires. So we probably lose to this one. We have to res this here, which is fine. We'll be able to come back a bit. So this is a 5 strength barrier. This could have been a Sysenton here. Knick-knack getting rid of the Stargate is really kind of cool. So it's 2 to boost. And 3 from the credit pool. That's 5. So Vampire Nasa is going to do something. We're going to sandwich it back a Coalescence. Yeah, we have to do this. So I don't think there's that many more agendas in the deck. 1, we won't break all of these, I don't think. Letting us draw cards is really funny. I think they can Stargate is sick because then they can sandwich it back to Stargate again. Yeah. Deciding whether to break the last one, which is the card draw one. We would take the card draw, I think. We don't need our ability anymore with Sericulture. Lucky. Okay, that's really good. And we have the Spin Doctor. That I can't ask for better there. We don't lose. We do not lose here. Peer review is 4 credits? It's 4? What? You're meant to be the cheap one. Simul chip is back. So Stargate come back, Coalesce come back. I think Day we fired once again. So we're at like a couple fires. Anoetics in hand. So the top of the deck is a Charlotte. So we can do install Advanced Charlotte, install Spin Doctor. There's 1 agenda in R&D? Yeah, that sounds about right. We have all their points. Now, Spin Doctor will fix it. So we can also use our hand to just get the agendas back in R&D. And I think, honestly, they're a bit safer there behind this. So I want the spin, because right now this point, Tron's going to pivot to Chesva Centrals. Because if we don't advance the tree line, this thing is 3 to break, which is 1 from Chesva. So we need to get the agendas out of hand. So our goal this turn is to Charlotte, advance the Charlotte, Spin Doctor. That's the best we have. We can't get down to low hand size, but we need to get these agendas back in the deck. We just want to hold on to 1 send a message. But yeah, this server is now good. We actually could sericulture the Charlotte. It feels like a bit of a waste. But having 3 counters on this means we can get 7 credits clicklessly. And then we have to use our ability. I think we start with the Spin Doctor and see what happens. There's no good card draw here that we can get into, right? No. Install, draw 2, go up to 8. Install Charlotte. Advanced Charlotte, we're on 7. That's perfect. Good. Second spin's good too. No, honestly, it might be right to sericulture the Charlotte. I don't think Tron's gonna be able to run it. The deck is on 1 Anoetic. Wait, what happened? Oh, Madani. So we have a Rising Tide, we have a Prince of PSL, SMC. So this is gonna have the big Rising Tide. Luckily, we have a 6 strength barrier, so it's still gonna be slightly taxing. Principia comes in for free. We're running HQ. Yeah, this is what we thought was going to happen. So we have to get lucky here on the 1 and 5. I don't know if the deck is going to be able to pull out a Copulation or something. It's a Fermenter. Okay. I find Madani board state's really difficult to parse. So eventually the Rising Tide will come in. You're still breaking this for a credit, right? Because you have to boost 1. We have to advance this tree line once if we can. Oh, excuse me. Yep. 1 real credit. It's a 1 and 5 here. Okay, Charlotte. Trashing that helps us, I think, a bit. Does this sericulture need advanceable on the table? No, you can advance anything with sericulture. You need a card on the table, but it doesn't have to be advanceable cards. You can sericulture or snare. It just has to be an advanceable card. Sorry, it has to be a card. Okay, so we can do... Is this deck on Game Dragon? D seems like a great push this turn. How you doing, D? Yeah, maybe we do push this turn. Maybe we just do Anoetic, send a message, Charlotte, fire Charlotte, and then we do sericulture and go from here. Taking care. We're doing a blueprints run and D's headphones fell out at the end. Or it's just like me and Kat trying to communicate. It was good. Kanka snare is no longer illegal. Well, you know what I mean. I think we do push Anoetic with these many cards in hand. So we'll just trash this. I'm scared of what Tron is capable of here, but with Anoetic, we might be good. So we'll do server 1, server 1. We still have to res the Mesney, so money actually might be a problem. Yeah, money is the rate limiting factor here. So hold on. So we do... Tron knows we have Anoetic. So we'll hide the Spin Doctor. So now we can do a couple things. We can get the advancement. So I think we're going to put it all on the send a message just so we should have the money to score out even if we res the Mesney. Because that will drop us to 4. If we fire Anoetic, it drops us down to 2. And so all the advancements. Yeah. Okay, that felt good. Yeah, I forgot we had a peer review there for a second. I knew we couldn't play at the start, I don't think, unless we Charlotte did. So this is the game. Oh, we only have 3 cards in hand, though. Actually, this might have been wrong. But I don't know how many times you can run this server. I forgot whether we're short a card here. It might have been better, actually, to have another card in hand instead of the 4 credits. It's hard to refuse the 4 credits. Isn't it better to put the ID ability on Mesney? Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, you're right. It could have been better to put it on a Mesney. Tron has to figure out the Madani here. Yeah, Mesney, if we have to run back because the Anoetic, that actually does matter. I do think I like it a bit better on the Mesney. Hey, before, do you mind if I advance something else instead? Because we're assuming the Anoetic fires, but this is going to be 5, 6, 7. It drops us to 1 credit. If we're on 1 credit, can we score out? No. So this means I'm still going to try it. I think it's more interesting. Thank you. So we'll do counter 2. It loses harder to Hush. Cool. Let's try that. So we're going to PT the ice because it's not rezzed. That's a worthy idea. So if Tron gets a Rising Tide down, trashing the Principia, the bin will have all 3 apples? No, 2 apples. So it'll be a 3 strength barrier, which means you break the Boto for, you don't have to break all the subroutines, but it's 3 strength, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Hush does a lot on this board state. I think that Tron thinks this is a logjam. Oh, okay. We're going to try and win on centrals. Davy's going to fire here. Knick-knack the Principia. So we have to put these back in the deck or we lose. So now R&D is 3 and 20. Not the worst odds. I wonder if that means we're going to try and get a Stargate. Oh, Purge at the Fermenter. I don't know if Tron forgot about that. Either you click for 4 or you get the 4 while running. I'm not sure if that was a mistake. That might not matter. I think money's going to be an issue, and that's where this 3rd advancement on the agenda might make sense. Okay, I guess we lose the deep dive? The tide comes in, breaks for 1. I guess we get deep dived. Yeah, we're getting dived. Yeah, we can't stop that. Such is the problem against deep dive. You can't stop it. The best you can do is hope that you don't lose to it. But yeah, we're getting dove. Okay, good game. I hate deep dive. I don't know what to do about it. Like, what are we meant to do on centrals to stop deep dive? We've already put all this ice here. Yeah, exactly. We get dive no matter what. Such is the problem. Okay, do you draw cards here? It takes 2 cards out of R&D, but they're random cards, so they're equally likely to be agendas as non-agendas. So I think we're not going to take cards out of the deck. Tron still has... We're going to draw 1 card because of the Anoetic. No, that doesn't matter either. We'll add 1 card to make it interesting. Okay, we made it worse. Should have drawn 1 card. Good game. Deep dive in hand. Yeah, so even if we didn't draw, we lose the deep dive. Yeah, that's, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. Like, I think we have no chance. We either have to score in their remote server so fast we don't get deep dove, but like, this is what, turn 12? And if we can't win out, this is going to be a problem. 8 flips this game, 4 in the first 2. Yeah, that was sick. Not a lot of agendas left. Oh my gosh, never mind. They were all in the top 5. Every agenda was in the top 5. So that deep dive actually would have seen like 7 points. Yeah. You draw 2 with the top 8 right now, even worse. Yeah, we drew 2. Yeah, they're still there. Oh yeah, we hella lost that. I don't know. This is, I think, like pretty quintessential. It's like you try so hard to push yourself forward, and we try to dig out of a pretty bad spot. And then still at that point, like we cannot stop deep dive if we're playing this honest deck. It's really, really difficult. And a criminal probably would have delivered that a bit faster. The whole like Principia Rising Tide engine is like, I think Principia is a thing that works with Knick-knack better than Coalescence, which is kind of cool. This deck might be more real if they reprinted viral weaponization. Yeah, if we could knock cards out of hand, we'd actually be pretty happy to do it. If we actually scored a Proprio Negation, Tron would need a click gainer. That is actually one of the ways we can deal with deep dive. And if we could Proprio Negation on R&D, we'd have been fine. Corden would have saved you? Yeah, Corden would have been sick. Yo, I really do not like the Idiosyncresis. What can we do with the influence instead? Humanoid? Let's try and make some changes here. Actually, no, let's do one more because we didn't test this enough to get like, oh, sorry, Tron, you're probably in chat. Sorry that I left without saying bye. But yeah, Corden would have been pretty sick there. I like that card a lot. The Sarah was good. That 2 advances on the Sarah was actually really good. I would stick 3x Humanoid in. Yeah, I'm going to try that. It also helps us find our ice a bit faster. I like this hand. We're playing against Sable. No surprise, probably deep dive. They just run the other servers first, right? Proprio doesn't really stop dive. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, they just run archives last. Yeah, you're right. No, that doesn't do anything. Idio was so bad that game, almost single-handed lost the game. Yeah, Tron, it was straight up the worst. We had no ice, though, so like there's not much we could do about it. The Virus was like one of my best cards, I think. It bought me maybe a turn and a half. Thanks, you too. So we can't tell what kind of Sable this is. If we see Influence, we know it's not triple deep dive. I'm going to keep this hand. I like it a lot. Not sure how to get our advancement to matter. I guess we'll hit the, ooh, that's good. So we can just get Charlotte cooking. Vampy on HQ is not perfect. We want to ice up our centrals against Sable. The problem is, if I want to ignore HQ, just go for the remote server, I'm not sure what we're meant to do here. So we definitely want to play peer review. We want to get Charlotte on the table. So if we do peer review, ice, we can then get the Charlotte advancement. I think that's good. That probably saved you from 2 Stargate runs. Very good. Yeah, I felt very, very good. Back from work meeting, have the games been rough? Yes. A bit like scrappy. Not as like bad of a blowout as you'd expect, but they've been it definitely feels like we're fighting uphill. It doesn't feel like it's an easy game. Okay. We need Ice HQ. Tree line on the remote server seems fine. Vampy on centrals is also kind of fine. So we're gonna try and get Charlotte on the table. We're gonna hide Charlotte with the peer review, and then we're gonna ice Charlotte, and then we'll just put the Vampy on HQ and see what happens. If we get blown out by, how much money will we have? We'll have 7. So if they run HQ first with the Vampy, that's fine. Yeah, Vampy on HQ is like not the best, but we'll take it. At least it like undoes a lot of the diversion. So we're gonna hide our ice. So we're gonna do HQ, new remote, and then we'll peer review, hiding the Charlotte, putting the Charlotte in the server. And then we get an advanced Charlotte. Oh, with our ability, but of course. Okay. Ice first? Yeah, for sure. We don't want to like lead the information. Shouldn't be ice peer review? 100%. Yeah, I said what we were going to do, not in the right order. Peer review, it's actually like really catching me off that the order that you want to do things with peer review is like totally different than any other card I think I've played in the game. What kind of influence spread would you use if you wanted to hide that you're not on deep dive for as long as possible? I don't think you can. You just play all the red crim cards. Okay, so they're not on triple deep dive. They're face checking here. They have the stone ship for safety, so we're gonna have to protect this. We get a credit back, which is nice. Now HQ can't ice up. Mark his archives. Yeah, this is the most reasonable opening we've had. This is what you want to do consistently, and PT is one of the few decks that can double ice and deep dive, or Charlotte, sorry, on turn 1. So this looks like good stuff, Sable. This is really good if we can stick this. Okay, this is actually really quite good. Now we have to manually advance Charlotte. So we'll advance Charlotte, we'll put Mestney on R&D, we'll hedge fund, and then we'll get the advancement on the Mestney. I don't like to advance ice too hard before the Hermes hits the table, but we are cooking. It actually might be right to archives ice Tattoo Bola. We have to do this. So it's either we hedge fund here, which I think we should just to threaten money, and then we'll get the advancement here. But icing up archives actually really matters. We'll hopefully do it next turn with an ice that's better but worse than Tattoo Bola. We don't have a lot of ice in the deck. Stone Ship to Far Class Act on our turn. Love it. Tattoo with no extra ice kind of hurts. Yeah, but we just need to stop Sable. Like if we get a Carpe Diem here and they drop a info bounty, we're in a pretty bad spot. But if we can just stop Sable's economy in the early game, it buys you a bit of, you see what I mean? Right? Like just Tattoo Bola is fine because they can't really face check the things. Like this is why we should have done it. Okay, we got totally blown out, but we just gave them 5 credits. And we could have stopped this. And they actually have to take risks. Feels bad. It feels bad when you say why you should do the thing, you don't do it. But this is exactly why I need to stop it. And now they favor out a breaker. Like, oh my God. Are they going to run this? There's no way they can afford it. This is like 6 credits. The Stone Ship on the table is so good. Its influence that isn't deep dive, like you said. It's good into the meta. It's good with Class Act. But yeah, it's not going to be a triple deep dive. It still could be double deep dive. Even single deep dive like makes some amount of sense. So this means that they can face check a bit aggressively. So they don't lose things to damage. This has to be one of 2 ice, right? Tree line or Mestney. This could be a Sice and Ton. God, that was such a big swing if we just iced up archives. Like none of this happens. That being said, like if they farm the Tattoo Bola and archives, our Botus get bad. So now the Tattoo Bola is an ice we don't want to hit on the table. Yeah, I think single deep dive is not the worst thing. Yeah, in general Sable. I agree, Solomir. All right, they drew in the middle of that. With mutual favor, sometimes that makes sense. So if we get transferred, we go down to like no credits. I guess we'll get some money back from the Vamp. Throw out a Class Act. Okay. Ice and Archives would be 6. Charlotte's taking along. Oof. I think we throw out the Tattoo Bola. Do we just hope the 1 and 3 doesn't catch us again? We're going to have to double ice HQ. I think we actually do single ice HQ and just say that's fine. And we put the Empiricist on their remote server. I don't know if we double advance the Mestney. I guess we will, but like, this makes face checking pretty bad, but Hermes is a problem. Pierce's archives. I'm gonna just hope they don't run archives again. Oh, they rolled archives 3 times. Like, I don't want to put this on archives. Maybe it's right, but yeah, they just rolled archives again. That's not good. I think we need a better remote server because they're already showing Kurapira, and I think we're not going to ice HQ more than this. Yeah, we got hard punished. That was 3 times in a row. Not that they're related, but feels bad. Want to advance the tree line? Oh yeah, it's much better actually. Advancing the tree line's way better than this double Mesty. I totally forgot that was on. Oh no, because we can't. Sorry, PT is only unresed cards. Okay, now we really need Ice Archives. Yeah, PT's only unresed cards, so you can't advance the tree line for free. Against Kurapira, it seems fine. Yeah, the ID can't, sorry, yeah. If he could res ice, if he could advance res cards, it's a problem. We're red PD with 14 ice. We can't commit archives. I kind of feel that. Oh, this is a bit risky to Saisentan. This hits an Adrian 100% of the time, which I don't feel great about. But it's risky to draw with the Vampy too. It's really risky to draw with this. I think we still do. We hit a Bravado and a Class Act, so all the Class Acts are gone. Once on the table. Hitting the Bravado is good. This is a risky draw. I don't think we draw here. I'm okay if they take the Adrian. Charlotte's giving us a card draw. Okay, so the draw would have been fine. I will put a peer review Saisentan archives because they're on Penny Shaver now. So I think we just advance peer review Saisentan advance tree line. They're not going to run this Mesty, but luckily they're not on Hermes, so we can commit to the bit. Look at us. We're just going to, whatever we do, forgot that doesn't do anything. Wait. Oh, we still don't reveal it because we have one card. I was worried that we just revealed the card for no reason. Anything that we top deck will just jam into the server, which means we actually should advance the tree line slowly. Unresed, yeah. I would advance this manually. I'm going to advance it manually. I think it actually lines up okay with Kurapira, unless they're on reprise. The problem is, actually, no, we probably shouldn't. If we keep advancing this tree line, it's just going to get ranked. Second Lilo. Look at 5 cards, feels good. Okay, HQ's the mark. We'll see if they send it to the Vampy. Just hoping a top deck. We draw 2 agendas. It's going to be pretty bad for us. Alarm clock. Okay, we just never flood up, right? They drop a mag electric or something. Where's our ice? I don't think we can put a tattoo bull on the table, real talk. I think it's just like way too good. Let's draw once for an agenda. I think we hold 3 cards. We advance Charlotte. I don't think we do anything. Hey, it's Paranoid. And isn't Paranoid the world champ Paranoid? I think we just don't do anything. If they trash the Spin Doctor, we're not super upset. Man, if this Mesny gets reprise, we're going to be upset. I think if PTU didn't have the unres clause, it would feel worlds better. Yes. Or he didn't pay the credit. If he didn't pay the credit, I might be cracked, honestly. We tattoo HQ for clock. I know, I don't think we want to give free Kurapira counters. If our opponent wants to spend half their turn clicking through a Vampire Nasa, I don't think we cared. Yeah, I think against our deck, which is only like tattoos and Botos, we can't like Kurapira charge for 1 credit that they get back from Penny Shaver. You're right, it means that they probably won't make the run. Okay, so... But we just have to jam whatever we top deck. Holy shit. Do we put a second Charlotte just to keep them busy? Because we get the free advancement? Maybe we do. Let's see what this makes them do. We probably won't res this. But this now looks like an agenda. Install spin first. I want to manage our hand. I feel like we're just like keeping at the right speed that we don't need to get extra card draw. I don't know if we're scaling more than they are. This plays around inside job, which is a play pattern that in like immediate hindsight doesn't have to exist in the modern meta. But I'm okay if they spend half their turn making this run. Unless they get the HQ mark, then it's actually not great for us. I wonder if Infinite Logjam Treeline would be too gross. It would not be great. There's ways to beat it, but I don't think it's a certain Netrunner you want. Okay, we got lucky there. They have more money than we think because of the Penny Shaver. We'll see if they face check into this. Again, I'm really hoping for no reprise, but there's no way to play around that. This is the total opposite of all the other games where we kind of flooded up a bit bad. This looks like the first agenda, so I'm hoping this gets a run. Buzzsaw, okay. They have to be here on Game Dragon to feel good about our Mesny or Leech. But like we have 2/4 strength, so okay, now we push. So we can do advance, off-road La Costa, and we get the free advance. They're not wrong. And this means we can score the off-road with the La Costa if it survives and then jam an agenda next turn, which is all we want to do. We basically want to get this like assembly line. Yeah, you can either draw only agendas or none. There's a lot of agendas in R&D, and I'm hoping that Mess Nechesso, which gets broken for like 7 credits with Buzzsaw, is going to hold up for us. Archives is Marchives. No, this is not a Century unless we're playing Colossus, which would be kind of hella sick. But their engine is getting up. The one card that we're going to have a problem once it shows up is Twinning, because then they can actually lock the top of R&D and upset our assembly line. They've gone through half their deck. They should have everything they want. Maybe they're missing their killer. I'm assuming that they're on, if they're on Buzzsaw, they're probably on Game Dragon Carmen. That doesn't really change the empiricist math. But it does heavily change the Vampy Mess Nechesso math. Now they break Mess Nechesso for 4 instead of 7. It's a huge difference. I think a Sice and Dawn would be fine. We res for 5, they break for 3. I don't think we can ask for that much better than that with their Breaker Suite. If they're on Game Dragon. Which I think they have to be on Game Dragon if they're on Buzzsaw. Either that or Leech. Pinhole is also a bit frightening. Okay, there's a Twinning. I don't think they charged it this turn. There's a Cheswa, so now they've charged it. Okay, so this is where things get scary, and we have to like perfectly get out of this. So we're gonna draw an agenda, which will be perfect. Yeah, told you. Score. Like this is where like PT is kind of cool. Right? Like this is kind of sick that you could just go chain to chain to chain. Half of this is La Costa, but we'll take the free advancement here. This is another board say where NAB Corden for the final agenda would be so perfect. All right, they're going for it. 50-50. They know there's a Hanse in here. I don't think they know the other card. Let's see if they break this for 2 credits. Okay, no, they're just double clicking. Hit the Hanse. Okay, they get nothing. They got to click back though. Oh no, they used their Twinning. I'm fine with that. Yo, Jeff, congrats on getting the video out. I think the editing is quite nice. I wish there were enough ice for me to justify playing it. I feel like all the code gates are like 4 strength that are seeing play, besides the little ones. So maybe it's fine. This thing is really expensive to get down though. Paladin Puemo doing a lot of work. Just took us 8 turns to spin the jam up. Yeah, with perfect no agenda draw. And they're still scared of face checking into code gates, or sorry, into sentries. I'm glad they use the Twinning charge there. That helps us a lot. So if we top deck another agenda, like a provide negation, oh my god, is it good? Where are they running? Oh. I think we still call it event here, but they seem to struggle to fire Mystic. Chat, is there anything else we call here? Like their deck is mostly events. They could have another Penny Shaver in hand, a Boomerang probably in hand too. But we assume they're on another Clean Getaways, a Bravado, transfers. I think we just call event. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Hey, GG. What was their hand? Their hand was no free lunch, Chesva, transfer wealth, card ADM. So we got a bit lucky. That wasn't always lethal. It's usually lethal though. Yeah, they got a bit antsy there. They finally made the run. That's why we aced up archives. How would our game gone? Our game would have gone so good. We would have scored the off-world office, and then we would have jammed the sericulture. We got 2 sericulture advancements. Actually, would have been pretty sick. And then a Charlotte from there. Unfortunately, the next agendas are like 10 cards down. Like really bad. What is the chance that we can play? What's the one called that searches your deck? The NBN one that searches your deck for an agenda and installs it. I obviously, like in hindsight, we don't have problems finding agendas. We're probably finding too many agendas. Is it IP enforcement? No, the other one. Digital rights. Thank you. Like this is probably not a real issue we have, but this is the sort of deck that like this is kind of nice. This is a draw and install for 1 influence to make our game plan do something. I think I've only seen this when people want to grab their 1 Sisyphus out of their deck. Which, like, this deck could Sisyphus, I guess. DRM is not a terrible shout. No, it's a cool card. Like, when your game plan requires you to tempo forward, this is one of the very few cards that on tempo gets a card onto the table that you can get the PT advancement with. You can also bluff with it. Like, you can install a different card, right? You may install a card. So imagine grabbing an agenda, installing like their Idios increases. Because who's running HQ against PT? Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. This has text. I forgot this has the HQ clause. This is the only card with that text. Play out the runner did not make a successful run on HQ. Especially if you hold only one bite. Sisyphus PT, I mean, it's a 5-2. It's clumsy. PT loves clumsy. All right, let's make some changes really quickly. There's definitely something to this. Like when the ability works, it works. It's just it's not working consistently. So I'm going to cut the Idios increases, which I really don't like. And we're going to play 3 humanoid. I wonder what other changes we have to make. With humanoid, you can consider playing petty cash because it works. Yeah, the Idio just doesn't seem very good. If you advance it once manually, it becomes a bad econ card. If you jam it though, like you already still spent 2 credits to make 3. So it's like bad unless you double advance it. What else obvious changes can we make? I feel like I don't have enough ice. Anoetic is actually okay as a 1-of. The Adrians have been like feeling important. I think NABD Cordon is the other card I want. And I think Humanoid with NABD Cordon is pretty nice, as much as Humanoid is going to give us too many cards in hand. So say that we have 3 cards in hand. We mandatory 4. Humanoid fires, we go to 5, 6, 7. Then we install 2, we're on 5. Then we play an operation, we're on 4. So unless we're on 4 cards in hand after mandatory, we can't do Humanoid into PT. But if we Humanoid into PT, we actually can install an agenda, fire PT, and fire an NABD Cordon. I'm going to try 2 fewer Adrians and 2 NABD Cordons. Actually, I'll do 1 more Adrian, 1 fewer Anoetic. Because I feel like Adrian's a bit easier to fire. Cordon's really good to stick on the back of an HR. Yeah, exactly. If you can jam an agenda, jam a Cordon, that's awesome. If your op is Hansei, oh yeah, you're right. If we play Hansei, we can manage our hand a bit better. I wonder if we should just be on more Cordons. The card's good. Very good in the early game too. Corp. Issues with streaming at noon. I have like lunch before I stream, and then when we hit like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, I start to get hungry to the point that I get like I start making bad decisions. Which maybe that's good for Netrunner, but it's like I don't know, it's awkward. Maybe we have to start an hour earlier. Just because this is exactly the point where I'm like, what's dinner about? And it takes over some brain cycles. Yo, Mila, how's it going? Afternoon, Andre, afternoon chat. How you doing? The response you got for the Neuroscape people about, you know, the criticisms about, you know, okay, not this hand, about the TCG model, I think was a pretty cool response. Protein bar time. Thanks, you too. Oh, we're playing against Baz. The cool Baz deck right now is the like stealth one, which is kind of neat. This hand can, if we draw a second ice, do the cool play. Still remember my first time playing NABD Cordon, having a double advance Bologna Cordon on and the Bologna getting imped? Yes. And the cool thing is not anymore. Okay, we didn't draw the ice we wanted. So we can leave HQ open, which is a disaster against Barry. At least into transfer. It might not be a huge disaster. It's a small disaster. Our remote server could be Charlotte into Vampy. I don't think we can leave HQ open. If we put the Lacosta on the table and that gets trashed on turn 1, I don't think we're super upset. So maybe we just do like hedge fund, Vampy, Lacosta on the table and see what happens. Like this card's super valuable, but I think it's a bit harder modernly to trash a 4-cost card. We're not going to advance anything. Yeah, that's fine. Can I have a mid-afternoon snack on deck like a fig bar? Yeah, I kind of do. I think I do. Probably a better structure. What do you think of PTU so far? Mixed. It's been mixed. It's the sort of thing where if it rolls, it's really good, but if it like fails on its own, it like doesn't do anything. Like if you draw 4 agendas, your ability doesn't fire. And I do think that's actually not uncommon from a lot of the corp identities in the set. Shout out to our friends in poetry. All right, so Baz can do something here. We'll still res this. If this gets hit by a D-res, I think Boomerang would make sense, but if this gets blown up by the Mag Electric, we're cooked. So let's see which 2 they break. You can consider more Cordon and Sericultures. Yeah, those work really well together. Gain 2 and 2 to net. Okay, so we could draw here. So what don't they break? The runner loses 2. Yeah, that makes sense. Because they have no money. We could take a risk here. I will. That turned out fine. Yeah, Agenda Flood hits relatively hard in the meta. The thing is, like, corps feel like they have less tools to keep up with the runner. And so if your early draws are bad, you're not keeping up with the runner. And if you're not keeping up with the runner, you fall further behind. So it's like you exactly need to hit your line. Okay, not a bad Hermes for us. How much red 40 we eating today? I don't think it makes me hyper. It makes me focused. What are you talking about? I think, by the way, floating. Trying to get my carcinogens in. Is that what it's actually come down to? All right, Empiricist off the top. We have a Hermes. So we need ISO R&D. We have a Charlotte on top of Lacosta. We could do credit peer review and show most of the hand, but we don't really want to do that. I think we're going to need to get something on R&D so we don't get blown open by this. Tattoo Bull into Baz is not great for obvious reasons because it's an ice you want to res a lot, but I do think that's all we can afford on R&D. So we might just have to do credit Tattoo Bull and R&D. We get really hurt if you just send straight into this a transfer, but at least we can duck the Lacosta. Let's say that's good for us. I think we just Tattoo Bull R&D. They know we have an Empiricist, so they might face check it. But there's not much we can do here because peer review, you can't install ice. Higher shot for the runner to hit it in HQ small. Yeah, the good thing is that you're hopefully building that assembly line and just putting your cards in a remote server. But I feel like we have a bit too little ice to do that. We might have to do it behind an Empiricist. I'm just worried we're going to get blown out by a Mag Electric. Definitely way more efficient ways to get your carcinogens on. Gotta step up your game. You're throwing bags of bread on the gas grill, waiting till they're all nice and black. Grind that up to a powder. Red dye 40s like normie levels. I reckon you're in the part of the world where they really label what they think is bad for you. No Baz. I think, yeah. All right. Saisenton, okay, that's a good top deck. So here, how do we get Charlotte in the remote server? Unfortunately, we're 1 credit short to do Saisenton peer review Charlotte. So we could do Saisenton Charlotte advance. That'll put us on 1 credit. If they face check the Saisenton, the most we can go is up to 4 credits. So we can't get the Saisenton to work. So if we do Saisenton remote server credit. We're just a bit short. This does go here, and then if we do install Charlotte Advance, we're on 1. Charlotte brings us to 4, which is not enough to threaten this. I think we have to threaten this, so I think we'll do the play next turn. We can still duck a transfer, so we're okay. This is one of the few ideas we actually want to play bites in. I'm not sure why. We don't really have enough money. We don't really threaten cards in hand. It means running HQ is difficult, but you just want to make HQ not worth running. Classic in my brain. All right, they're drawn up, so they probably want to find something good to bury. If they get a flip switch or boomerang, Saisenton doesn't hit that hard. Cat's Cradle into Vampire Nasa is not particularly good, but this means that they're more likely to be an Econ Denial D-Res deck, so Mag Electric Vampy is going to cost us a lot of the game, and I don't think we're set up to deal with that. If that's the case, we should get a Tattoo Bull on HQ. So we can do... We want to peer review Charlotte last, so that's 1 card out. So we can do Tattoo Bull on HQ, credit peer review Charlotte, get the advancement on the Charlotte. That'll drop us to enough credits to threaten the remote server. So we'll do credit. We could play around maintenance access into the Mag Electric. I don't think we will. I think we want to make sure that HQ doesn't go through because this deck is probably on D-Res. So this goes install credit. Yeah, this bleeds the least information. Remember that we can res this around Hermes. But I have no deck. This is the sort of Baz deck that will blow us out if we disrespect it. Oh, it is the stealth one. So this is Fire RL's deck. So you can still break this. You just can't bypass it. So this is still 3 to break. We want to get this resed into Hermes, so we will res this. So After Image needs stealth to bypass, but it just needs credits to break subroutine. So this is still broken for 2 credits, not 3 credits. We'll still res it. We like to have our ice resed. This does give Baz tempo, so maybe that's not the best, but if Baz overextends here, might not be able to trash Charlotte, let alone Lacosta. I don't think the Lacosta is going down. Charlotte will have to crack. No Baz trigger, love it. Doesn't matter what we call. We're assuming we're calling event because Baz is not firing. Yeah, it's 2. So this leaves with just enough money to trash Charlotte, not for Lacosta, so unfortunately we'll have to get our value and go. The server now needs an Empiricist. The problem is Empiricist res for 7, bypass for 2 is silly. Now the good bypass in this deck is if you install for 2 credits, you can get the Penumbral Toolkit, or if you run HQ. This is a Moose Stealth break deck. I mean, that's pretty good, ain't it? Needs stealth for strength too? Yeah, it needs stealth for strength. But if you have stealth for strength, you probably have stealth for bypass. Because this deck I think is playing like 1 Taka, but it's playing 3 Penumbrals. So I think we have to like Hansei review the Empiricist. I don't think we res Empiricist in this matchup. I think it's just way too bad. We just do the same play. Maybe it's better to put a second ice here that Tellus will respect. Maybe that actually is right. I'm not sure if the stealth Fire Isle deck is playing D-Res. I've been jamming my stealth deck for a while and I'm still not convinced by Moose Safecracker. It's like not good, but it's the best you have, which I think is worth something. Right? Like it is multi-access. Why not just twinning or wake Docklands? It's less influence. That's it. That's good. Trust. I don't know. It's like the numbers on it have never looked good, but you need payoffs to play stealth. I do think you're right, though. If you have stealth counters, you can do twinning. But it's also not a resource. So we'll res this. We don't need the counter. It's just we can get the counter. Oh, sorry. Oops. Oops. Undo turn. I forgot to res it, if you don't mind. I have to res the Charlotte so we can fire Charlotte. Thanks. So we'll do the Charlotte for sure. We'll look close to this for sure. Okay, tree line's good. This deck probably doesn't break berries well. Fuji would have been cool. So I'm going to let our centrals open for now. There's not a lot of money here. We can get tree line in the remote server too. We can get Adrian. I think we're just going to coast from here. We want to get the free advancement on Charlotte. It's not super important. There's nothing. Oh no, we can advance tree line, but it's into a Hermes deck. I'm not feeling good about it. So actually, maybe we advance R&D more. I just feel like this server is how we win. So I'm going to put this here, but I'm not 100% sure what's right. We'll put the Adrian in there to make it a bit more difficult. And then here we either click for a credit or advance Charlotte once again. I think with the Lacosta, we don't need advance Charlotte once again. We'll just click for a credit. Oh, sorry. This is the advancement we get. F, fine. Why not? Oh, because it's rezzed. Right. I'm not going to advance the tree line. It's going to get bounced with Hermes, right? Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Guess if Scapenet meta ever becomes a thing, then I could use the case for Moo. Is Moo not a chip? It's probably not a chip. I don't know what Moo is. Musa. Musa is a hardware no type, so it's safe to that. All right. They need us to res more ice. They're scared to face checking into the Empiricist we threw into the bin. If we top deck an agenda, we're just going to jam it. I don't think we need a cord in. 20's coming down. They'll install something cheap. It's alarm clock. Feels fine. Let's keep doing our thing. Charlotte for an agenda. Nice. Choose a card. Free Charlotte. This is good. So we'll crack the Charlotte, install the offworld. They're on 0 credits, so I'm not super worried about this remote server. Because they have to be Treeline, Sycenton, Adrian. So I think we're just going to push the offworld and we'll keep the cord in to keep cards in hand. It gets trash for 2, which is a bit rough. But if they alarm clock this, I don't think we're too upset. So we'll just crack this. I think we'll actually pre-advance this once. No, we will just click for credits. Feels bad. I don't want to spin doctor onto the table. Maybe we should. It just, at that point, we don't control HQ anymore. And I feel like we need to control HQ to have a chance with PT. So I think we're just going to do... Advance means that they might just run R&D. So I think we're just going to do credit. We'll advance the tree line. So at least there's 2 bad bounces. Nah, this is fine. Pre-advancing seems good, yeah. I just don't know if we want to double pre-advance because we can still score the offworld and jam the next card, no problem. So I don't know if we need to double advance this, which like gets blown out by Hermes pretty bad. And a funny realization the other day where I transport Monopoly to Boomerang and run which stopped the MU Safecracker from firing 2, which I hadn't realized. Oh, it needs a successful run too? That's kind of strange. Oh yeah. Yeah, actually advancing this again would have been fine against Hermes. I do think actually playing around Hermes is fine. Okay, Cheswa Centrals, they charge the twinning. So we can at least play around one of these. If we draw an agenda, we'll jam. Otherwise, we'll fix our Hermes problem. All right, I think we'll just score this comfortably. And then we'll see what Hermes messes up for us, and we'll repair that. We need to get ice on HQ. Single advance. We can pay 1 here. They're not doing much. It feels like they're a bit scared to face check, which you need to do that with Baz to have text, because Baz has fired once relevantly, if I'm not mistaken. Alarm clock, we're going for it. Okay, so if we res the Bola here, otherwise they sweep the whole hand. If they sweep the whole hand, they double click through the Vampire Nasa. We don't give them Baz credits. I think we let them sweep the hand. They can only trash one of the NAPD Cordon or the Spin Doctor, so I'm okay if they spend half their turn getting the Vampire Nasa and they don't get Baz trigger. It also means that they do get another twinning trigger, but we can't stop that. I'm okay if they go through this. They could just let this fire. I don't think we're comfortable drawing into this. Losing the spin doctor is the worst case, but like actually NAPD coordinate is the worst case. Their money's not good. But like I'm gonna respect Baz here and just say you can double click to the Vampy if you want to spend half your turn, and they do, so that's fine. Here they can boost if they want to with the twinning. They should. They should just Chesva boost the Cat's Cradle. Looks like they didn't. So hopefully they install a card. Cordon, shit. So we lost that. So they got the boost anyways. And now the Spin Doctor is safe. How many counters did they use? 1. So they only saw 2 cards. They don't know we have a Spinny. I've been happy if they used 3 there, that's for sure. Boomerang on Tattoo. Okay. This is going to be bad for us. We'll pre-res the Adrian. As much as the tree line's going to get bounced for sure. They don't know we don't have ice, but we don't have ice. They would have installed that boomerang for free, so you have no... I know. I think we'll res the Adrian just so we don't have to reinstall it, but they're probably going to bounce the tree line ice, which actually lets us put on R&D. Good swing turn from them. Very good swing turn. This is why I don't love pre-advancing ice. Spin Doctor breaks this, though. Hermes actually puts us away from our ability, which is kind of rough. We have to advance something. All right, so they saw 3 cards. They stole 1, but they know we have a hedge fund. So Spin Doctor can draw. Then we can do double install. Yo, Baza, how's it going? How's your Tuesday? Okay, so we don't have anything to jam, which is upsetting. I think we need to get an ice on R&D and ice on this remote server. I think we'll do tree line on R&D, and then we'll do both 2 on server 1. I don't care about the Tattoo Bola flip. If anything, we can decide to overinstall this sooner than later. But we'll just do this and then advance the ice on R&D. Adrian stays. I forget we can move Adrian, actually. That's worth something. I keep forgetting you can move Adrian. Yeah, you live on R&D now, buddy. You should have moved there. Oh my god, we should have moved Adrian last turn. Why didn't we move Adrian? Chad, don't we remember Adrian has text? We could have played around that. The heck, this guy has more text on it? I thought it only had this text I didn't understand. I forgot about the movement text. There are more words on Adrian than all the Anarch cards in the last set. Everyone say good morning to Artemis, my cat. Hey, Artemis. All right, so we're set up to peer review, show nothing. All our hand is known besides the peer review. We got the open market charging the twinning. We're going to lose just like twinning inevitability. So we have to just like rush down the breaker before the twinning gets out of hand. So best top deck would be a Proprio, I think. Or not Proprio. Yeah, Proprio. Class act, we're bottomed out. Adrian's only allowed to move into Taya. We're not going to shuffle back with the Spin Doctor because we want to draw an agenda. Okay, we can draw once and still peer review. Okay. I guess we have to. This actually beats Hermes, which is nice. So we'll peer review, hide the send a message. We'll put the send a message in server 1. If we advance it once, Lacosta gets it there. So I think we can put an ice on the table. We are weak to Fractor. Putting the 3rd ice feels a bit silly, but we get 1 advancement, 2 advancement. We score the send a message, we get bounced. We could slow roll this, I'm pretty sure. I don't think we have to push this out. So Adrian will move back to server 1. Actually, that might be overkill. I don't know how they get through the server. I think Adrian stays here, and then we just advance this slowly. This makes it more look like a Charlotte, but I don't think we need Adrian on the server. I don't see how they break double boat too. It's a lot of boomerangs, right? Morning, Justin. How's it going? Playing some Jinteki. Firing PT. All right, so it begins here. If we don't res, they can't clicklessly install a thing from their hand. So we're going to not res. And if they see our whole hand here, I don't care. We've been managing our hand. It's really important in this matchup. We're doing the thing that we said we would do. It's not Ice HQ. Just kidding, but you know what I mean. So now they have to deal with this. They can break it in theory, but it costs like 3 credits to boost, and then they have to spend more. Here they can't trick down Mag Electric because we didn't res. Not that the Tattoo Bola wouldn't be a problem. So they double click that. They only have half a turn. This access, if they're tracking, they should know every card in their hand. This run has to have other text on it for it to be relevant. So maybe they're going to install like Penumbral toolkits from hand. But they should know every single card here. Single access, no twinning charge. They could have charged the twinning unless they want to run R&D here. I don't think they've seen our advanceable ice yet, so they might have a 50-50 whether this is a barrier or code gate. I forgot we put humanoid in this deck. We haven't drawn one. I honestly don't know if we like it. Needless Boto reveal there. Oh my god, did we do the bad thing? Yeah, we revealed the Boto. You should do that in the other order. I'm so bad at playing peer review. Good call out, Tron. We should have installed the Boto first and then peer review. They should have known every card in hand, not only because of the tracking, because we showed every card in hand. I don't know why that run was what I was trying to get, because we just showed the whole hand. As much as we could have installed the Lacosta, but you can't double Lacosta. Yeah, no problem. The problem is like peer review is replacing this old card called Celebrity Gift, which you played on first click and second click. And so I'm so used to be like, oh, play the Celebrity Gift on first click and second click. And it's like, what are you doing? Open market for open market, costing 1. Again, we denied some value, and now the stealth credits are coming in. So we can decide here whether we want to score out, and we get bounced. We have a Proprio in hand. So if they run HQ, this is one unknown card. If they score the send a message, we get a res Botu. They probably bounce R&D. We hold Adrian there. If they res HQ, we can res the Tattoo Bola, and then we'll actually have a swap. I think we just score this and pass. Otherwise, we can score this next turn. I think we're just going to take this while we have it. So we'll res us Botu. It might be right to res the tree line, but I think I'm fine with this. In theory, we probably shouldn't have done the outermost Botu. Actually, 100% we should have done the outermost Botu, because that's a Botu they know about. Yeah, this is wrong. We should have done this one. Because this is the one that they know is a Botu. So we just showed them that there's 2 Botu here if they're tracking. Peer review is such a cool card. Really strong and interesting for both players. Yeah, it is really cool. It's a very cool card. Yeah, that is strictly not right. So Hermes, of course, here is firing. Twinning, they can sweep HQ, but they know there's only going to be one card there they don't know. They assume they know what this ice is. We're going to keep Adrian here on R&D. And we just need to survive one more turn. Yeah, no worries. No stress. Take your time. Thinking here what the bounces are. This is why we pre-res our upgrade. Not only does it have text, it turns out. Now, they could open up R&D. Looks like they're opening up HQ. So if they swing HQ here, they can see 3 cards. Will we move Adrian to our HQ? Probably not. It kind of like signals weakness. So they can spend the whole turn to see 3 cards of HQ. If they take the Proprio negation, like, we don't lose the game. But if we put Adrian on HQ, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, let's move Adrian to HQ. I don't know what the text is. I'm not sure if we have to win or lose the side game. I had a Dream Daywee game earlier with the Stargate Brew, 17 flips in 12 turns. Actually better than Lat. But it's like Lat value, but also like, I think that's the thing that gets discounted with Daywee is like, as long as your runs make sense, having your value attached to runs is pretty good. Sometimes Lat clicks for a credit to get the card draw, right? And like, that's still fine because credits are good. Card draw is good. But I don't know. If you fire Lat as many times as you fire Daywee, the question comes down to how good were the runs for your game plan. All right, I'm gonna have to read the text on this guy. I think we just always pay 2. What is the... Hold on. I gotta read this one. Whenever the runner makes a successful run on the server, play a side game, it's happening. If the bids differ, so we can spend... Oh, they have Chesva. If the bids differ, the runner cannot access cards other than this upgrade. So Adrian dies. I'll just pay 2. Paid 0. Okay. So that means they can only trash Adrian, which charges the twinning off of Chesva. I keep hearing that. It's not intuitive. It's not intuitive. You could argue it's intuitive. It's not. All right, so we lost that guy. That's fine. All we need to do here is manage our hand. So they have 2 clicks. They can break the Vampy. Maintenance access into twinning. Incredibly cool. Very, very cool. Very likely to steal an agenda here. Yeah, off the top. So this will make the rest of the accesses worse. That's a problem for us. We might just lose to twinning. Different is get down, Mr. President. I just keep convincing myself it's the other way. Do we want to shuffle back? No, we want to draw an agenda. Okay. We'll draw once. Okay, so we have to take a setup turn here. Our hand is not empty. So we don't really need the hedge fund. We can play it. I think we're just going to ice up R&D. We can get transferred through this. It's not that bad. So we're not going to get our ability. Feels intuitive. It's just like Caprice. The just like Caprice part makes more sense to me. That is, I think, the easiest sell. That's it. So now we have the agenda other issue where we don't have enough agendas. Not that we could have played our, what's it called? Our digital rights management. There's only one more 5-3 for them. But the problem here is that any turn that we don't jam is another turn that they can get twinning to work for them. And as soon as they have twinning working for them, they can just send it R&D, and then they don't have to win. They just bounce what's in server 1. We put less cards that we can put in the remote server. In theory, with that idiosyncrasis, I guess we have humanoids. But we just need to keep putting things on low coast and saying, like, this is the turn that you have to interact or you can lose. They're just scraping by. They need to use Taka this turn, so I'm assuming they'll just run HQ. Maybe they'll run the remote server. R&D. They could also just run archives to see a flip. Do we know what PT stands for? No, I don't think we do. I'm assuming it's like a corporate entity. Like just like SA and Nuvang stands for whatever the French like incorporation is. Cat's Cradle on 2, does that help? Yeah, it helps the credit. The Fractor into the stacked Botu is actually worse for us. We definitely should have rezzed the outermost. Okay, so wherever this Bravado goes, we have to res. It's going to the Vampy, letting the Vampy fire. We cannot draw off the Vampy, but we'll take the net damage off the Vampy. Oh, unless they can Taka this with Chesva. I guess they can. Decision to sign. So 2 gets the strength. You have 3 Taka counters. I don't think we want to draw into a twinning onto an open HQ, so it's an option. You may draw 1 or 2. And technically 0 is an option, as unintuitive as that reading sometimes can be. They could not break the lose 2 and save a Taka credit. I think that's correct here. I think letting us draw cards, it's saying that we think you're flooded, but if we're not flooded, we don't take this draw. So I think you actually learn more information by letting us draw off of this. So we're going to fire the 0. And if they swipe with the twinning here, I'm assuming they want to, if they didn't let the draw cards fire. They did. Okay, that's huge for us. SA stands for South America? No, it stands for SA French company. Yeah, Société Anonyme, which is a public limited company in English. That's at least what I've heard. Top deck agenda? Okay, we can put this in the remote server and see what they do. They're still missing a Fractor. We just need to keep them working for this. So like a pinhole would be fine. If they pinhole the La Costa, that might buy them a turn. Yeah, this looks jammable. Here, I think we need another ice on R&D. The question is what? Messing to Tattoo Bowl is still relatively okay. I think we can't put the Sisant on, so it would have to be the tree line on R&D, dropping us to 14. I think we have to just make sure we don't lose the twinning here. Anonymous Society to describe a corb. Deck checks out, yeah. Alex, Ice Archives to stop future pinholes? Maybe. I don't think it's the worst, because we're going to hopefully PT our agenda, so we don't have to play around pinhole. Our deck has actually very few defensive upgrades. It might be worth it. I just think with like Chesva, Trickster, we can't really... I guess we tax out a bit. How's it going, by the way? Maybe that's fine. Yeah, maybe that's okay. It also gives them a cheap server if they ever need to Chesva boost, but I think with Paladin, they should be able to install. Barry's text hasn't been super relevant in this game. I'm gonna ask for action. If they don't do anything, they can't boost. If they pass priority, they can't boost anymore. Okay. If you wanna Chesva boost, you have to do it now before you pass to me and the window closes. Yeah, so they have to boost here if they want to. They can Chesva their Cat's Cradle because it's a run on a central. As soon as they say no action, they commit to Axis, then they can't do it anymore because they did nothing, and then if we immediately pass, then the window closes. Got to approach the server? It's hard to tell sometimes on archives. That might be true. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Technically, we had to hit one more button. I just don't want to do that wrong. In person, I would just say Axis, and if they say yes, then they have technically consented the window, sort of. You're in the Mitra window? Man, the Mitra window is so cursed. There's the Mag Electric. I don't think we care too much about this. We just need to Hansei this turn. So will we Spin Doctor back in? I think we won't Spin Doctor. Ideally, we draw an agenda. If we don't draw an agenda, we'll Spin Doctor back in. Because I don't want to draw too many agendas. They could have lost right here. Oh, wow. They call their bluff. So we'll shuffle some cards in. I want to put the Corden back in to challenge their money. That seems good. And I think we actually put Adrian back in. Don't flood. Okay, we didn't flood. So we can do Proprio, Adrian, and then pinning the La Costa actually does something for them. So I think we do Proprio, Adrian, Hansei. So we'll just keep the density up. So we'll put back untrashables. We'll do hedge fund. Hedge fund, I don't care. Server one, end turn. Well, we actually don't have to advance the Proprio negation. It shows which one the agenda is. I'd rather have the 50-50. This loses to La Costa being pinholed, but I don't think we actually advance something here. I think we'll advance the ice. This is tricky. I feel like doing tricks with PT might be a bit more valuable. This loses really hard to pinhole into La Costa, and we could have played around that. But that gives them more of a 50-50 to pinhole the defensive upgrade. I'm pretty sure on this turn, actually, in hindsight, they would have pinholed the upgrade. No, the La Costa and not run. But this makes it look more like a sericulture, so it's a bit of a strange play. It might not be right, but I think it's interesting. That means you don't win this turn? If La Costa sticks. If the La Costa sticks, we can win. That's the thing. Like, we're hoping we're playing around pinhole La Costa. If that's the case, we don't win this turn. So something's gonna get derez. I don't think we care that much. We're not gonna draw. It could have been better just to advance this thing and say, like, okay, now if you pinhole the La Costa, but then they can pinhole the Adrian and maybe run the server. I don't know if they're set up to do that. They have no fractor, so maybe we shouldn't have done that play. That being said, like, they're gonna run R&D and C3 cards, so we have to make R&D hold. Problem is, like, Mess and Chesso to Tattoo Bowl is pretty good. And actually, if they're playing around Mess and Chesso, they should save their Chesva credits because they want to Chesva the Tattoo Bola after they lose their credits to Messney. If you're expecting to go through a Messney, you want to keep your Chesva credits. We will draw 0 cards, thanks. If they do pinhole, you're still in a winning position. That doesn't put them in a better state next turn. Yes. Yeah, if they pinhole this, I think we're happy. Well, like, it buys them a turn, but it buys us a better turn. As much as they use Chesva credits. So the deer is the Botu, so they are charging the server. So we're going to need 6, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, maybe actually advancing this was better. So now we have to win off 2 servers. They didn't use twinning, so now they're going to contest R&D. They still have 4 clicks. Fuck, alarm clock's good. So we have to res the Botos. The problem is they can't beat the Botus. The Botus are a bit interesting into Boomerang because there's 3 subs. So if it's Botu and they go through into second Botu, they might flatline. They have 3 clicks left here. This server, they have to beat the tree line, but they definitely have a Boomerang in hand. Okay, so we have to think here. So if we res all of this stuff, it costs us 8. This costs us 12. Seems fine. So this forces out a Boomerang, which is important. I think we just lose to R&D. We didn't go fast enough. It actually might have been better to put Adrian on R&D in hindsight, because the server seems really secure, and we need R&D to hold. Where's Kurapure? I honestly don't know. So maybe Tattoo... Actually, no, Tattoo Bowl is fine. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, okay, sorry. So there's a Tattoo Bowl. They don't have a Kurapure. So if they're boomeranging this, yeah, no, the server is fine. Sure, but you don't have to bury. Yeah, losing the berry to this activation is pretty bad for them because they can't contest the remote. You've gained no new info. It's super admissible. If that's what that word means. Like, they've gained no new info. They just, like, rise the tree line, install Boomerang, just pull it back into your hand. Nothing's changed. They just have to run back. Yeah, you just have to run back. They have to run back and just not whiff the berry. Yeah. They could baz something else. That's also totally fine. If they don't want a Boomerang, like, they've gained literally no information. It's totally fine. Getting the credit off of this might actually end up mattering. So now the only way that they can get a Hermes... I can't believe they got this far and found no fractors. I don't even think... Oh, they mutual favored... 2 mutual favors are out? So they have 1 click left here. We're feeling pretty good. They top deck your fractor. They don't have time. Barry only installs hardware. Yeah, it wasn't trash to damage floating. Sorry if I missed that. They just didn't find it, and they played or threw out 2 mutual favors. I forget where those were hit from. All right, now they're doing it. They're putting their money where their mouth is. This is 12. That releases us to 5. That's enough to score out. So here, if they want to boomerang it, they'll take 2 damage, and then the second boat will end the run. These are also 6 strength, but boomerang obviously doesn't care. Why risk tree line at all there? They can't pass tattoo? Chris, you're totally right, but I think I forgot that this tattoo was here. We had no real reason running it. Well, if we res this, they could mess up, but yeah, you're right. There's strictly no reason to res this. If we res the Messney, then it's wrong, because then they can install the boomerang on the tattoo. So all we should have done is res nothing and waste a click. That was, yeah, 100% incorrect. So they lost NFL and a boomerang. They'll continue. I need to write up on the big cards in my low vision GF after someone asked me on Reddit. Oh, cool. Is it up on Reddit, I take it? Second bow 2. They in theory could have another boomerang here. Oh my god, they do. It's gonna come down to Adrian. They have enough cards in hand. Wait. This is gonna come down to Adrian. This run's sick. We missed the boomerang with the net damage on the bow 2. It's so bad. Yeah, third boomerang pog. I guess it's the... Oh, that's all 3 boomerangs. If this run fails, Barry loses so much. Down to no cards in hand. Mavirus on the server is lethal. After image breaks us for 2, you don't have to bypass it. So Mavirus is lethal. We just have to pre-res it so you don't get bounced with Hermes. Love the Terrorselect shirt. It's a really good one. Shout out to a former teen who put this for last nats. Is the Charlotte gonna cry? Yeah, we didn't advance it, so this could be anything. We'll call event. It's the most likely to do damage. Loses the game? Yes. All right, very important Adrian play here. If we win, we win. If we lose, we have to keep playing. That being said, they're kind of gassed out. Still not very good, but it's all about Adrian. We were prepared for this. Got our size spinner. I'm going to full spin, okay? There's nothing to it. We're full spinning. I feel like we're losing our ability. I'm going to... I don't know. There's no way they're watching the stream. We'll do a full spin and we'll grab, okay? We're spending this much. How much is that? 2? That's the worst one to spend. There's no way that they don't spend 2. So the spinner said. I think it's 2 is still the best. The more that they spend 2. F. Spinner. I think 2 is what I expect them. At least here that they gas themselves out and we don't get terribly ruined. But they do steal it. It does make them the most poor. Yeah, it makes them the most poor, which is like a upside to us. They now struggle to trash Adrian. Like keeping Adrian around matters, so we keep this. So we have to top deck another agenda. 2 boomerangs shuffled back in the same run. Double boomerang shuffle is pretty funny. So we're still okay. Like we'll top deck an agenda and jam it. No, the window. How bad is it if they find a fractor? Yeah. Yeah, they had all 3. We need to hit both of them. If we do credit, we get ruined by transfer. Is this deck on transfer? So far, it doesn't look like it. They need to find their fractor. They need to draw boomerangs. I guess we draw again, yeah. Oh, not like that. I guess it's safer in here than anywhere. And then next turn, we do our thing. So next turn, we can do NAPD Cordon, click for credits. I gotta play with Artemis because she kept stealing stuff on my desk and walk over my keyboard and game back to the funniest side game device I've ever seen. I forget where I got this thing. It's an old thing. Back when, you know, fidget spinners were really cool. It's done me really poorly, I'll be honest. I definitely can do a better job than spinning the machine. But 2 seem tactical. We just need to get money out of Tellus's pockets. This is a close game. Don't we get ruined by transfer anyway? Yeah, we do. But at least here Lacosta's working. There's just nothing we can do about it. We could put another ice here. But at least like with Lacosta, you can slow roll to send a message. Because all we need to do is get this to a couple advancements and we just do credit, and APD. And then they need exactly the second transfer. Definitely drawing for a breaker here. They want to install something. 20 has enough charges. We don't want to draw an agenda. This also could be game. So they're getting the Paladin install. No, it's Class X, so no Paladin install, but they're drawing deep. They only have 1 credit and Paladin on 3 next turn. Okay, that's good. So we can do credit, NABD Cordon. That means if we get transferred, we're still on 2, which is enough to play Adrian. I think we'll just do that. And this locks all servers. I don't think we have a better play there. Adrian is good in the server. You can advance NABD instead. Yeah, but then if we transfer, we can't score. Actually, no, you're right. It's better to advance NABD. That's a fair bit better. But yeah, maybe Adrian's good. I just don't think they can get, like, if this is 6 credits to steal this. It actually might be more responsible to put Adrian on R&D, because getting through this and having 6 credits seems impossible, but cheating through these and then having 4 credits seems more possible with Chesva. So maybe it actually makes more sense. The thing is that this obviously hits everything, so I think I could have thought about the turn a bit more. You can install Ice and PT? Yeah, we have 5 in hands. Pertel, how's it going? NAPC Gordon? This is NAPC Gordon. Wait, that needs to be made. The NANPC Gordon. Kurapir bottom deck? Well, they shuffled a bunch with boomerangs. They actually put a boomerang in shuffle, put a boomerang in shuffle. Should have used mutual favor when I had no money. Yeah, they can't find their 1 fractor. That being said, they still need credits. So at least when they run centrals, they can use Chesva credits. Taka's only for programs. So they have all this money in the world, but NBD Cordon's doing a pretty good job locking down the whole front line. Yeah, it seems to be on the bottom of their deck. The thing is, like, they class act, they shuffled, so it has to be really kind of near the bottom. Really bad luck for them. We are only doing this well because our opponent doesn't have a fractor, let's be honest. All right, this run doesn't do anything. They need like Kurapir stim hack here, and even then, it's like Kurapir stim hack R&D I think does cook us. Because they're going to C3. Yeah, this run doesn't do anything. They need 4 credits. It's very easy to miss this. I think they just want to like interact on the last turn. It's better than doing nothing, but yeah, they don't have 4 credits. So they actually can't steal anything. It's really easy to miss this, but this is just sits over here. Fireall, we're going to draw. We actually could draw here because they can't steal. I'm just not going to. NAPC Gordon shines. Bad signal to the clouds. Batman comes, beats runner up. We have a problem. It's a runner. We will top deck an agenda. We made changes to the deck. We've experienced like none of them. Oh no, we experienced the Gordon change. The Gordon's good. They've discard down, out of credits, out of time. This was a long game. This was a 17 turn game, which like PT's ability seemed fine. It wasn't like lighting the world on fire. Yeah, there's 3 HRs and 18 cards. There's literally 3 HRs in here. We'll draw one. Never mind. Good game. Scored at 8. GG. They came down to that side game, that's for sure. Let's look at some of these stats. Thanks for the game. Kurapira still in there, huh? Side game bids, fine. Credits spent 80, credits spent 90 for us. We spent more money, but we gained twice as many credits as them. This deck seems pretty light on credits. I think it's really hoping to get through ice cheaply with Chesva, and we didn't see a single copy of the Penumbral Toolkit. That's how it usually is. Bummer. Yeah, if we look at our deck, well, we res nothing, of course. No Hermes. There's 3 humanoids still in the deck. Hey, choose. Get your hand. All right, let's do one more. I want to play the humanoid and see what it feels like, because it doesn't feel perfect, but... Cacophony. Oh, this is a Smurf for sure. I think we played against Cacophony earlier. This is 100% a Smurf. It's Baz again. Okay, I like her hand. The Mav won't do anything in the matchup, is my guess, unless Cacophony they're on maybe the bypass one, but I guess Baz doesn't install like quickly. This hand's fine. Ooh, that got interesting. HR into top-down solution seems so good, but money is tight in the economy. Yeah, it really is. So we can jam an early off-world. The problem is like Baz is 3 boomerangs, so you can't really push that out very easily. Boomerang HQ is like the threat on turn 1, because they can, in theory, just like start with a transfer of wealth. And if you res, they get through. If you don't res, well, obviously they're getting through. So that's really annoying. So we might just do like hedge fund bow to tree line and then advance the tree line. The problem is like this scales poor against boomerang. Bow 2 on HQ is like kind of weird because we can carve our hand, but it doesn't end the run. I think we'll do the Botu on HQ because that seems kind of fun. There's a chance advancing this is irresponsible. I think it's not worth it. This deck is on so many boomerangs. I don't want to advance the tree line. Wanted to mention that low vision stuff because I also mentioned that your settings for Cyber Feeder made JNet playable for low vision people. Oh, no way. I think it definitely helps. I imagine there must be better ways to do it. I know people have screen readers that blow this out, but I'm pretty sure in Cyber Feeder you can push the limit and make these even bigger. But I've had the bigger text for such a long time. I find watching JNet to be kind of difficult, especially if you're on mobile. Boomerang Boto isn't great for them. Well, they just take 2 net. I don't think it's the end of the world. Yeah, Hermes, that's another good reason not to do the play. So here we can do Saisantan, peer review the offworld, click for credit, and just hope R&D holds. It's like an aggressive line, arguably too aggressive, but I don't know what else would do here. We need to have a card in HQ because of the Botu, so we'll peer review, hiding the offworld, installing the offworld. We'll click for credit. The problem is finances here won't keep up with what we're trying to do at the speed. I do think this player is going to be able to pressure us pretty pointedly. I was surprised by all the Baz Hermes I see. It feels like a bit of a nombo. If you have some D-res, it's pretty good. It works really well with Mag Electric. A lot of people don't want to res into Baz, and then that's when Hermes gets good. Like, say that we have an agenda in hand, and then they're forced to res, and then they boomerang through the ice, right? Like, then we're incentivized to res to some extent. But one of the things you want to do against Baz is take your time not resing, so they don't get the ability. If that's the case, you can play Penny Shaver too, but I think Hermes is pretty cool, and the interaction with Mag Electric is definitely meaningful. You don't know what to do, you can just concede. I mean, I don't think this game is going to take that long. I don't think it's going to be a 16-turn game. Did they mull? They mulled. Okay, that at least helps. Scoring on offworld is also kind of sus here because it'll open up HQ. So they can just like straight transfer us. That's not the best to like never advance the 4-2, but at least then we'll have a lot of money. Oh, and Sophia. Okay, sick. Nice. I'm happy to see that. My answer for Baz so far has been sliding 2 Samax Moons. Yeah, I keep forgetting this deck doesn't have Samax Moon. Open market into Fran Sophia. That's much better. Could always let it cook. Against Hermes, I don't want to take the risk because every run on R&D has a chance of bouncing it. I think we'd rather just have an open HQ. All right, 6 credits to Saisantan, 5 credit tree line. Let's see what happens here. Good games? No, they definitely have a boomerang. Right? Right? They didn't install with Baz. All right, good game. I told you it'd be a fast one. What was the hand? Bravado, Bachlan, Mag Electric. So one event was good enough. Bye now. When they leave and their name changed to orange is really, really funny. So that was meant to be the pressure there. They could have installed Bachlan if they wanted to for free, which would be nice, but they don't want to take cards out of hand. So for what it's worth there, actually, even, what's it called, to beat lethal? An Empiricist would have been lethal there. Never doubt me. Seemed okay. I think things are going to get bad. We would have drawn a humanoid, have HQ bounced open. That's fine. We'll run it back. That's a cool Baz list though. Like it's playing way more of the cards that synergize better with Baz than just Reg Criminal. And I think that's what we need to see more. Like more Reg, less Reg Crim and Baz and more like a Baz deck to see what the difference is. Although they ran right there into Jinteki, it's not very clear whether PT is running the 3 copies of Saisantan or Empiricist at all. I think you're more likely to see an end the run there, like a Samaxamoon, Tachibola, right? Like it seems like we're rushing. So I kind of get it. It's also like JNet casuals. People will just send it sometimes. 47 Hosh. Han Boshiko. Okay. I'm assuming more Smurfs. Yeah, this has to be Smurf. Great. I get it. Thanks, you too. Don't love playing against Smurfs, honestly. Not my favorite. So what's Hosh doing? 47 cards? Probably just Reg Hosh if they're talking about ban Hosh. What do we want to do with this hand? Vampion HQ is fine. We have the Hansei double peer review, but we don't have a good jam here. I think we can keep this hand. We could do worse than this. We probably will throw out a peer review, but let's see if we can get an advanceable ice. Okay, that's fine. Can turn 1 you deal with a Tattoo Bowl in the remote server if we want to get the sericulture cooking? I'm going to try it. Okay, I'm going to try this, assuming the Hoshiko can't put pressure on centrals. Now, the Tattoo Bowl can be beaten. It only gets beaten by the Fractor or the Botulus, and at least we slightly beat the Botulus. So if that's the case, we need to get cards out of hand. So we'll do sericulture. We'll do Tattoo Bola. We'll do peer review for the sericulture. And then I think that's all we do. So we credit. So we do install. No, we have to install this peer review. We have to do Tattoo Bola, credit, sericulture. Tattoo Hansei PR. Yeah, the problem is if we Hansei, we're down to 1 card, and I don't know if we want to be down to 1 card. Actually, this has been working out fine for us. Why not? So we'll do Tattoo Bola, Hansei. Like, this might be a bit too much. I like having more cards in hand. See what happens. This looks like a Charlotte usually, so we score out the early sericulture. We have a lot of flexibility, even if we just use this for tempo on our friend. I think taking the Indios increases is a cool interaction with sericulture. The theming on sericulture is so good. What do you say? I like this whole like silk thing. I think the silk line for Jinteki is really cool, and the names of all these cards are all very, very silk related. The looming future is a bit too much for me, but I appreciate it. This is one of my feedbacks in terms of the art of the last set, is that we did not see enough cards. Sorry, it's hard to leave that on the table. That showed what the locations look like. And I'm glad that this is not just a close-up on the building, but you get to see a bit of what Leech, okay, this could be anything, what the actual city looks like in the environment. Because I feel like... bad. I feel like we didn't get to see enough of what Brazil looks like. No. No. That's a bad start for us, that's for sure. They know it's a Vampy in hand, they don't know this card. We will jam the Humanoid. We need Ice Up R&D sooner than later. We need a second Ice here. Leech still could beat anything. I think Leech is just such a really good card. It could mean that they're on Ice Destruction and Leech with disgusting stuff. Oh, Banhart, that's good. We definitely need another Ice here. So we could just leave R&D open. I'm actually kind of interested in doing that. So I think we just do triple install here. No ability. I'm on break now. Smiley face. Welcome back. Hopefully your break was good. A message was sent. It was not a good message. They Hoshiko'd out, which is good. Banhar probably goes on the server. I have to be a bit worried about Sai Santan. Vampy's pretty good into Banhar too, but the bigger thing is we have to res this to protect the Tattoo Bola, and then we can still at least Humanoid from there. But if we draw bad on the Humanoid, we're in such a bad spot because we have no way to manage our hand. Let's see if they send it. They definitely send it here if they have like strike funds and steel skins in hand, because you just want to like force reses and push yourself forward. Because if they force this res, this goes. The only problem is if they don't have any steel skins, and then technically you run a bit of a risk with Sai Santan, but it's 6 cards in hand, you'll be fine. More horses to ride after this. Ooh, pinhole, 50-50. This is a huge pinhole. Hit the Humanoid. Okay, well, that's a massive issue for us. Boss makes $1, make a dime, so I chain it on company time. That is so bad for us. Hoshiko stays flipped. I don't think we Sericle through this. I think we just continue to do our bad rush play. We could have saved a credit. We can still res this, and we have the Tattoo Bola flip. So like a single Botulus challenges this remote server in a way that's going to be a problem for us. We need to keep our Adrian money. The issue is if Vampire Nasa gets resed, we don't have Adrian credits. So it actually might have been okay to Sericulture there, so it could be on 8, so we can play Adrian once. But yeah, we're not in a good spot. This is why I think going to 2 low card hands and maybe Hansing aggressively still probably was the play because our money is tight, but Fiance plays while he's in classes. For what it's worth, if you pay for classes, I think you should go to classes and pay attention. Okay, we're cooked. So this is going to be 2 damage. So I think we're better off here trying to get Adrian to win. Oh, Adrian never wins twice. That's a problem. Yeah, we have no game here. The best case scenario is that we had 1 more credit and we do Adrian to Vampy. What if I have free tuition? It's not free. It is subsidized. Shout out to Europe. Can I not pay any attention then? I just put on a free lecture on YouTube from MIT and just play League of Legends. All right, if we res this, I feel like we kind of have to. Yeah, we've lost this game. Let's see what happens. Vampy can give credits if they don't break it. No, it's Banhar. Nothing's going to matter. They're just going to lose 2 cards. And it's going to be like a strike fund. It might have actually been wrong to free res the Tattoo Bola because now they know to do this play. Gonna get the tattoo money? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you see, they make money on it. They lost the Nuka. Yeah, this is just good stuff, Hosh. The problem is it's a barrier going back. Okay, wait. Believe. So we probably should spend less because we can't re-res this on the way back. But if Vampy fires, we can res the tree line. Pay 1. Oh, yeah, that actually would have been better. Score this bottom out, go to 0. Pretty good. Pretty good. Look at all our ability to do things with credits. We have to survive for a turn here. The thing is, like, we immediately have threat with Sericulture Proprio, so we just need to get an agenda in the table and have, like, 3 credits. This is where, like, if they play transfer, we're cooked, but, like, look at our board state. This is expensive. This is, what, 4 for them to break? Paladin, Clean Getaway, nice. Run-based Crim. This card's, if people are happy to splash Bravado, I think they'll be happier splashing Clean Getaway. I think it's a much better card in the meta right now. And then you save 3 influence, right? Fuck off. At least that's not the worst for us. I think we just put this on the table and click for 2. The issue is we could blow our Sericulture on this. Blowing our Sericulture... No, I think we're going to advance this with PT. Oh, no, you can't. Ah. We might actually blow our Sericulture on this. Bravado's the best Crim card ever printed. It's not. I think if you're spending influence, I think you're getting just enough of Clean Getaway, and it looks like it lines up better with the assets modernly. We had 2 runs on R&D, 2 send messages. Is that what it came down to so far? 2 R&D runs, 2 SAMs? We actually, now with no SAMs in the deck, we have to score 2 more agendas. I cannot express my grief. We have to score 2 more agendas. Why is this playing? Oh, I must have hit something. Hold on. Cool. Imagine spending influence on Dirty Laundry. Imagine spending influence on Bravado. I like the Anarchs having 2, 3, 4 influence crime run event options. Onto Leech. Yeah, this is just good stuff. I think we'll res the Spin Doctor here because we can shuffle back. Okay, so we're going to jam this next turn. They have to be able to run the server twice. The problem is, like, with the leeches, they break tree run for 1, and then Vampy, they can run back. So they actually can run the server. It doesn't cost them anything, and we're on game point. So the only way we get back here is if we shuffle back in Adrian, and even then we don't have money. So I think we want to shuffle back in before we draw so we can get peer review Adrian. Oh, that's a bit more interesting. I think we need them to bite. So we need them to bite 1 time. Because the issue is with these counters. Purging the Hantu is, like, kind of funny. It won't change too much because of leech counters. But if they run this, then they break this for 1, and then we force them to run back. I think if they don't bite this, we're cooked. But I think we want to get our free advancement. So we'll put this on R&D, and then we'll do click for credit, and then we'll get our free advancement there. We won't Sericulture. If they put Banhara on R&D, we get the free flip, which is nice. Yeah, they do. So at least if they send that, we go up plus 2 credits. There's no way for them to stop it because they can't choose to jack out because the subroutine doesn't end the run. Nice. It looks like they wouldn't run their remote server. We're going to push the off-world. That's really good. Hits a strike fund. Never mind. I hate it. I think they're just going to tank the Vampy. I think these subroutines are less bad for them. And they want leech counters. Maybe we should have taken our window there. I can't imagine what third ice is here. Like Mess and Chesso actually would probably be okay. And then we can do Mess and Chesso for Prio. So they actually have to find a Boomerang or a Botulus, which they probably can do. Okay, good. We needed this to happen. So this is going to fire. So they lost Banhar. They lost a lot of cards. Funny enough, it charges up the Rising Tide, which is like a really funny math that actually helps them. I think we will draw 2 cards here. That's great. Whoa, the Cordons are sick. All of the art on Dirty Laundry? Which one? It is not super common that I like the system update versions of the cards more than I like the other ones. But I like the new Dirty Laundry better. All right, so we don't lose. They'll probably run HQ here. They want to keep their leech tokens up. They need to keep cards in hand open too. They wasted a leech counter? Oh, yeah, maybe they did. They forgot the Rising Tide went up, huh? Mystic for Steelskin. 1 and 5. Fuck. That sucked. We had a line there. We could have got out there for that extra game. I really don't like playing against Smurfs, but we had a small line there. That was the 1 and 5. So all we have to do there is like install the Off-World Office, install the Messney, and then we probably NABD Cordon. I don't think we would Sericulture there, and then we could maybe actually string it out from there. I actually think we had a shot. Losing the 1 and 5 is absolutely a disaster. They accessed from Centrals, I think, 3 cards. No, they accessed 4 cards from Centrals, and they stole 8 points, which... Oops. Oh, Proprietor on top 2. So that would have been bad. But that means if we hold, we can actually do chain into chain. Because they do run this, but they can't run this twice too easily. And with the Cordon, they need the money, and they don't have burst money. I think we actually had a chance if we didn't lose that central access. Our ability fired maybe once or twice, and it didn't feel that good. So much free draw money, though? Yeah. Well, for us or for them? Because against Hoshiko, yes, it does feel a bit absurd. They just get so much value for doing the basic game plan. We have to struggle for a bit more. Tough hit, but that's not right. Yeah, it's totally fine. If it was a tournament, maybe I'd have a worse time, but that's totally fine. That happens. We played, I think, pretty aggressively. I'm surprised we didn't get punished on the first push, I'll be honest. Actually, there's a chance that the resing the ice on the remote server was wrong. But if we don't res the ice, you can basically say it has to be like either a Tattoo Bola or maybe it's a 50-50 between that and a... Oh my god, we should be playing Fly Swatter. Why are we not playing Fly Swatter? It's Fred, okay. Don't know this name. Hey, best of luck, have fun. So we have an econ play on our hand. We could get Botu on the table and not care what Send a Message does to us. I think that's an option. So we could do like... How aggressively could we play this? We could do Hansei throwing out the Send a Message. We can install the Botu, install the off-rolls. Get the advancement. We'd be on 9 credits. If they run the Botu, we have to throw the Cordon at them. I'm going to try this. A peer review would be the best top deck here, I think. Okay, that's actually interesting as well. So we could do install Agenda, install Ice Cordon, get the free advance, but then we have too little money. Install advance NAB Cordon turn 1? No, they just played Econ card and run it. There's no way. But in theory, we could do install advance. No, but then we have too many cards in hand. We can't even get the PT trigger. We need the PT trigger to fire. So we can't do that. Another Hosh? Yeah, Hosh is good right now. Hosh is super common. For what it's worth, it's fun to play Hosh. You get card draw. You don't have the vision? Sorry, Aksu. Let's try that. Hansei install NPD advance. Hansei install. I don't like that because they can just click for 1 credit and steal the thing, right? No, they would have to click to 8. Yeah, so like Sure Gamble beats that. They go to 9, they run it. I think they're happy doing that. Because that would have 2 advances, so they just spend 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I don't think that's great. If they have Sure Gamble, we lose. Stop playing YouTube on my phone. Don't touch that. I love Hosh. I just see her so much. Yeah, well, she just seems like to be the most straightforward Anarch if you want to play Anarch stuff. Banhar on turn 1, that's bad for us. They access the hedge fund, that's good for us. It's just like most Anarch decks, if you're not really building around your identity in a very important way, Hosh is probably going to be the better thing. That's just how it is. It's been like that for a long time in the game. All right, so we've drawn 7 points already. We'll push that out. We have a good ice into Banhar. We don't have another ice though, but at least if Archives gets hit, we get the free boat too. As much as we're going to want this card, because we're going to want to score out points. So we need another ice here. I skipped over learning Anarch through Hosh. I like Hosh. Hosh teaches you good. Hosh makes you play the game good. Second Banhar in the bin. Okay. Fucking deck, please. Deck. Doesn't gotta be like this. Draw for an ice. Oh my god, deck. So I can't tell if the bad stuff just happens to you or whether we have to change how we build decks to put other effects like this in it. But this like just kind of keeps happening. We could in theory like jam an agenda NAPD and then cost them 6. I think it might have been better to jam Proprio play NAPD, but we're now too late. Oh, that's sick. So we can only discard 1 agenda here. That Spin Doctor might not have been right. It might have been better just to hold more cards in hand. Like, clearly we're fixing our hand. That is a really weird pattern for Spin Doctor. I don't think I like it immediately. Yeah, we flooded up hard in a couple games, and that's the issue. Is you flood up hard, PT does nothing because your hand is full of agendas. It is very, very unfortunate play pattern. It's the exact same thing with poetry. Like, it's weird that the 2 of the corpse have the same problem. If you flood up with agendas, not only do you not do anything, but you also don't do anything. And I feel like building into that is pretty rough. All right, top deck ice is good. Fermenter is going to be an issue for us if they want to contest Corden. So we're going to need ice, another card. We're going to need ice. Running R&D here, I think they should run HQ. Either flood early on Corp but get no agendas until bottom of my deck. Yeah, I wonder if just like losing Rashida means that our draws are more erratic. Okay, that's good. Problem is we have too many cards in hand and no ways to get them out. Oh no, we could. We could do Tree Line, Offworld, Corden. I feel like we're going to need the money if they contest a server. Do we have enough money? This is what, 11? This Corden makes it more obvious than an agenda. It might actually be better to Charlotte here. After a hand fix, HQ run seems less likely. Yeah, but the way that we fixed our hand looks like we were hyper flooded because nobody fixes their hand like that. You're right, because they at least shuffled the deck. That's something, but all right, they're gonna force us to res both our ice, and then they might not have enough credits. Because again, this costs 6 to steal. Okay, well, unfortunately, it's double barrier. Still maybe a fine trade. I play hedge fund instead of Corden there. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you are right. So they have a full hand of cards. Both 2 they have to break for like 6. So we just need to make them spend money. Yeah, we're bankrupt. At least we'll push Charlotte next turn. It might have been better to push Charlotte now, and then we play Corden. We don't play Corden, we play hedge fund. I think I like it better if we push Charlotte and played hedge fund instead. At least we're going to cost them money and cards. They lost a Buzzsaw. That seems okay. I think this deck just needs more ice. All right, 3 subs. They don't have to break all of them. Well, they probably do. They can take 2 net, maybe. They broke all. Okay. So they still need 6 more credits here. So that's fine. If we had more money, we'd jam the Proprio right away. But this server costs them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, maybe not. Raindrops, please don't 1 and 3 us. That's the only way we get out of this. Okay, now we're hyper cooked. I mean, can't score it, but still looks like a Charlotte. Better than nothing. We just want Bodu on 4. Yeah, I feel like I don't think our play last turn was perfect. With the credits on the fermenter, at least we forced the fermenter. The Hana 2 makes this a lot easier for them. Why Raindrops HQ? It's just a dirty laundry and they had extra cards in hand. Cup? That's fine. Hey Eris, how's it going? So I think we just install this, click for 3. This clearly is not a Charlotte anymore. No. I think we want Adrian credits. No, that's fine. How's the stream? It's been weird. PT's like been a bit of a mess. It's been fun though. How are you doing? It's going great. Good to hear. Yeah, you could argue that they could keep the raindrops for running the tree line on a following turn. I do think they had just too many cards in hand. They just wanted touch cards. That's fine. The way that we were playing, like touching HQ is interesting. It was a really good run for them. It turned out. But they're going to ban Hard the server. So they're going to cup a card first, I guess. Messney, they probably want to take that. Okay, that's fine. You're going to see all cards in HQ. We don't mind. In theory, Coupulation is like really scary into PT, but now hopefully any card that we top deck, we just push in a remote server, which is nice that we double advance this as much as don't worry about our money. It'll be better when the move is over, taking RL meat damage. Oh shit. Hopefully it's okay. Imagine playing hedge fund next turn instead of scoring. And it probably is correct, honestly. It might be correct. I don't want to go bottom out again. We do not get back into our money relatively easily. I kind of want to play Petty Cash, but I'm pretty sure Petty Cash is really ugly with PT because it's a card you can't easily get out of your hand. And with PT, your clicks are kind of prescribed for you a lot of the time. Seeing all hands in HQ with only hedge funds, oof. I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, it's a Boto. It's a bit hard. It's good with Hansei, though. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I think we do just credit hedge fund. Clearinghouse. Oh, it's a clearinghouse. Do you have any tips for playing kill trap decks? It totally depends on what the deck is, Candy. I think one of the big things if you play advanceable traps like Urtica and they don't run them, one of the best things you can do is keep advancing them because it looks like a clearinghouse and then they really have to run it. I think that's the one big thing. The most obvious overrider, yeah, good old Urtica. Stone Ship, they're ignoring it. I'm gonna ask for action before I blow them up. Action? We score this out, it does like a net damage. So we're gonna ask, so they have to play around, see how they run. We should probably figure out the rest of our turn first. I think we can draw. Okay. So we find send a message, we're in a good spot. I don't want to draw last click into a Coupulation. No target. If you had to pick, would you pet a Manticore or a Wyvern? Actually, a lot of that comes down to size. This place is only so big. They both seem really, really big. At least a Wyvern could probably like fly off and have more space. I think a Manticore probably takes up more floor space. All right, locking the top of the deck seems good for them. Trash a Charlotte, okay. Locking the top of the deck seems good for them. This is not a Lacosta, so they have a good read on the board state, but we have a big Botu now, so Rising Tide's going to struggle. Is that 2 Charlottes trash in a row? Whoa. Okay. No Charlottes. Fencer. Hey, Ren, how's it going? I played some Arkham Horror solo last night. I had a good time. That's like really kind of jonesing for it. Now they don't know what we're drawing. We could draw once for an agenda. This is going to cost us when we humanoid draw agendas. We just have to get ready for that. So either we put the Sisenton on server 1. I think we're actually in a pretty good spot. We have a Proprio. Place an advancement. No, we can't. I wish we could. Journal's actually asking the hard-hitting questions. I have to get the stat sheet. All right, their credits are bottoming out a bit. Banhart to Sisenton. Winning combination. Humanoid, at least we have the Hansei in hand. So the funny thing is if you flood up with Humanoid, you can like install an agenda and then install Spin Doctor and then Hansei an agenda from hand. That's kind of cool. I don't have the space for it. Been on the road for 6 months. Been playing a lot of Earthborn though. It's been great. Oh, I started an Earthborn campaign again and then put the blocks down and I feel like I'm going to forget where I am. I don't think my notes were that good. All right, we'll fire it. Let's see what this feels like. Okay, 2 cards installed. So we can install an off-world office. We're going to play the Hansei for sure, which means we can get the advancement. Wait, this is actually kind of sick. We'll put this on server 1. And we'll Hansei, throwing out the tattoo is my guess. And we get the advancement? Wait, that seemed really good. That kind of seems sick. I think Wyvern, Manticores are kind of creepy. I think the Wyvern, like, if you can fly on it, also comes with a fair bit of utility. I think the Manticore is just kind of like a big dog. Yeah, that was a really sick HR. That was kind of perfect. That's like everything you wanted the HR to be. If we could get another advancement, that would be good, because we can't jam next turn if we top deck an agenda. But I love that Archives remains unchecked. I mean, gotta keep it open. Twinning, okay. How are you gonna charge this? With Fencer? Oh yeah, I guess you could get lucky here. They're using the cup. Okay. Oh, so they can use the Fencer to cup. Oh, that's really cool. I forgot about that. So they can charge the Spin Doctor, charging the Twinning, which they already did, but now they're on no credits. Okay. They're alive. But we hit a Finality, a Pinhole, a 2 Adores. This might be a problem in the long run. I will let the access through. What's Earthbound Rangers? The board game Earthbound Rangers? Yeah, it's kind of more like a card game. But it's from the a lot of the former like Arkham people. Why is everyone running Sai Santan today? I mean, sometimes you just run Sai Santan. Adrian Sai Santan. I think we can score this out. We're both on game point. We have a Proprio if we need to. Otherwise, we can greed this for a turn. I feel like it's fine to greed this, but I don't want to draw into an open HQ. So like maybe we could Hanse and greed this. I'm just going to score it out. Another Proprio would be even better for us. Why is everyone playing Adore? Because they don't like to play Hantu. And I think there's a chance they're wrong. Hoping for my copy of Earthborn Rangers arrives soon. I think, Jeff, America gets it slightly sooner than Canada. I'm assuming you went, I don't know if you went all in or just the core thing. It's like really fun. If you and your partner enjoy it, I'd be excited to hear if that lands. Does Saisantan work into Banhar? Yes. Because it doesn't care about the subroutines. They're still net damage subroutines. So if you Banhar Saisantan, it's still going to have the same problems. Yeah. You can advance a tree line now. That's the outermost. We can't because PT is not res dice, right? It has to be an unresed card. A bit sad Earthbound Rangers is so easily broken if you try hard. Yeah, I don't think it is the tightest mechanical game, but for what it presents, I don't think it's an issue. I do think there's a lot of parts of even the core set where it's like, this card is busted, this card is unplayable, this card is busted, this card's unplayable. There's a whole type of cards that are unplayable, if you ask me. I don't think it's the best deck, what's it called? Like, I don't think it's the best game for deck builders and like, you know, sweats, but it's like a really fun vibes thing. Draw once for an agenda. How bad is this agenda? We have to get the La Costa in there and then we're fine. Okay, so if R&D holds, that's the best we have. It's definitely a vibe game, not for nerds. No, I think nerds will still like it, but if you're like trying to break the game, you can easily do it. I know I was getting frustrated at the end of my campaign where I had one card, which was like a core card that invalidated so many of the game parts. They also came with a balance sheet similar to Chained Unchained stuff. Really? I haven't seen that. Saw there's an expansion now. It's pretty excited. Yeah, I'm excited waiting for that. Is La Costa better than just advancing the same? Yes, because it makes it harder to pinhole. And I think we'll definitely have enough credits. This just makes the board state more confusing. And I think that is worth something for our opponent. There's like obfuscate board skate. If we just advance and had a second card in hand, maybe they run HQ for a twinning. I don't know. The problem is we're going to lose to twinning Saisantan. So if the Saisantan fires, we can Proprio and maybe they can't run back. Because we know both of their Adores are in the bin. A trash one HQ against Fueno. Yeah, that's true too. If a trash one HQ means Fueno can trash it and get a charge. We want to avoid that. All right, Steel Skin. So they're not just full sending into the Saisantan. That's good for us. Earthborn Rangers and Dolemwood are in a race for who can be delivered get delivered last. Radish. I don't know what Dolemwood is. I'm going to call event. Okay, that's not good. So here we can still, they can draw a card and run back. So I still think it means that we have to Proprio here. Then they draw a card, run back, and C2. Here there's a chance that they find a trashable and then they can get another card. Wait, what's right? No matter what, they can see another card. So we might as well Proprio. I don't know. I think at the end of the day, it doesn't do that much. Did we call it wrong? No, we hit a clean getaway. Because here they can just draw and run back. So it just... What are they doing? Why are they not drawing running back? What are they getting? Pinhole? What are they Katurgaing for? They can't install their breaker. It would be better just to draw a card. Wait, they're not running R&D here? What's going on? Katurga for Steel Skin? I mean, that's the same as drawing, isn't it? Oh no, because they could just die. Right, they can't triple draw. You're right. Never mind, they can't triple draw because the Saisentan. Whatever they call here, we have an idea what's in their hand. Pop wheels. Oh yeah, they have to remember to pop wheels. If they lose the game with wheels on the table, that's going to feel bad. So I guess they have to get the Steel Skin here. They did the Steel Skin. So it's trading a card, but that card is technically 3 hit points. They Steel Skin, so they draw and then they run. They played the Steel Skin? Wait, that can't be right. They played the Steel Skin? Shouldn't you just draw? Yeah, I think you should just draw, right? So we've seen no strike funds. They're on clean getaway. I'm just gonna call event again. We haven't seen the strike funds yet. They definitely are. Fuck. All right, if we lose to this, we lose. Nice. Not even close. No, not even sweating it. Good game. Not even like a very, very close ending for both players. Oh no! Wait a second. I forgot to res. Do you mind? If that's cool. Yeah, that's embarrassing. So we'll just put counter 2 on this. We obviously res the Locosta first. There's no reason not to res the Locosta, so like it's fine. Scored a 9. Great. Good game. Last turn was interesting for sure. Oh, they're gone. How's the red deck going? Mixed. I think we're like winning half our games. What we're learning is that in this version of PT, if we draw bad, it's really quite bad, because then once you flood up with agendas, you can't empty your hand. It's really hard to find a brew that works. We just added Humanoid, and the Humanoid has actually felt really good. We had a really sick Humanoid turn that turn, which was kind of perfect. I feel like NAPD Cordon feels like one of our best cards. I feel like we should play 3 of these. I feel like we don't have enough ice. I feel like I would definitely want to play, oh my god, like how are we not playing Fly Swatter? I think it's just like one of the best cards in the game right now. I would consider playing Samasamoon. We only ran into a couple of matchups for Samasamoon. Maybe you need Bird Barbecue. Yeah, maybe. Bird Barbecue after Humanoid's also really funny, but I just don't like that card. I don't like the design of that card, but that might be right. The main thing we learned is don't play Idio. Yeah, Idio didn't line up well for us as the start. It felt really, really clumsy, and it just does not feel like a good trade. The best case scenario is like the runner runs it and Kance trashes it, but like as soon as you advance Idio for credits, it doesn't feel like a good econ card. Fly Swatter is so mid. Axu, real talk. Oh my god, is it good? We are pushing out early, forcing the code gate breaker. It's not weak to botchless. How many matchups have we played in to have a virus in them? So many of them. And just having a cheap end the run for our game plan just makes so much sense. I don't know. Fly Swatter is just so absurdly good. It's Quandary for 1 more credit that purges. Like, I can't. It seems good right now. It's only bad into criminal. And admittedly, there's a fair bit of criminal, but I don't think it's not worth the slot. It's like one of your best dice into Seb, too. Dolmwood is a tabletop RPG setting. Very strong Arthurian, Anglophone, Fey influence. Been waiting almost exactly as long as Earthborn. Oh, neat. Very cool. Yeah, so this is what we came with. We started with Not Yeti's list. Again, I think there's a whole bunch of ways to do this. We played 7 games. We only won slightly more than half. So we just did the Humanoid swap. We lost an Adrian and instead played a Cordon. I'm not sure what else we cut. Oh, we cut the Anoetic. And I like the Anoetic. The Mavirus actually felt okay. But I wonder if you don't play Mavirus, you just play the Ice instead. Like maybe we can cut the Mavirus and just say that it's good enough to play a Swatter. We won more after removing Idio? Yeah, for sure. But that being said, we did win some games which was just like somebody runs into a Saisentan, which that's a strange data point. It doesn't mean the deck is good. It just means at least, hopefully we can say that we were playing aggressively enough. Like 2 of our games were Saisentan wins. So like actually pretty bad data point for the ID in general. I think the fact that Fly Swatter is good says more about the absolute shit state of code gates and the fact that no one wants to install a decoder. Yeah, but also I think it shows a lot about the state about, as a corporation, you can't take a turn to purge viruses. You'd assume maybe you can in a Locosta deck, but this deck like just doesn't have enough card draw. And that's why I think I like Humanoid. Is like this deck is like a pre-Rashida deck, but it doesn't have Rashida in it. And to some extent, card draw is bad with PT because you want to keep your hand empty, but like you just cannot get the velocity to get your cards on the table. Like maybe we do end up playing like 3 copies of, I don't know, Planogram. It just feels like no deck that I'm playing has enough card draw. And that's why humanoid feels kind of nice. And we do have 11 operations. This baby can swat so many flies. Speaking of that, check out Neon Static. They did their meme contest yesterday if you want to read some funny memes. A shame about the bots getting involved. That's always really awkward, but I think they came to a good conclusion. Cool. We've been streaming for about 4 hours today. Seems about fair, I think. We'll be back tomorrow night. Actually, we're going to be on the Backroom Deals, dropping by as a guest. If you want to check that out, youtube.com/Backroom Deals should get you there. So if you want to drop by tomorrow night, starting at 7:15 Eastern, we'll be hanging out with John and Zen. So that'll be there. Oh, I need to see something real quickly, and we haven't plugged it enough. I need to plug this more, and I need to update this too. As you might know, if you are in this side of the planet, or if you want to do some traveling, in the end of August, on the August 22nd to 24th, we're running here America Continentals in Montreal. I haven't been plugging for this a while. You can find the ticket link in the description of every YouTube video, but that is an upcoming tournament. Just to give some quick updates on it. Can we find it? Yeah. Firstly, I think this event is going to be massive. It should be one of the biggest events in North America. So if you want to come in and play some Netrunner, that will be where we're going to be in August 22nd to 24th. Things that we can definitely say is that in terms of the team structure, the first day, the Friday, will be a team structure. It'll be Crown of Servers. So it'll be teams of 3. Each player on the team has to play a different faction. So everybody, there's table talk, but everyone has to play a different faction on the Corp side and the Runner side. So you'll see all 3 Runner factions, unless you also want to play Nova. And then on the Corp side, you pick 3 of the 4. Really good format. I'll be updating that. We'll have, again, we're commissioning some alt arts. We're in the middle of that. I've seen some sketches already. I'll let you see the alt arts as soon as we can show off the alt arts. I think they're going to be really exciting. We're currently on 3 alt arts for now, and we'll have some extra prize stuff. The early bird tickets are going to be sold before June 30th. They're already available to buy. One of the best things you can do to help tournament organizers is buy tickets already. So we have an idea of how many people are showing up, so we know what our budgeting looks like and how many volunteers we need. It's like one of the easiest, best things you can do. So if you're hoping to come to Montreal at the end of August, we'd love to have you there. You can grab your tickets already. We'll definitely show off some shiny stuff before that date and keep reminding you constantly. I'll also put up a video on the channel, but stuff have been rolling in the background. A huge shout out to Zen and Oda Nuvo, who've been fantastic organizers. Yeah, it's gonna be COS. Also, I believe we'll talk about the times that the COS starts. The COS looks like it'll be starting around lunch or after lunch. So it won't be the full day Friday. It won't be starting at like 9 in the morning, the way that COS does at Worlds. So if your goal is to travel and show up in Montreal early Friday morning, as long as it's proper early, then there's a chance you can make it to COS. Ideally coming in on Thursday probably is the best thing, but if your flight arrives at like 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning, I think then you'll probably make it on time. If your flight arrives at 9 or 10, I think there's no shot you're making it. So if you're going to plan around that, if you're driving in, you have a bit more information. But I think you want to be at the COS event probably for around 11 in the morning, at least until I show you a more strict schedule, which they're definitely working on that in the background. Good concept updates. I didn't want to bother you about them. No, please bother for sure. Solomir, I have to follow up for volunteering stuff as well. We're looking for some volunteers. We've reached out for some really nice folks already. There'll be a stream. So we're looking for people doing casting. We need judges. We have some nice people volunteering for that. We just need people at tables. We're having the artist colony. That is going to be really sick. I'll be able to pull together some cards from some artists and show off some stuff of people we know will be at the artist colony. So if you're not aware of the artist colony, this will be just like our Worlds if you were there last year and the year before too, in which Oda Nuvo and gang are going to be selling alt arts and art stuff from Netrunner community. Even if you can't come to the event, we'll have your stuff for sale and you make all the profits. So we'll be showing off what sort of artists will be there, which is another sweet reason to come down to Montreal at the end of August. Cool. I'll follow up with more information. Just so you know, I haven't plugged in a while, but please buy your tickets. It's one of the best things you can do to help the organizers because we're balancing budgets and doing all that sort of stuff. I don't have the money to make the 2 trips to Canada, but good luck for those going. Thank you, Candy. Sorry that it doesn't work out like that. I wish I could come. I'd love to cast. It'd be really fun, Ren. I think that's mostly it for now. We'll be back tomorrow night at Backroom Deals. We'll be back on Thursday. And then I think that's mostly it for now. Cool. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll see you in the next one. Oh, no, hold on. Wait a second. I need to say a huge thank you to all these names and more that help support the Metropole Grid so we can do streams like this in afternoons, record videos, all this sort of stuff. Shout out to Jeff too. If you want to watch the other side of the runner tier list or the runner tier list from Elevation, that is up on Jeff's channel, link in the description. A lot of time and effort goes into that. Shout out to Jeff. That is up if you want to watch another 3 hours of good Netrunner content. Otherwise, there's a lot of stuff going on. I'll have some links to stuff, but it's been a good time for Netrunner, that's for sure. Again, all these names here and more allow me to put the time and effort into this sort of thing. We also have all our daily cast patrons whose names unfortunately aren't here, but their support is incredibly appreciated and makes all this sort of stuff possible. If you want to support the channel, 2 easy ways. Firstly, if you want to leave a like on the video, that helps so much. It really does. Just the way the algorithm works. And secondly, if you want to find a link to the Patreon below, you can support on Patreon. That's another way for sure. And we have a bunch of different tiers, so you can pick how it makes sense for you. I think that's mostly it. It's been busy. There's a lot of Netrunner stuff going on this weekend. This weekend, again, we'll be out playing at an event. I'll try and figure out what to bring to that event, but we have Nachos Netrunners this weekend. Shout out to Eddie. And then Friday is our Flesh and Blood pre-release, which is always a good treat, as much as I don't think I know what I'm doing anymore in that game. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll see you in the next one. Come by tomorrow, Wednesday night, and we'll see you there. Thanks, Andre. See you around. Hey, Mr. Diggs. Thanks for dropping by. Catch you in the next one.